Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets, where do they go? To meet the Mets! Oh, they're hollering and cheering and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets! All the fans are true to the orange and blue, so hurry up and come on down, 'cause we got ourselves a ball club, the Mets of New York town. Give 'em a yell! Give 'em a hand! And let 'em know you're rooting in the stand. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town, of New York town.
And we are live, Mets and overall baseball fans. Thank you guys so much for chiming back in. This is at least, I think, day 3 or 4 of doing consistent live streams. But this is day 2 of the free agent frenzy, not just for the New York Mets, but for the MLB as a whole. We have so much that we'll be getting into today on all the reports that have transpired to this point that you guys are probably familiar with. I'll recap them, and also taking a look at what we can potentially see from not just the Mets today, but from the opposing teams across the league. This is going to be an epic live stream, a long one. I'm really excited to get into it. And of course, we have some breaking news just over the past half hour regarding a Mets starting pitching target, that being in Carlos Rodon. So we'll be getting into that. Why exactly were the Mets not able to land Rodon on that contract, and what the Mets will potentially be doing on the pitching front, the relief pitching front, and the hitting front. So plenty to get into today. Very excited to do just that, folks. But before I do anything else, guys, please make sure to smash that like and subscribe button for your first chiming in. Help us get to 100 likes for the first short-term goal. And guys, thank you so much again for being here. This is going to be a long live stream, a fun one. I'm excited. Hope you guys are too. J-Bros, Hope, Tyler, Drew, Chris, Paul, John, Richard, single because my wife left me. Oh my goodness, Richard. Tom, Jacob, Insanity, great member on the channel. Chris, LFGM, Tyrez, Tim, great member on the channel and friend of mine. Joseph, Alex, Michael, Husky, let's see, Marist, Mr. Cool Rock. I'm just trying to shout you guys all out that I see right away. Julio, William, Mega Frankie, Mike, Independent Outsider, Brandel, Ben, Tyler, congrats to your Giants. Yes. Jared, great friend and member on the channel, my man from the UK. 49er Media. All you guys, thank you all so much for chiming in. Again, folks, if I miss any comments right away, I do apologize. Like I said, we have a lot to deep dive in, so that's what we'll be doing. And again, folks, you guys know the drill right now. If you guys see any reports that I was not aware of yet, that I did not touch on in the live stream, please do not hesitate from letting me know in the live stream or simply tagging me on Twitter. Either way would work just fine. And yeah, we got a lot to get into. Smash those buttons. I'll get a pull up here in the live stream in a second to hear your thoughts. But yes, the breaking news that happened, and I apologize that I wasn't live for it originally. I honestly did not think that any move was going to happen until at least, 5 today. We finally got one of the bigger fish. I would say the biggest fish starting pitching-wise outside Clayton Kershaw is officially off the market, and that was Mets target Carlos Rodon. Rodon, of course, signed that 2-year, $44 million deal, and there's an opt-out after that first year for the Giants. So my initial reaction to this, I'm going to want to, like Rodon went to the Giants, and rightfully so, where he can ball out and potentially opt out of that deal after having another great year, hopefully for his sake, and get a big long-term payday after being in a year with the Giants. And look at the Giants. They were the best team in baseball in the regular season last year, so you can't blame him for going there. The Mets were obviously interested. Now, to what degree, we'll find out further reports, of course, but it does look like the Mets did not prioritize Carlos Rodon simply to a good degree that maybe I would like. but it tells you that, one, it seems like Yusei Kikuchi is of high priority for them. Now, is Kikuchi going to be the only thing they do pitching-wise in the free agent market? I doubt it. I do think they're going to do more than someone like Yusei Kikuchi, but they did offer a deal to Kikuchi, I believe, pre-lockout. So it does tell you they are really prioritizing him. Hopefully, he's not, of course, the only priority pitching-wise. Again, I don't believe it. That will be the case, but Kikuchi is high on the Mets' radar from everything we've seen, and for good reason. I just hope that for his sake that he's not the only addition that the Mets make if they go down that route. And Rodon, again, has a heavy health risk, so it seems like that was definitely in part as to why the Mets did not go heavily in on him. And also, you have to look at Carlos Rodon's viewpoint here. Rodon, was it simply about money here, or was it about doing a short-term deal, knowing that he didn't have the market for a long-term deal, which is what he originally was looking for, right heading into the offseason? So yeah, it looks like he signed with the best team last year in the regular season and has an opt-out after the first year. It's kind of giving me a little bit of similarity to the Javi Baez contract, just in the sense that Baez, of course, has an opt-out after 2 years into his 6-year deal with the Tigers, and that's something Baez will only be 31 at the time. I could fully see him hitting the market again while he's still in his prime, and I think we can expect Rodon to do the exact same. So plenty of pitchers available for the Mets, not so much on the free agent market when it comes to, top tier, middle of the rotation starters, but more so in the trade market. And there's plenty to believe that the Mets are going to be deep diving the trade market with those teams like the Oakland A's and, of course, like the Cincinnati Reds, headlined by Luis Castillo. So, again, I'm a little bummer, I would say. I really would have liked to see Rodon land in Queens, especially on that contract. But until we know the full context of everything, if we do find out more context as to why the Mets did not land him, I would not go out and say, oh, the Mets lost out on this. They have their reasoning as to why they make their decisions, of course. And there were clear health concerns. I know that Andy Martino reported today. Again, it's Andy, so take it as you will. He said that of the teams that were looking at the medicals for Carlos Rodon, it said that they were very good. So take that as you will. Again, I'm still very excited to see what the Mets are going to do. They are heavily ingrained on the pitching front as we speak, and I'm going to check on tweets from Michael Mayer here in 1 sec. Again, shout out all you guys who are just chiming in the live stream. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. As always, folks, it is always appreciated. Help us get to 100 likes. Like I said, this is going to be a long-ass live stream. If you guys haven't been following previous ones, then you know exactly what has been going on here on WardyNYM. Again, love and appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know some of you guys are bummed out about Rodon, rightfully so. But again, either way, I'm still excited. That by no means is going to be a hindrance on me. Even if the Mets don't do anything significant at all, which, again, they will do significant things. But even if they didn't, I'm still going to be excited as all hell going into the season because of how much of a splash they made pre-lockout. They're going to do more. We're aware of that. But even if it isn't to the degree that maybe we were hoping for, I'm still expecting a lot of great things from them this season. So, again, let's get into it. You guys are saying to check Michael Mayer. I will do just that. And shout out Mama Worm. I love you, too. Thank you so much for chiming in. All you guys, 300-plus viewers array. Really appreciate you all. Okay, now let's go to Michael Mayer. Shout out to Michael. Michael does a fantastic job reporting for the Mets through Metsmerized. Let's see what he got for us. No, trust me. Rodon, the money was not a factor and into why the Mets did not land him. 2 years, $44 million. The Mets were willing to offer, not right around a similar range on a Steven Matz deal. So, yeah, no, money was not the factor here. Okay, Buster only said on the Michael K show, this was 10 minutes ago, is tweeted by Matthew Brownstein, that the Mets focuses on bullpen, named Chafin and Hader. Woo! Okay. I know we talked about Hader yesterday. I'm not sure if you guys remember that, but that's exciting. Chafin, you guys know how I feel about Andrew Chafin. I'm an absolute stud. Josh Hader, though, that is the cream of the crop. So let's look up. You guys are saying look at Pat Ragazzo, my guy Pat. Pat's been on the channel plenty, too. If you guys have watched previous live streams, we'll check out his tweets now. I might have to change the thumbnail soon. That's what I think we're going to have to. I'm going to have to change the graphic very soon, too. 3 names the Mets are eyeing in bullpen: Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, and Colin McHugh. Let's go. I like to see that. I love to see that. Maybe Mets are going to be bullpen heavy today. It seems that way, right? That's fantastic to see, though. Hype in the chat. Guys, how you feeling about the breaking news that's just coming out? The Mets' focus is on Josh Hader, Colin McHugh, Andrew Chafin, all 3 stud relievers I'm in absolute love with. So sign me the hell up. That is great to see. I'm pretty pumped about that. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty pumped about that. Out of those three, for sure. Morosi. All right, let's check John Morosi's tweet again. Thank you guys so much for keeping me up to date. Because, like I said, when I'm in the live stream, like talking to you guys, obviously I'm not gonna be looking at Twitter 24/7 because I'm reading the chat. So thank you for keeping me updated. I really appreciate that. John Morosi now. Hi, in chat, guys. All right. McHugh is not a starter. He used to be a starter, but he's someone the Mets can use as a long arm out of the bullpen. Okay, Morosi reported about the Braves, which shouldn't be a surprise. Braves have been in touch with Oakland about Matt Olson. Ooh, okay. And that's obviously with the assumption that, of course, Freddie Freeman leaves. Okay, guys, this is exciting stuff. Man, oh man, like we talked about Hader yesterday. So to see it reaffirmed today is pretty exciting. So, guys, bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna update the graphic quick. I'm gonna update the thumbnail. When you got Josh Hader talk, we gotta show that as a priority here. So let's do exactly that, folks. So yeah, just bear with me. Just give me a couple minutes, guys. I'll answer all your comments soon. Don't worry. Again, everybody chiming into the live stream right now. The breaking news that literally just came out as soon as we went live. So talk about timing. It's almost like it was meant to be, right? Regarding our Mets. That yes, the Mets have shown interest and are in the market for 3 of the best reliever options out there. 2 on the free agent market and 1, which is one of the best relievers, if not the best in all baseball, and Josh Hader, and then the other 2 being free agents, and the southpaw, Andrew Chafin, with the beautiful mustache, and yes, Colin McHugh, who is a former New York Met. The Mets drafted Colin McHugh back in the day and has found great success over the past 1 or 2 seasons now with the Tampa Bay Rays. Really utilized him fantastically. So yeah, I'm gonna get the graphic all fixed up for you guys, and I'm gonna change the thumbnail real quick, and then we're gonna get the ball rolling. Very excited. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. And again, if I'm lagging, I do apologize, guys. It's naturally just going to happen while I'm doing the live stream. And when I'm editing, I should say. Perfect. Already have the Hader PNG all set. Beautiful. And yes, I know Hader isn't a free agent, but we got to have him on the thumbnail because even though that this is a free agent frenzy, this is regarding, of course, free agency and the trade market. And yes, I will, of course, address as many of your comments as I can very soon, guys. Like I said, just bear with me as I'm trying to edit stuff real quick. This won't be the last time this happens in the stream, I promise you. I'm sure we'll do this multiple times. Exciting stuff. And everybody, again, continue to let me know your thoughts in the chat. How do you feel about Josh Hader potentially coming to New York Mets? How do you feel about Andrew Chafin? How do you feel about Colin McHugh? Let me know your thoughts. Everybody in the chat, guys, do you think I should just... I'm just trying... Do you guys think I should just take Hader off the thumbnail? I feel like... not Hader. Do you think that I should just take... I can't even speak right now. I apologize, guys. Should I just take off Rodon on the thumbnail, considering, obviously he's not with the Met, like he's not a Mets option anymore? If I should, let me know in the stream. Just say yes. I'm looking at my phone right now to look at the chat. And yes, I will be lagging a little bit in the stream as I'm editing. I apologize. Okay, the majority of you guys are saying yes, take him off. All right, I will. I'm still keeping him in the graphic, obviously, because he's signed with the Giants. We'll talk more about that. But this is exciting ass stuff. That's all I got to say right now. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. So, yeah, guys, just bear with me again another minute here. And yes, guys, I will be laggy just for a little bit. Like I said, just bear with me. It takes a minute or two to update this because everything runs very slow when I'm doing it this way. When I have to, when I'm editing while I'm live, it's because of how obviously when you're using, you know, these applications, they run a lot on your computer. Hold on one sec, guys. And we'll get into my package on Hater and all that stuff because I literally I did a video on Hater just a couple months ago, so it all checks out perfectly right now. Hold on, folks. Again, just bear with me. Andrew Chiffin. And if there's any new reports out, guys, we will touch on them too. Trust me. Again, just give me like another couple minutes, and then we'll be good to go. Of course, trying to find good quality photos of some of these guys is not always the easiest. So hold on. Appreciate you guys. Well, we got roughly 500 viewers array. Thank you guys. Pat, is Pat tweeting more stuff? I'll get to in a second. Already at 100 likes. You absolute beauties. Thank you guys so much for that. I gotta say, the fact that it's being reported that the Mets are really like in on Hater, I'm not terribly surprised, but the fact that Hater is gonna cost you an arm and a leg is what I am surprised about, to be quite honest with you. Because naturally, that in my mind would be the biggest turnoff for the Mets going after someone like Hater. So again, we'll see, but I'm still very excited. And I'm curious what his market's going to look like too. I really am. Hold on, guys. Almost done with this damn graphic. And for those that are wondering, Buster Only is the one that reported that the Mets are showing interest in Josh Hader, in Colin McHugh, and Andrew Chafin. 3 of the best relievers out there. And again, guys, if you're just chiming in, if you're wondering why I may be laggy or I'm not really saying too much right now, it is only because of the fact that I'm just editing the thumbnail. So bear with me. Guys, I don't even know how I would react if the Mets actually somehow, some way got Josh Hader. I got to be perfectly honest with you. I think I would lose my mind. Over 500 viewers. Thank you guys all so much for being in here. Again, just give me another minute or two. My apologies. Like I said, I'm just doing the graphic right now, changing the thumbnail because of the news that has come out. Almost done. You guys have no idea how much I hate having to edit graphics during the live streams. It won't be the last time it happens today, I'm sure. It's just such a pain in the ass. Guys, everyone in the chat, who out of the three between Hader, Chafin, and McHugh, assuming the Mets land one, which one do you want the Mets to land the most? I know most of you guys are probably going to say Hader, but obviously, you know, free agent versus trade option, right? So let me know which one out of those three you guys would want the most. Almost done, folks. We're almost there. All right, folks. I think we're good now. I think we're finally done. Thank goodness. Such a pain in the ass. Okay, folks. Everything we're up to date now. We're up to date. We got 600 viewers. Keep smashing that like and subscribe button, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. I know I missed a lot of your comments. I do apologize. Like I said, I was just fixing the graphic, and now I'm just changing the thumbnail real quick too, because the Mets have their eyes set on some different players. All right, guys, if any of you guys can let me know, also with the thumbnail, if everything's changed, let me know. All right, guys. Graphics cut. Everything should be good with the graphic now. Okay. Now let's go and check on Pat Ragazzo. I'm sure you guys have been tagging me and stuff. So let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, yeah, so nothing new report-wise, right? The latest report we saw is that the Mets are in on Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh. That's what it looks like. Ahmad, thank you so much for the kind words. That's sweet. Again, thank you all so much for the kind words and everyone. I'm going to start addressing everything now. I didn't really get a chance to talk too much yet on Carlos Rodon because we got the news on the Mets on the relievers they're going after, which again is fantastic. They're going after the exact type of relievers I would want them to go after, headlined by Josh Hader. And Hader's a really interesting one. We're going to talk a while on him for sure. MLB ranked the top remaining free agency, if I saw that. And again, folks, if you guys see at all news that I didn't address yet in the live stream, please let me know in the live stream, or of course tag me on Twitter. Either one works. Okay, I know we got roughly 600 viewers, so thank you guys all so much for being here. If you guys are new, if you're just chiming in, if you're wondering what we do here, we're covering all things that are transpiring in the free agent and trade rumor mill leading into the news. Of course, that is the San Francisco Giants signing Carlos Rodon. That has been the biggest signing today by far so far. That was a Mets target, of course. So it seems like the Mets priorities were not with Carlos Rodon, nor does it look like Carlos Rodon was prioritizing the Mets either. So we'll see if we get further context on the matter. I'm not losing sleep over it or anything like that. Health, again, has always been the biggest issue with Rodon. Am I surprised that they weren't necessarily interested in doing that gamble? No, I'm not. I personally feel that the upside was worth it. But again, he'll be with San Francisco now. He's going to add on to a fantastic rotation led by Logan Webb and others. And also their other signing that they had pre-lockout, which was the starter from the Angels, that being an Alex Cobb. So they still have a sneaky good rotation, the Giants, and I'm curious to see how he's going to do with them. And no need to apologize for being late. Again, appreciate all you guys. We'll be breaking down all the news as it happens, so continue smashing that like and subscribe button. So I think the Mets trade for Hader, we saw rumblings about it yesterday on ESPN. What was reported at least through the live stream today, it was reaffirmed through Buster Only of ESPN. Check Hector Gomez on Twitter. I will do that in a second. But yeah, simply put, I'm excited. You know, even if the Mets prioritize pitching, which is exactly what they're doing right now, and they end up doing a lot more on the pitching front than they do on the offensive front, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, we'll see what happens. If the Mets add a big bat, do I think Chris Bryant is still in the mix? Yes, but I don't think he's like I don't view him as a likelihood, because it feels like the Mets aren't going to go do any long-term deals with hitters, right? It seems like they're not going to go past 3 years, which is what we talked about all offseason long. Are the Mets willing to do something like that or not? Again, anything can happen. Anything can change from these reports. But I would say as of now, the priority is clearly pitching for the Mets, both starting pitching and on the reliever front. And as it's been reported over the past 20 minutes or so, Mets are in on Josh Hader, basically the best reliever in baseball from the Milwaukee Brewers. Andrew Chafin, the stud southpaw who had a great year this past year, splitting time with both the Cubs and the A's. I wanted the Mets to trade for Chafin at the deadline. They traded with the Cubs, but they didn't land Chafin. They just landed, of course, Javi Baez and Trevor Williams. And yes, Colin McHugh, who is another fantastic reliever, had a dominant year this past year in a variety of different roles for the Tampa Bay Rays, which they're tremendous. They mix guys in between the reliever front and the starting pitching front all the time. And he's a Swiss Army knife of a reliever. I really like that about him. Yes, we will be doing fan meetups at games this season. I don't know exactly when or how many meetups, but we will 1000% be doing that. I try to keep you guys up to date when I go to games. If you guys want to meet up or anything like that, yeah, we will definitely do that for sure. But okay, guys, everyone, what should we talk about right now? Because we got, roughly 650 you guys. What should be the priority right now, guys? Do you want me to prioritize Josh Hader talk right now? Do you want me to prioritize starting pitching talk right now? Because there's a lot of different things going on. Thomas, what's up, my man? Happy to have you in here. Again, keep smashing those buns, guys. Guys, let me know what you want me to prioritize right now, discussion-wise, and then we will get into it, because there's so many different things that have happened already today that we can deep dive. So whatever is the agreed upon, the majority that you guys want is what we will break down right now. And then we'll go from there with the other topics. Okay, we have a good, healthy mix of wanting to talk about Hader and wanting to talk about starting pitching. And we'll do a poll. I'll do a poll, but it won't be on necessarily what to talk about. It'll be on something else. I'll set that up shortly. Okay, so let me start with this, guys, because I know Hader's gonna be the talk of the town in this live stream until proven otherwise. But I don't think a trade's gonna happen today for Hader. But at the same time, I didn't expect Carlos Rodon to sign right away either. So here it is. What's up, Francisco? All you guys. We'll talk about all the free agents. Don't get me wrong. But Josh Hader is such an interesting factor here, because what did Billy Epper preach pre-lockout? If you guys have been following along, fellow Mets fans or baseball fans, maybe you know this too. What did they preach? They preached going after players, but having a lack of willingness to give up the farm. The Mets are trying to build the farm right now, which is why they were so free agency heavy, really to address the roster pre-lockout. And that's why I expect them to be free agent heavy post-lockout more than trades, because naturally it's easier to spend the bag when you have the richest owner in baseball versus giving up prospect talent, which you don't have great depth on in comparison to other contending teams that may be going after similar top trade targets. So Josh Hader, what's so interesting about going after someone like him is how far are the Mets willing to go, and how deep will they get in discussions, if they aren't already deep in discussions with Hader. That's the key here, because Hader is going to cost you an arm and a leg. Let's not forget the asking price reported by the Brewers this past year and the years past. I remember last year, the Phillies wanted Hader, but in return, from the reports I saw at least, the Brewers wanted, like, the Phillies, their top prospects. They want everything. And that really went with whoever you're talking about. And rightfully so. Hader is that good. He's on a favorable contract still. So I can understand why the asking price would be so high for someone like him. The Brewers are in an interesting spot, however, and this is why I talked about him over the past couple months. And again, we're going to be talking about every player you can imagine, guys. So trust me, if we don't get to that player just yet, don't worry. We will get to them at some point in the live stream, I assure you. What's interesting is the Brewers are a team that need offensive help. And they're also a team that is only willing to spend so far. They don't have the type of payroll that obviously the Mets and other big market clubs can work with. They're a small market team. They do great analytically. They do great with their player development. But they are a team that simply cannot go all out and ball out. They have to be strategic about their moves. So offensively, that is where you have guys that I thought about, at least, headlined by Jeff McNeil. Because when all the Jeff McNeil trade talk happened, I am not someone that wants to see Jeff McNeil go. Let me make that clear. But if you are going to commit to train Jeff McNeil and you make sure that you have a replacement for him in that infield, you might as well make sure they are getting the most out of it. Going after Josh Hader and potentially someone else can certainly do just that. Now, are the Mets, if they're going in on Hader, are they just trying to get Hader? Or are they trying to get a starter from the Brewers too? Or will that be too much? That might be too much. But the Brewers, of course, have a plethora of starters and one of the best rotations in baseball. And a young guy, a southpaw that I talked about as a potential fit was Eric Lauer. He had a very solid year this past year for the Brewers and looks like he could be a solid fit for the Mets, more so in the back half of the rotation, but has plenty of control in his contract. I think he's not a free agent until 2025, 2026. He's in his early 20s still. Started his career. I'm trying to think where he started. I want to say he started with either the White Sox or the Mariners. I could be wrong. It could be neither of those teams, but they popped in my head for some reason. But point I'm trying to make is that trade-wise, if the Mets are going to do a trade for Josh Hader, this is going to be a scenario where it's going to benefit both sides. Hopefully, it would be a scenario where it's a win-win. The Mets would have to give up significant assets. You're not just talking about a top prospect, which would be a Mark Vientos or Ryan Mauricio, that type. You're looking at, obviously, I would imagine guys that can impact them right now. Brewers are in a win-now stage. Jeff McNeil would automatically slot in and be a fantastic bat for them. There's no denying that. Guys that are on the outside looking in as to what their future is going to be with the Mets, too. One of it, J.D. Davis or Dom Smith. J.D. very well could slot in as a potentially nice DH fit for them, but they would probably be a little, a little back on the idea of him just because of the fact that he isn't a natural third baseman. I'll check the Heyman tweet here in a second. But Dom Smith as well. I know that they got Vogel back, Pardon me, not even Vogelback, Rowdy Tellez, that's been repping first in DH, but still, the Mets have assets that they can work with Brewers. I just don't know exactly how willing the Brewers would be to make a deal versus doing a deal with other teams. The Yankees have better prospect capital. Why wouldn't they want to go out and get Josh Hader? You know what I mean? If Hader's available, a lot of teams are going to go after him. And I don't know if the Mets have the X factors trade-wise to get a deal done. I would love it if it happens, but there's no certainty, of course, if it will or not. So these are things that you have to keep in mind when evaluating Josh Hader. But it's exciting knowing that the Mets are, in fact, in on him. And who knows exactly to what degree. All right, let's check Heyman. Everyone's telling me to check Mr. John Heyman. Oh, it's about Bauer, of course. Trevor Bauer is expected to be placed on administrative leave for a week as MLB considers possible suspension. Bauer doesn't believe his case warrants a ban since a judge who heard the case threw it out. MLB can and has issued suspensions for non-criminal offenses. I guess we'll see what happens. To be quite honest with you, I can give a rat's ass about anything regarding Bauer. We don't need to be discussing Bauer. The Dodgers are actively recruiting Freddie Freeman, Perez, and Y. We know that. We all know that by now, right? No one should be surprised by that. It looks like Freddie's going to go to one of the Dodgers, the Yankees, or the Braves. That looks like it. The Mets, they chimed in pre-lockout. I don't think the Mets are going to land. I would love Freddie Freeman, but he's a pipe dream. We know that. Same with I would love Carlos Correa, but he's a pipe dream, So, yeah. Freeman, I think Freeman can very well find a landing spot within the next 24 to 48 hours, easily. He feels like the first big domino to fall when it comes to hitters. Because pitching-wise, we saw Carlos Rodon, who was that big domino, already fell. He didn't fall in a bad way, though. He went to the Giants, and good for him. Fantastic deal. We'll see how he carves things up with San Francisco now. Appreciate the kind words, blind man. Blind bird, I should say. Bird. Why am I saying bird? Blind beard. My apologies. I can't read for crap right now. Braves are talking athletics about Olsen. Yep, because that means that they're going to lose Freeman. And here's the problem. And let me know how you guys feel about this before we go into a lot of other discussions here. And again, guys, if you're wondering what has been up to date on the Mets, everything that we have on the graphic right now is as up to date as we are getting right now. So keep that in mind. But we'll check Morosi. Everyone's spamming Morosi. We'll check on John. The Chris Bryant to Seattle chatter resumed in the baseball industry today. I can't even say his last name. I'm not. You know who I'm talking about. Told reporters earlier that he's looking at an impact bat who fits at third base, left field, and or DH. Making any nominations, Mariners fans. No one should be surprised by this either. I 1000% think that KB, the top landing spots for him outside of the Mets, which again, according to Martino, the Mets aren't heavily in on KB right now, which wouldn't surprise me if they don't want to go long term. You got the Mariners, right? Phillies, in case you guys aren't aware, Bryce Harper's been chomping at the bit, trying to get his buddy KB, both Las Vegas natives, to the Phillies. I could definitely see the Phillies signing him to like a 6-7 year deal, which is something that I know that the Mets would not want to do. It's not the fact that I can't say Dipoto. Guys, I've been getting so many tongue twisters since we started the live stream. It's hard to explain. It only happens when I'm live too, because especially if I'm rambling for a while, which I can't say that's the case here. We've only been live for 40 minutes, but I think you understand my point. But yes, Chris Bryant's market has 1000% heated up. Numerous teams are showing interest on him, and Mariners will be a great fit for him. No doubt in that. I know that the Blue Jays are a team that's been looming in there too. There's multiple teams that have been in on the Chris Bryant front. I think he checks off so many boxes for the Mets based on his versatility. But again, it feels like because of how his market is, there are teams that I think will be willing to lock him up to a longer-term deal than what the Mets will be comfortable doing. Mainly because of the Mets and their future at third base. And also because of the fact that, yes, you could throw him in corner outfield. That's true. Don't get me wrong. And I love that aspect. Mets obviously could be thinking about trade options. They could be thinking about next year's free agency. They could be thinking about a couple years down the road when a Juan Soto's available. They could be thinking about again next year if Aaron Judge hits the market. Like, there's so many reasons as to why the Mets don't land people and why the Mets do land people. So I can have my opinions and what I think is best. And, we're going to have conflicting reporting all the way until the end, until players sign and get traded. But again, anything's on the table right now. But yes, if reports hold true, it does not look like the Mets are going to land Bryant or Conforto. Again, anything can change. All it takes is one phone call. But as of now, it is not looking positive on that front for either of those players. What has been reported, and then we'll get back to the pitching talk, because pitching is the highlight of the day, as you guys probably know by now. It's been widely reported now that the Mets are heavily ingrained on the starting pitching and relief pitcher market front, and the latest players that the Mets are in on is Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, and Colin McHugh. But when looking at hitters, it does feel like the Mets may find themselves landing still a significant bat and multiple bats, a depth piece along with someone that can be in the starting lineup every day. But if they do, it doesn't look like they're going to go for someone past a 5-year deal. I think the only circumstance in which that's different is a trade. But hitters-wise, I don't really see anyone out there that makes sense for the Mets trade other than a Matt Chapman, because you can tie him with one of the Athletics pitchers, or potentially a Josh Donaldson. But again, Donaldson, it doesn't feel likely either. He's just one that can happen, but I wouldn't say he's a likelihood at all, because you can tag him with Taylor Rogers, a southpaw that I know the Mets like from the Twins, that they showed interest in pre-lockout. So, Jorge Soler is interesting, but if you're landing Soler, he's a DH. Soler can't play a lick of defense, and I don't think the Mets want. I think based on the DH options that are out there, Kyle Schwarber may very well be the best bet for the Mets, considering that he's a lefty bat. Keep that in mind. Schwarber is someone where to add a bat that can be in the top of the lineup. He hits great leadoff. He can be anywhere. That lefty bat would be fantastic, give the Mets more of a balance. From reports that I've seen or leading into the end of the lockout prior, is that the Mets may very well be prioritizing a left-handed bat over, say, a right-handed bat, depending on what the circumstance is. So if you're prioritizing a lefty, the upside is that, yes, you have a Kyle Schwarber type, which you can very well land potentially on a 3-year deal. But then outside of that, there aren't a lot of big lefties out there. And most of them aren't known for their defensive, ability, their prowess. Michael Conforto leads the way on that front. But again, it does feel like the Mets are just, they're done with Conforto, regardless on how I feel about it, because I love Michael Conforto. I always have been. He's my favorite player. So I have a bias there. I will openly say that if you guys are new to the channel. But Conforto makes sense for outfield depth and playing time with Canna. But if they're not going to go down that route, because say Conforto will get a better suitor, and a lot of teams have showed interest in Conforto, might add, a lot. We got the Rockies, we got the Phillies, we got the Marlins, we got the Diamondbacks, we got the Padres, and I think the White Sox have been in the mix. There's at least half a dozen teams that are in on the Conforto front, and probably more. And the Yankees as well have checked in on Conforto. But point being is that lefty bat-wise, there isn't a lot out there on the market. Outfield too. Righty, there is. Tommy Pham, I think, is enticing, one of him or Andrew McCutchen as a depth piece. But again, big bat-wise, there really aren't many out there that you can land on a shorter-term deal versus longer-term. And Kyle Schwarber kind of leads the way on that front. So you get the benefit of the offensive ability, but you don't have any defensive ability with him. So he's a lock for DH, which means that you have to figure out what are you doing with your DH guys currently on the team. The J.D. Davises of the world, the Dom Smiths, the Robinson Canos. You have to figure those things out, I would imagine, at least to a certain degree, before figuring out, okay, if you're going to land basically a DH type in free agency, then obviously that means that the Mets are going to trade at least one of those 3 guys. And I think that they will. There isn't too much in my mind to think otherwise for sure. But again, we're going to see that this is going to be crazy. And again, guys, if you see reports on Twitter, make sure to keep tagging me in them. If you're enjoying the live stream, again, this is finally a more active one than yesterday. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. Thank you guys all so much for being here as always. And Vientos has a DH option too. Yep, got to keep him in mind. He has a bright future. But let's go back to Josh Hader for a second, because I want to know what your opinion is on this. Again, this still might not be enough value-wise for the Brewers. And again, I don't even think it's the fact that the Mets don't have assets to be appealing to the Brewers, because I believe they do, especially for guys with control on their contract that can help them offensively now. And the Brewers already have a guy that they can use as a closer that isn't, of course, Josh Hader. But the issue that I think I have the most with going after any big-name trade target is the fact that I don't see a world where the Mets are the only team in that mix. And the issue is that the Mets, okay, even if they're not the only team in the mix, The problem is that a lot of the teams that they will be competing with they do have deeper prospect pools. They may have more assets on their roster offensively that would be more appealing to a team like the Brewers and the Mets. That's the issue. The Mets don't have endless assets to part with in which you're going to get a gigantic return. They're not there yet. They're still at least this year's draft away from doing it. I think once we get to the trade deadline, because of the draft would have happened already by then I think is where the Mets may show more of a willingness to part with certain prospects and things of that nature. But we're still not there yet. Can you add cash as incentive? You can. I don't know exactly how much money you can add, though. That's something that I'd have to look up. I'm ill-informed on that one, so my apologies. I'm just trying to find the proposal that I had when I did my video about Josh Hader, and I also did it on the Reds. So bear with me, folks. Okay, guys, so back, 2 months ago, I did a video on potential blockbuster trades for the Mets. So just the fact that they are talking with the Brewers about Hader is nuts, because I thought out of everything that this is the most unlikely scenario for them to even go down. So I'm excited that they are at least down this route considering it. This is a proposal that I came up with, and again, I have a feeling that this still wouldn't be enough, or opposing team can offer more. So you let me know what you think it is. I have Josh Hader and Eric Lauer. Of course, Hader, stud reliever. Eric Lauer, up-and-coming southpaw that can be more towards the back end of the rotation for the Mets, with potential of being a middle rotation guy over the next couple of years. And the Brewers would receive, of course, Jeff McNeil, because I would imagine that's exactly who they would want. JD Davis, even though that JD, I know that they don't have a third base on lock right now, but JD isn't known for his glove, to put it lightly. Mets number 4/3 prospect Mark Vientos, because he has that versatility to play third base, left field, first base. And I know that the Mets have third base on lock with Brett Beatty. So the Mets, even though that Vientos looks like he'll be ready at some point this season, third base wise, they are looking at Brett Beatty more than anyone else. And also Junior Santos, who's a middle of the pack prospect for the Mets in the top 15 to top 20 pitching wise. Do you think, in your opinion, guys, do you think that this proposal that I came up with a couple months ago would get a deal done? Or do you think that either the Brewers would want more, or that an opposing team would offer more? Let me know what you think. Let me know. I'm very curious. Know what you guys think. We're all fans here. I'm no expert when it comes to coming up with proposals, and I know it is a lot to give up. I'm aware, but again, Josh Hader will not come cheap, especially if you add on a young, controllable asset along with him. That being in the starting pitcher in Eric Lauer. If you can land Adrian Hauser, who's more established, than great. But I think if you try to get Hauser, then it's going to cost you even more than it would for Lauer. Let's see. So you guys thinking that's a loss for the Mets? I'm surprised that you think that way. I do, because I don't. Mets are getting fleeced in my proposal. You guys got to be realistic. If you think that the Brewers are going to give up Hader and potentially a starter for anything less than significant value, it's just not happening. So regardless on if you like it or not, that may very well be the reality of the situation. Let's not act like Hader isn't expensive as all hell, trade value wise. Red Sox are interested in JD Davis. I know that multiple teams have shown interest in JD, including the Red Sox, the Twins that the Mets try to get a deal with, including JD Davis at the trade deadline last year, and some other clubs as well. I think the Mets giving up too much. Here's something to keep in mind, folks, and I think it's important. If the Mets did a trade like that for Josh Hader and say a starter, and they gave up Jeff McNeil, it would be terrible, obviously, if they don't replace Jeff McNeil. So there isn't a world where the Mets do trade Jeff McNeil without having an infield replacement for him. Who would that be? That's a good question. I can't answer that for you right now. Could it be Josh Hader? Could it be a Matt Chapman at third base if you do a trade with the A's separately? Could it be a Trevor Story if you get him on a short-term high AAV deal and you lock him at second base for at least a year or two, and then you have Eduardo Escobar at third? There are multiple routes to go down, but obviously, again, I can't say this enough. I don't want to see Jeff McNeil go, but there's a reason why he is involved in trade talks, and it's hard to imagine the Mets doing a significant trade without him being at least considered as part of it. That's just the reality of the situation, and that's why we've talked about it endlessly. And yes, I know the Mets are in on Hader. That's exactly why we're talking about him. What's up, Matthew? I'm undervaluing JD. I I like JD Davis, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have a spot on this team other than being a DH. He's not going to be playing in the infield for the Mets. And I would say he's the most likely to go. What would a trade for Hader look like? Everett, I literally just explained what I think it would look like. So I would go back in the live stream like we're just over the past 5 minutes and check it out. And we'll be getting into Chafin and McHugh and everyone else. But guys, I want to know real quick, do you guys want me to go through the numbers for Josh Hader and the guys that the Mets are interested in? Because I know a lot of you guys are in the live stream and maybe aren't aware. I've made content and I've broken down all these guys statistically. But for people that aren't aware as well, let me know if you want me to break down any numbers like through Fangraphs or anything like that. And I surely will. It's completely up to you. Whatever you guys want is what I will do. We have so many things I haven't even talked about yet, but I'm still on the reliever front right now because that is the hot topic right now. My thoughts on Rodon, it is what it is. I would have liked the Mets to land him, but clearly there's reasons as to why it didn't happen. So I'm not going to hang my head over it. And I do think that the Mets have a very strong chance of landing Yusei Kikuchi and some others. I just hope that Kikuchi isn't the most they do on the starting pitching front. I will personally be disappointed. Okay, guys, we'll go through the numbers here briefly. We'll do it just for a little bit here on Josh Hader and others, in case you guys aren't aware. And what statistics are important to look at. It's far more than just ERA as well, so keep that in mind. And again, folks, if you see any new reports, please make sure to let me know in the live stream or tag me on Twitter. Either one works. If you see new reports as we're covering everything on the hot stove, not just Mets, but baseball all around. Yes, Josh Hader's contract is until 2024, so he has 2 more years of control on his deal. Hader is only 27 years. He's basically 28. Turns 28 in a month. So when the season starts, he's 28. And Hader's numbers in 2021 were the best of his career. Wow. Are the best on ERA front. Times ERA front, not too drastically different. FIP is fantastic though. So yes, in 2021 for Josh Hader and roughly 60 innings pitched, he had himself a 1.23 ERA, a 2.81 times ERA, a 1.69 FIP, and a 2.35 times FIP, and a 2.6 WAR. So for people that don't understand also what times ERA and stuff like that means, basically in a nutshell, what it means is what a pitcher can control. So ERA accounts for whatever happens that you give up a run. So say there's, a defensive issue or, something that wasn't clarified as an error, but is going to still hit the pitcher's ERA. What happens with times ERA is it accounts for that and SI ERA that we'll be getting into in a second too. Those numbers really account for the importance of how much the pitcher in himself he can control. We gain bunnies on stream. Hopefully at some point we'll have to see. If you guys don't know, I have 2 bunnies. Times ERA for Hader, he was at let's see, where's the time? Pardon me, SI ERA was at 2.09. That was fantastic. 2021. His K per 9 was 15.65. So you're looking at roughly 16 strikeouts per 9 innings. Crazy. Walk per 9, 3.68. So does give up a little bit amount of walks over a 9. Again, he's your closer, so keep that in mind. And yeah, throughout his career, Hader career numbers here. You got 2.26 career ERA for Hader, 2.60 FIP, and 2.6 times FIP, and an 8.8 career WAR. So that is what's happening on the Josh Hader front when you're looking at statistics. For you guys that are looking for that, I'll get to the Heyman tweet here in a second. Also, just want to talk to you guys about Eric Lauer as someone who I'm curious if the Mets will find themselves attracted to, because it would make sense if the Mets try to get a starter from the Brewers, other than just going after, of course, Hader. But Eric Lauer, he's a free agent in 2025, 3 more years of control. He's going to be 27 years of age soon. Southpaw makes sense for the Mets. 3.19 ERA and 118 innings pitched this past year for the Brew Crew. Had a 3.9 times ERA, 4.04 FIP, and a 4.26 times FIP. So what does that tell me? It tells me that his advanced numbers tell you that yes, he isn't anything crazy, but he is a very solid starter that really hasn't had much at all yet in his career. He's only had 3 seasons with 100 plus innings pitched, and one season he didn't was the short in 2020 year, and he started his career with the Padres. Might I add, I got that mistake. I misspoke. I thought he would start his career with the White Sox. I don't know why I got them confused, but I'm going to check tweets now, folks. Then we'll go further. I just wanted to share those stats quick about the Brewers because again, we've been talking a lot about Josh Hader. Showcase for Anibal Sanchez, Julio Teheran, and Erasmo Ramirez at Florida International University in Miami tomorrow at 11 a.m. Okay. That should not impact the Mets. I wouldn't be surprised if they're in attendance. I know that were they in attendance for Teheran and Sanchez last year? I think they were. This feels like deja vu all over again with them doing their showcase, if you will. All right, yeah, I'm just checking tweets, folks. That's all I'm doing. What about Eddie Rosario? Eddie Rosario he was fantastic with the Braves, don't get me wrong, but one, he's not a stud at all defensively. He's mainly a left fielder, and two, he's not a big on base guy either. I think the Mets would be reluctant to go after Eddie Rosario unless they truly land him as just a bench bat. I think Rosario might have a market enough where he can still be a starting outfielder somewhere. And when it comes to Kershaw's nothing short of a pipe dream because while the Mets can go after him, I would say the likelihood is slim that they'd be able to land him because it seems like he's either going to stay in LA or go to Texas. Those feel like the top priorities for him. And guys, we got roughly 700 viewers. Help us get a 400 likes for the first short-term goal on the stream, guys. Really appreciate that. We're just under an hour in the live stream already, folks. So keep smashing those buttons. Just a little over half of you guys. If you hit that like button, it really mean a lot. Also subscribe if you're enjoying the live stream as we're following along with all the latest news and reports, not just for the Mets, but the MLB as a whole, which again feels like it's going to be a very hectic, very fun free agent frenzy. As we know, Carlos Rodon is already off the market, and we'll see what the Mets do. I fully expect them to be heavily in on Yusei Kikuchi, as I do with them going after other starting pitching options on the trade market. And of course, reliever-wise, we're seeing Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, and yes, Colin McHugh, all studs in themselves. But I'm going to put a poll here in the live stream to ask you guys a question. Okay, guys, we got the poll running. So there we go. I'm putting that in the live stream now. Kikuchi wouldn't be a waste of money as long as he is not the only starter they land. I don't think he'll be a waste of money. Clearly, the Mets like him for a reason, and they have a tremendous analytics group. I'm very excited with the Mets front office. They clearly see positives in Kikuchi, as does the majority of the league. Let's not forget the amount of suitors that Kikuchi had pre-lockout. I think what's just most important is the fact of, okay, how many actual will the Mets be willing to get in a bidding war for someone like Yusei Kikuchi? That's the thing. They would have been willing to do that for Steven Matz had Matz even allowed the Mets to do a counter from what the Cardinals offered, but he didn't allow that. If the Mets were willing to do what they were going to do for Steven Matz, you can fully expect them to do that type of same idea with Yusei Kikuchi, who profiles awfully similar to Steven Matz. What do they do with Peterson? I think Peterson's going to start the year in the minor leagues, assuming that he doesn't get traded. MLB Nerds just tweeted this, and again, I don't really think he has any sources here. Obviously, he's just saying what we already know. He just tweeted that the Mets have checked in on Josh Hader, but the price appears to be too high for the Mets to make a trade. That's what I've been saying all along. Again, I wouldn't put too much stock into what supposed sources he has. I think he's really just reiterating again what we already know. Josh Hader will cost you a pretty penny. No one should be surprised by that. Let's see. Would Rodon have been a better fit for us? I mean, clearly he isn't. You know, clearly he isn't. Or else the Mets would have prioritized. I think Rodon would have been a better fit as a number 3 starter. I think for that contract too is definitely a risk worth taking. But clearly the Mets have their focus elsewhere. It's abundantly clear that that is the case here. Outside of Rodon obviously wanting to go to the Giants, because maybe Rodon wanted to go to the Giants more than even considering the Mets. You know, like those are things that you have to keep in mind, especially because he's on the perfect contract that benefits him more than anyone else. He can opt out after 1 season. So if he goes out and it proves he's healthy and has a Cy Young caliber season for the Giants, he's going to get a long-term contract in free agency. And I'm sure that's exactly what he has his eyes set on. Joe Kelly's an interesting pick. I think the Mets will definitely chime in on Joe Kelly. I don't think they're going to land him, however. I love Montas from Oakland, but he's going to cost you a good amount. He's going to cost you more than Manaea or Bassett, obviously, based on not just his contract, you know, his team control, but also because of the fact that he has the most upside out of the 3. When you look at trade value-wise for starting pitchers, it's Luis Castillo at the top, and then I would say it's Frankie Montas right under him. Thank you for the kind words, Robert. Thank you guys all so much for the kind words in the chat. Really, really appreciate you guys. Like I said, we're following along. We'll be going over everything. I think we'll be talking, you know, we can talk a bit more about Andrew Chafin and Colin McHugh here in a second. Then I'd like to get into more on, you know, I'm trying to think who I want to get in on more. Maybe the JD Dom and McNeil front a little bit more. But a lot of things to talk about in a nutshell. So many different things going on. And teams have been unbelievably active, clearly. You know, reports happened last second that the Giants were like heavily pursuing Rodon, and that deal could happen quickly. And then literally like a minute later, Jeff Passan dropped the bomb that, yes, Rodon is signing in San Francisco. Will Jansen resign with the Dodgers? Possibly, but I could definitely see a team more desperate for bullpen help just throw a bag at him that the Dodgers aren't willing to go to. Let's see. I just discussed that tweet from MLB Nerds. Yeah, again, I wouldn't put much stock into it though. They don't have credible sources. Rumors on Jeff McNeil being moved? Yes, there has been rumors on Jeff McNeil being moved. Multiple teams have checked in on Jeff McNeil pre-lockout, and I'd imagine it's happening now post-lockout as well. Same thing with Dom Smith and JD Davis. The core three of players that have big question marks on their future with the Mets have all been sought after by teams. Now, I haven't seen reportedly a lot of teams that have shown interest in Dom and McNeil, like who those teams are. But I do know for JD Davis that multiple teams have, and that include the Twins, Red Sox, and I want the Chicago Cubs at least, and there's others too. What would you want back in a Red Sox Mets JD trade? I don't know what I would want back. If it's just JD Davis, if it's just JD Davis, I would want a reliever probably, because that's what you're going to get for trained JD Davis. That's what I think. I would want a solid reliever if you're going down that route. All right, guys. So something that I have not discussed yet, and again, shout out to certain someone, but while nothing is imminent, it is not outlandish to suggest the Mets may take on a fat contract from the Milwaukee Brewers to make a trade for Josh Hader more feasible and more balanced for the two sides. Now, there really isn't much more that I can expand on regarding that. But when you think about the Brewers and them wanting to potentially shed payroll on a significant contract, what type of contracts first cross your mind? Let me know. Because there's really only two contracts that would make sense from that idea, from that type of proposal. And from the Brewers side of things, it makes a hell of a lot of sense, considering they're a team that's always cap strapped. Same way they just got rid of Jackie Bradley Jr. in that contract, but they brought on Hunter Renfroe. They were able to get rid of that deal. So yes, it's either going to be Locaine or it's going to be Christian Yelich. So if the Mets do a trade for Hader, do not be surprised if a fat contract is tagged with it. I feel like the likelihood of it being Locaine is not nearly as strong as Yelich, just because of Yelich's contract is far more significant. So, and Jason, if that's what you said, then kudos to you. I didn't even see it. I'm relaying this off of something else. But yes, and Yeli's interesting because Yeli's obviously not the MVP that he was. But would I personally be okay with eating that contract if it made a Hader deal, easier to construct? 1,000%. Yelich as DH, I think, would be a very enticing thought. And then you can have Cano off the bench, obviously. Or, figure out if he needs to get some time at second. I'm not in favor for it. But, again, just very, very interesting thinking about a Yelich possibility and a Josh Hader trade. Very, very interesting. And Yelich's had a couple down years now and I've been obsessed with Yelich for a while now, guys. I'm sure many of you guys know. Remember his come up with Miami? He had everything but the pop in his bat, right? He had everything but the pop. He was a gap hitting machine. Could spread the field like no tomorrow. Had a strong glove defensively. And then when he got traded and then signed that big contract with the Brewers, he just became a stud. But he's fallen off the past couple years offensively. There's no denying that. But he falls in that same category just like the rest of the Brewers. So you'd have to imagine that possibly change of scenery for someone like him wouldn't hurt. I really don't think it would. Let's take a look at Christian Yelich's numbers real quick. I will say if the Mets do a trade that lands him Christian Yelich and Josh Hader, I will lose my effing mind. And Yelich still has a good amount of years on that contract, and he's 30 already. I can't believe Yelich is 30. He still feels like he's in his early 20s, doesn't he? Kershaw to Dodgers. Okay, Clayton Kershaw is back in LA, folks. No one should be surprised by that. No one. I'll update the graphic here in a second. Yep, it's a one-year deal for Kershaw. We don't know exactly the money yet. We're waiting on those details. But yes, Clayton Kershaw is staying in LA. It's as a surprise, absolutely nobody. We'll get back into talking about Yelich in a second here. I'm going to just update the graphic again to put Kershaw there. So just give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. And yeah, no one at all should be surprised that Kershaw's staying in LA. All right, folks. Yeah, bear with me again. Going to update the graphic if you guys are just chiming in. The latest signing to happen is the next biggest name on the free agent market pitching-wise. He's no longer available. That is Clayton Kershaw, and he is signed back with the Dodgers on a one-year deal. Awaiting word on the term. I mean, not the term of the actual how much money he's making, but it's a one-year deal. And if you guys know the actual money he's making, let me know in the chat too. I'd appreciate that. Again, 700 plus viewers. Help us get to 400 likes for the next short-term goal on the stream, guys. Help us get a 14K subs for the next short-term goal on the channel. Thank you so much in advance for the support, everybody. Yeah, Kershaw signs with Dodgers on a one-year deal. I'm just updating the graphics, so give me 1 second. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm 1,000% on board with eating Yelich's contract to land Hader and to obviously benefit the Mets more, where they don't have to worry about giving as much prospect capital as they would, active players on the roster. That's something I'm more like, as a fan, I'm more than willing to do that. More than willing to do. As long as the Mets are willing to do that, so am I. And Billy Epler spoke about doing exactly something creative like that pre-lockout. How that is in the cards. All different types of ways to maneuver and get deals done. Just bear with me again, guys. Just fixing the graphic. I know I'm probably lagging. Again, my apologies. It's always going to happen when I'm fixing the graphic. And I'm not going to put the money in because it's a one-year deal. It doesn't matter. In regards to, how much it is, because we don't know yet. But I don't think that's a big deal that we don't know. Okay, graphics all fixed. Sweet. Okay. Do I think you could put Twitter on the screen? I might in a little bit. The reason why I'm not doing that now is just because of how I have the graphic as it is. I had Twitter on the screen for when I was doing stuff about the lockout, live streams about it, but it's different doing it. Like I don't think there's as much of a need, especially when we're focusing. You know, obviously we're Mets centric, but we're talking about the league as a whole. I might do it at some point, but as you can see how I have it currently constructed, there isn't a fit to put Twitter on unless I take me off the screen. I know I have such an ugly face and you guys would probably prefer that, but I think I'm going to leave me on screen for a little bit at least. Olsen, I could definitely see Olsen going to the Braves if they lose Freddie, but I think that's even worse. To be quite honest with you, there's nothing worse than Freeman to say go to the Dodgers or Yankees and the replacement is Matt Olson. That still hurts the Mets. It doesn't benefit us. They get the best first base replacement available with, you know, potentially higher upside longer term based on Olsen's age versus Freddie. So that's the frustrating thing. That's the frustrating thing. Oh, Thomas, you're sweet. Thank you. But still. And of course, Olsen's a Georgia kid. Of course. Blake, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Blake with the $2 dono. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate that. Blake says, pool host to the Cardinals. Yeah, I feel it's almost inevitable, right? Especially with the universal DH. You'd have to imagine they'll sign him to a one-year deal. That just feels right. It feels wrong if that doesn't happen. I'm being honest. Thank you so much for the dono. And shout out to every single one of you guys that sent in endless donations yesterday and the previous live streams. All the support. Seriously, it doesn't matter if you know if it's a cent or if it's $100+. Everything really does mean the world to me. So thank you guys so much in advance for what you've done and what I know you guys will continue to do. So seriously, thank you. Where did I get the idea about a fat contract for Hader? It just feels like it makes sense, to be quite honest with you, because the Mets can take on Yelich's contract, for example, and not have to worry about giving up as much prospect capital. Because clearly the Brewers wouldn't mind parting ways with that Yelich contract, given how his offensive production has been over the past couple of years. And in return, I would imagine they would, of course, be able to get, they can, of course, have more financial flexibility in free agency in the off seasons going forward. And I'm sure they would get, Jeff McNeil from the Mets. I'm sure one of, if not both of JD Dom Smith would be in the cards. Again, controllable assets that can give them solid offensive production. McNeil would really kill it with the Brewers too. I could see that one for sure. Cool chain. Thank you, Logan. I appreciate that. Do I think Freddie will go back to the Braves with a good enough offer? If he gets the offer that he wants, then yes. But I have a feeling he's not going to. I have a feeling he's not going to get what he wants. That's just my that's just my feeling. We haven't seen anything to indicate that the Braves are the front runner for Freeman. Yelich is ridiculous. Hader not the only relief pitcher. You're right. Hader isn't the only relief pitcher, but I don't think it's ridiculous to take on Yelich's contract to help you in a Hader trade. So enlighten me on how that's ridiculous. If you're going to land Hader, if you can make it potentially more feasible, then yeah, if you can grab Yelich, do it. Brewers aren't getting rid of Hader, the best bullpen arm. Brewers are a contender. Yes, we're aware the Brewers are a contender. That's why it wouldn't be a trade that is going to hurt the Brewers. I'd like to make that clear. The Brewers are in a great spot. They don't need to get rid of Hader at all, but they do have a perfect closer replacement should they part with Hader. And what do the Brewers need? Which is the exact reason why they will not go anywhere this year, postseason-wise, if they don't address it. It's their offense. That's something that the Mets can actually help them with controllable assets. and give them more financial flexibility. So, yeah, that's the thing. Brewers need offense. Mets need pitching, which is exactly why that they've chimed in on the hater front. I think if we get trade for Hader and a bat, who do I think if the bat is from the Brewers, I think that it would be potentially Yelich if you're eating his contract. Oh, Logan, you're absolutely right. If Freeman goes to the Dodgers, it will be like Warriors with KD. I agree. Even though that nothing's a guarantee in baseball, let's keep that in mind. Super teams aren't nearly to the same level. What happened with Suzuki? Suzuki looks like he is more than likely going to go the Giants or the Red Sox. He's not that the Mets aren't interested in him, but it seems like the Mets aren't a favorite to land him. It's tough to do being the smallest market in the sport. Salary cap needs to be instituted. The salary cap is already instituted with the luxury tax, my friend. What needs to be instituted is actually having a floor. That's what I think what needs to be instituted if you're talking about salary-wise. Because I agree. I feel for all the small market fans. It absolutely sucks. Us Mets fans can relate plenty on teams not spending. Mets did that for years and years on end while still being in the biggest market there is in New York. So we can relate on that for sure. Did the Mets just sign Kikuchi? Or is that fake news? I think we're getting some fake news in the stream. Do I think the Mets will sign Kikuchi for probably a 3-year deal? Yes. Check Twitter. Okay, we'll check. We'll check Twitter. Oh, Cubs are about to sign Andrew Simmons. There you go, Cubs fans. There you go. You think you're getting Carlos Correa? No, you're getting Simmons. That's what you're getting. There you go. That's your shortstop. That's crazy, though, because does that mean that the Yankees are going to go all in on Correa now? Where's Correa going to go if he doesn't go to the Yankees then? Where's he going to go? Can someone tell me where you think Correa is going to go if he doesn't go to the Yankees? Whoa, a lot of reports are happening at once. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to catch up. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm trying to catch up. Kikuchi the Mets. I'm sure it's going to happen, but I haven't seen reports on it actually happening yet. Yeah, Correa has to be going to the Yankees if the Cubs are signing Simmons. All right, folks, again, if you're just chiming in, the latest signing that looks like it's happening in the MLB world is Andrew Simmons will be going to, yes, the Cubs. I don't know what type of term it's going to be, but Correa to the Angels, or the reports of the Angels going out. It would be the most Angels effing thing to once again not prioritize pitching and go after someone like that. I don't see the Angels aren't going to spend. There's no way in hell they're going to go after Correa. like be able to land him. There's no chance. Hold on, folks. I'm checking everything. I'm checking all the tweets as they're happening right now. And again, guys, if you joined the live stream, thank you guys all so much for being here to my roughly 800 viewers. Really appreciate that. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button if you're joined the follow on as we're breaking down all the latest, not just for the Mets, but the MLB as a whole. Thank you guys so much. Official numbers for Simmons, 1 year, $4 million with incentives. Okay. Red Sox interested in VR. I could see VR going there for sure. I don't think VR is coming back to the Mets. All right, folks. Looks like we have to update the graphic again. So give me another minute. Give me another minute, folks. Have to update the graphic. Got to put Simmons. They signed a 1 year, $4 million deal. All right, folks, updating the graphic now. Simmons to the Cubs, 1 year, $4 million. How are we feeling about that? How are we feeling, chat? Happy that the signings are finally happening. Shouldn't even say finally. Like, I know free agency just opened up yesterday. Yes. Marcus Stroman thought he was getting Carlos Correa. Nope. Nope. He's getting Simmons. Again, if I'm lagging right now, guys, I do apologize. It's just going to be like that for like another minute or so as I am figuring out, updating the graphic here for the live stream. Just bear with me, everybody. Oh, sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, folks. Think we're gonna have some interesting stuff happen soon. Yeah, that's all. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Give me 1 second, everybody. My apologies again for the lag and the delay. I'm just updating the graphic. Okay. Graphic looks to be about updated. Hold on, folks. Just about done. Whoa, what's up? Over 800 viewers. Thank you guys so much for being here. And Kiner Falefa, I know that the Yankees have been showing interest in him. That being the infielder from the Texas Rangers. That's not surprising me. That might be the route that they go. Here's the thing. If the Yankees don't land Correa, where's Correa gonna go? Serious, what team realistically would land Correa if it's not going to be the Yankees? And how long-term of a deal are we looking at? It says Kershaw twice. Oh, son of a... I'm a dumbass. Give me 1 second, guys. Thank you for the kind words on the beard care. I don't do anything in regards to beard care. I just clean it up whenever I look at myself and look in a little whiskey. Give me 1 second, folks. There's more news to come very soon. I have a hunch. I doubt it's gonna be with the Mets though. I have a big hunch about something, so we'll see if it happens. Okay, come on. My apologies for the stupid graphic. I know it says Kershaw. The reason why is because when I update the graphic, in case you guys aren't aware, I duplicate like what I typed. It's just so like they're the same font size. I just duplicate it quick and then I fill it out again. And I duplicated, but I forgot to write. I didn't fill it out properly because I didn't put Simmons. So give me 1 second. Okay. Now let's try this again. I know I'm going to have to update the graphic easily, like within the next 20 minutes again, but I just want to get Simmons on here properly. Can't believe I kept Kershaw there. I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry, guys. Some big signings have happened today already. The fact that Kershaw and Rodon are already off the market this quick, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but I am a little surprised. I'm not gonna lie. The biggest fish that were on the free agent market pitching wise are already off the market. What did I just put Kershaw again? Am I an idiot? I don't understand what I just did. Okay, there we go. Well, I am an idiot, so I shouldn't say I'm not. I definitely am. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now we're good. My goodness. Uh-oh. People dropping bombs. Let's check. Oh, Danny, Abrano. I'm probably saying his name wrong. You know, one of the main writers for SNY tweeted this 10 minutes ago. Have thought all along that the Mets starting pitching acquisition to round out rotation should come via trade. Now, I have a feeling it's going to be trade too. I'm telling you that right now. While Kikuchi seems like it would make a lot of sense, Kikuchi also has a lot of suitors. So it wouldn't surprise me if Kikuchi ends up signing somewhere else, even though I do think the Mets will be one of those most interested suitors. Mets have made Davis and Smith available. A's have Manaea, Bassett, and Montas available. Beyond that, Rodon made a little sense and Kershaw made none. So right now, could be Kikuchi or trade. And I tend to agree with him. I think that's exactly what's going to happen for the Mets starting pitching-wise. I think it's going to be Kikuchi and or trade. I don't think there's anyone else in the free agent market starting-wise that the Mets will land. I really don't. I know the graphic says Kershaw's name and the potentially connected, but no need to move that right now. I'll leave it there for a little bit until that's updated again. I would love Montas. Don't get me wrong, but he's going to cost a good amount. This Wayne is driving me nuts. You and I both. I'm just glad that moves are happening. Though. That means we're in the right direction, right? The stove is in fact hot. It is in fact hot. Jet Passon, Correa agree with the Yankees. No fake news in here, Jose. What's a realistic trade? Realistic trades, I think, are one of Manaea or Bassett. I think that those are far more realistic than Montas, just in the sense of what you have to give up. Now, does Montas potentially make more sense between the two with a reliable starter that has more upside to be a number 3 for the Mets for multiple years from now? Yes, he makes more sense in that route. But again, for what you have to give up, if you're basing things on trade value-wise, when you can go after a rental and a Sean Manaea or a Chris Bassett, that naturally isn't going to cost you as much as going after a Montas with multiple years of control and has the highest upside between the three. Chase Utley, the Mets. William, I should just ban you right now. Mets pick up Manaea, Chafin, McHugh, and also pick up either Rosenthal, Strickland, Watson, Diekman, Spiritu. What do I think? I think if the Mets are going to land big relievers, I think that I don't think that they would do more than Chafin and McHugh. If they do, then I think it would be lesser names than even what you mentioned in Rosenthal, Strickland, Watson, Diekman, Tepera. But they are heavily involved in the bullpen, as we know. Mets Correa third base. No chance the Mets are getting Correa. It's the Yankees or where? That's the thing. I just still can't wrap my head around. Anyone for the Red Sox? Yes. I think the Red Sox are going. If the Red Sox don't land, say Suzuki, it's because of the San Francisco Giants. I can say that. I think he's definitely on the Red Sox radar for sure, especially after trading Hunter Renfroe. Now they have that outfield ability because Jackie Bradley Jr., he's not an upgrade over Hunter Renfroe. Defensively, yes. Offensively, no. The guy couldn't even hit 200 average last year. He had an abysmal offensive year and a lot of at-bats for the Brewers. So I think they definitely want Seiya Suzuki. I know Miguel Andujar got robbed. Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to mention that. Yeah, no, my thoughts and prayers with him. I hope he's okay. It seems like he is. Still just terrible, though. Yeah, he got robbed in the DR. It was reported earlier today. Yep, at gunpoint. Thankfully, it doesn't look like he got injured from what's been reported. But Cubs aren't out on Correa, apparently. I don't know. I find it hard to believe the Cubs are going to land Correa after not being able to pony up any respectable offer for Rizzo, Baez, and Bryant. And don't get me wrong, maybe that went in hand with the fact that they felt that era of the Cubs was done, that they couldn't do it. They couldn't get over the hump with them anymore. I'm sure that was a part of it, but they were also acting cheap. So, I don't know. It's really hard to imagine Correa going to the Cubs. VR says Correa is still on the Cubs' radar. Yeah, I just find it hard to believe now. I do. Unless, they got Simmons as the fallback plan, which kind of screws over the Yankees a little bit if they don't get land Correa. Because, it looks like the Cubs got their fallback plan should they not be able to get Correa. All right, folks, what we got? Any more reports? Anything new? What about Story? Story, I think, is a Correa replacement in Houston. But if Story signs a short-term deal, all hell can break loose because a lot of teams can be in on him then. And I have a feeling if the Mets do trade Jeff McNeil, that they will be in on Story. Question is, how soon would that happen, right? I don't think the Mets are a favorite to land Story at all, but he is definitely that type where if you're going to sign a big name to short-term high AAV, he checks off the box there. He's like a Marcus Semien type in the sense if you can land him on a 1 or 2 year deal like that. But I think Story is destined to be Correa's replacement in Houston. That's what I'm thinking. If the Mets somehow, some way had a behind-the-scenes deal for Correa, I would lose my mind. And that would be the biggest FU to all the owners further by Cohen. You're going to put in a new luxury tax? No problem. I'm going to go sign a Carlos Correa. I don't think by no means do I think that's going to happen now. Castillo's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Do I think the Mets have enough assets? Yes. My concern with the Reds is more so, one, their lack of willingness because they always seesaw what they want to do. They don't know how to commit one way or the other. And two, teams have deeper prospect pools. Teams have better players, I think, that they could offer to the Reds in a deal to land Castillo. That would be more willing than the Mets, in my personal opinion. I could be completely wrong, but that's just my personal opinion. Let's see. I say Mets take first place this year. That'd be awesome. Cubs are reportedly unwilling to pay near $300 million or above for Carlos Correa. Yeah, sounds like what the Detroit Tigers were unwilling to do. That's why they got Javi Baez instead. Chances of Nelson Cruz to the Mets? I'd say they're definitely possible, but the only way it's going to happen is if we see that the Mets are going to trade away their DH options currently on the roster outside of Robinson Cano, because that contract's hard to part with. But if they part with JD Davis and Dom Smith, then yeah, I think it becomes more of a possibility. But again, I could see Cruz going to the Mets, but the Mets, I think, may prioritize a lefty bat more than a righty bat. And if so, then I think that's where you have a Kyle Schwarber type becoming potentially a better fit. I wouldn't mind Boone's stick at all, though. He still has plenty in the tank, just signed on a simple 1-year deal. Correa isn't going to the Yankees. Where's Correa going to go? I'm still trying to figure out where Correa would go. You knew Kershaw would stay? Yeah, that felt almost inevitable. Mets are 1,000 plus to win the pennant. Yeah, no, they're the best betting odds for everyone right now. I'm not surprised. Buster tweet. All right, let's check the Buster tweet. Oh no! Oh my, James is distraught. If you guys don't know James Shiano, who's the co-host of the Mets Up podcast, with Draftnik Mark, good buddies with both of them, he really wanted the Mets to sign Adam Connolly, the reliever, to a deal this offseason. He was with the Rays last year and did really well in a short period of time. Well, he just retired. He just retired. Damn. He would have been a sneaky good pickup too. Checking tweets as we speak, folks. Yankees and Mets making moves. Oh, pardon me. This is from Buster Only. Yankees and Mets moves. It'll be interesting to see if Steve Cohen's market aggressively compels Hal Steinbrenner to step his spending and go beyond the $230 million CBT. In their respective histories, it's been rare that both teams are big spenders at the same time. Well, no shit. It's unprecedented history now because the Mets have the richest owner in baseball. Steinbrenner and Cohen are going to be butting heads for the foreseeable future, for however long they're both they're owners of their respective clubs, and it's not going to end anytime soon. So yes, the Mets and the Yankees are going to be top dogs in the markets for years and years going forward. All right, let's see, folks. Let's check the poll in the live stream because I haven't done that yet. And I'm going to chat to all you guys. Thank you guys for keeping us all up to tune in the live stream. I've been trying my best, but all you guys tag me and let me know in the live stream the new news that happens. I do really appreciate that. So shout out to every single one of you. Thank you guys so much for the support and the help throughout the live stream. You know, I'm the one on the camera, but we're literally all doing this together. You know, that's the only difference between you and I. I'm just the one that's actually on the camera here. We're right at around 400 likes, guys. So thank you guys so much for that. Help us get a 500 likes for the next short-term goal. We got around 900 viewers in here. So keep smashing that like and subscribe on. And again, guys, if you're enjoying the live stream, please make sure to subscribe. Again, help us get a 14K subs. We're only a couple hundred away. If you guys enjoy not just consistent baseball content, but Mets content overall, we'll be covering everything throughout the season, so definitely stay tuned for that. It's going to be an absolute blast. We're covering everything regarding moves, and of course, we'll be covering everything with every single game for the most part. We'll be doing plenty of in-game live streams where I share my own commentary, but more than anything, we will be doing endless post-game live streams with myself, along with a panel of multiple other people too that plenty of you guys probably know. It'll definitely vary on the night, but a lot of things to be excited for. And everyone's staying to look at Buster Only. I thought I just read Buster's tweet, guys. What am I missing now? Mets are said by agents, executives to be working actively in the trade market, trying to move veteran position players. It's almost like we knew this was going to happen. All right, folks. Mets are heavily active on the trade market as we speak. They're active on the trade market. Any word on Conforto today? Word is that a lot of teams are interested in Conforto. The Phillies have been in the market for him. The Diamondbacks, the Rockies, the Padres, the Yankees, the Marlins. A lot of teams have been interested in Conforto. All right, guys, with all these trade rumors going on regarding the New York Mets, heavily ingrained in the trade market more so than the free agent front, if the Mets are going to make any trades today, what do you think they're going to do? Let me know in the chat what you think they're going to do, guys. I'd love to hear it. I know that I still have Kershaw on the graphic and the potentially connected. I'll delete it once I update the graphic again when something else happens. But yeah, what kind of trade do you think the Mets will do, guys, assuming one happens? And keep smashing that like and subscribe button, folks. Thank you all so much for the support again. Really does mean a lot. We're getting really close to 14K subs after just passing 13K. What was it, yesterday? Was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago? So thank you so much again for that. A lot of you guys saying Chapman in the chat. Interesting. It seems like there's only 3 possibilities for the Mets trade-wise. It's with the Oakland A's, it's with the Cincinnati Reds, or it's with the Milwaukee Brewers. Hard to imagine it's going to be with anyone else, right? It's really hard to imagine it's going to be with anyone else. Are some non-Bryant level but decent bats we could go after? Again, free agency wise, it's not Bryant level, but guys that still have very good offensive upside, even higher potentially. Kyle Schwarber again. Outside of that, there isn't a terrible amount of guys, I would say, that have defensive versatility. Really, none of them do. For the most part, I would say it's, guys that are more offensively gifted but lack defensive ability. Trade-wise, though, Matt Chapman would be the guy, I would say, too, if Bryant's out of the mix. Mets should get Ramirez and Hader. Yeah. One can dream. Yes, one can dream. Frankie Montas to the Mets for whatever it takes. Ooh, well, I would love Montas. I would love Montas. He's a starter that I know the Mets would love. It's just asset wise. Look, maybe the Mets really are going to go far deeper into this thing than simply just going after a Minaya or a Bassett. I'm just going to be really curious what that market looks like because I don't know. It's a big question mark. I really, really don't know how that market's going to look. How do you feel about the Mets sign Cole Hamels? Nah. Hamels is washed. Did he retire yet? I'm trying to remember if Hamels retired or not. Please trade with Oakland. I think Oakland's a very strong possibility. He plans to pitch. He can plan to pitch somewhere else. Mets don't need to try to take a gamble with Cole Hamels. No need to do that. Mets should be done trying to experiment. That's what they need to stop doing. Experimenting with uncertainties, especially guys that are washed. And this is anything personal against Hamels. But you get what I'm saying. Who will the Mets give up to acquire Josh Hader? It really goes in hand with if you're just landing Hader or if you're landing potentially a contract along with him. Again, hypothetically saying like a Yelich, if you eat Yelich's contract, for example, or if you're just landing Hader himself, if you're landing a starter with him, it all varies. So it really depends on exactly what type of deal we're looking at from what the Mets would want. Is it just Hader or is it more than that? It's going to be awfully difficult to try to dump Cano's contract too. Really, really difficult to try to do that. I'm just checking reports, folks, seeing if we're finding anything new, because the stove is indeed hot. See, Martino, that schmuck has me blocked, but I remembered that if you just Google Andy Martino, you get all his latest tweets. So he ain't stopping my ass. All right, let's go to Martino. Martino just tweeted, the Mets are getting plenty of calls on Smith, McNeil, and Davis today, but nothing has gained traction. The team sees them as good players and aren't going to give them away. Mets aren't actively shopping any of the three. I call bullshit, if I'm being quite honest with you. I find that really hard to believe that the Mets aren't actively shopping any of those three. Have you noticed the trend with Andy no matter what, though? Especially with the times where he has been wrong? You're almost never seeing him report anything of positivity in the sense that the Mets are pursuing. When you see steam from one reporter saying that the Mets are doing this, he will denounce it right away. I don't know why he blocked me. He probably just looked up some stuff I've said about him in the past and, had at it. But I will say this. And he definitely has his sources. He does have credible sources. He's been right plenty. But it's just the nonsense like this is the point. There is always a counter as soon as something substantial comes out, and it's always from him. Have you guys noticed that? It's always from him, and he's not always right. That's the thing. He's been right plenty of times, but he's also been wrong plenty of times. So it's hard to garner exactly what makes more sense here. Tony, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Hype in the chat for Tony in the chat. Thank you so much for the dono, Tony. Tony says, if the Mets trade Dom or Jeff, are they then looking to bring up one, if not two, of our top prospects with the new CBA extra draft picks? I don't see the Mets bringing up any top prospect besides Mark Vientos this year. Vientos is the only one where I really think that there's a strong possibility that he gets playing time. Alvarez has potential to touch a game or two at the end of the year, but he will literally have to be like the best, one of, if not the best player in the minor leagues this year in order to get there. Mets aren't going to rush people. The only one that I think has actually a pretty realistic chance is Mark Vientos. Because if the Mets trade Dom or Jeff, they're going to get replacements. They're not going to bank on their prospects. All right, folks, I just realized I had my graphic slightly off. That's how it should look. I don't know why I wasn't looking like that earlier. There we go. Can the Mets just call Vientos or Beatty? No, you can't just... No. Vientos isn't MLB ready at third base, let alone is he fully ready for the bigs yet with his bat? Maybe, but not for his defensive ability. He'd be a DH type more than likely. and Beatty isn't ready either. There's no need to rush the kids. The kids will come up when they're ready. Danny, the reporter, the writer for SNY just tweeted the following. Bears repeating that Mets should not be trading Jeff McNeil unless they're actually maximizing his value. I agree. The Mets don't need to trade Jeff McNeil, but if they do, they're going to do it obviously for the right price. That means getting something in return that properly matches the elite hitter McNeil was from 2018 to 2020. And they trade him. Who's the second baseman? Can't be Cano. And that's why I think that it would absolutely be a different type of replacement. Either, Escobar to second, you land someone as, a stopgap, at least at third, or you land someone at second base and have Escobar at third. There's been big news. There just hasn't been big news with the Mets signing-wise. There has been big news in the sense of the players that they've been going after reportedly today. Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, those are all fantastic. The best relievers you could be going after right now. Led the way by Josh Hader, obviously. It's not close. But yeah, no, that's the big news that's happened so far today on the Mets front, on who they've been showing interest in. But signing-wise, obviously the Mets have not landed anyone yet or trade for anyone. But talks are very much hot right now. Mets are working. I'm sure Billy Epler has like 5 phones on right now. He's working them like crazy. Almost at 500 likes. Thank you guys so much for that as well. Appreciate the likes and the support as always, folks. You think Jeff gets traded during spring training or by trade deadline? I don't see why McNeil will get traded by the trade deadline as of now. If he's going to get dealt, I'd imagine it'd be before the season starts. Why do I think they've soured on Bryant? I don't think they've ever soured on Bryant. I just think that the Mets have a reluctance to go after Bryant on a long-term deal. And Joshua, you no need to keep spamming. I literally answered your question, my friend. What would you give up for J-Ram and Bieber? Basically everything. But because of that reason, the Mets don't stand a chance trying to go after that. I should apply for a front office job. Maybe one day. I will say this. If I was in the Mets front office right now, I would burn that thing to the ground. Because that naturally there would be an irrational sense from someone like me that's a fan. And I'd go all in. But I would be concerned about the longevity of the success. Any Freeman news? Outside of the fact that the Dodgers and Yankees have been the top suitors besides the Braves? No. The market has been hot on the Freeman front, though. That is certain. Michael Barron tweet. All right, let's check out Michael. Am I going to opening day? As of now, no. I'm not going to opening day as of now. I have no clue when I'll be going to games this year. My guess is I'll probably be going to a lot more games leading into the summer than I will, like, in the spring. NBC Sports reporting the Yankees are 2 yards away from signing Carlos Correa and could have a deal by midnight. It would make sense that Correa lands with the Yankees, but it's just there's been so much back and forth on the Correa the Yankees front. Their lack of willingness to spend that much for a shortstop like him, their interest in doing it. But yeah, that is the report from NBC Sports. And I just saw this on Twitter from my guy Derek at New York at NYY Recaps. Yep. Again, for everybody for just chiming in again, NBC Sports reporting the Yankees are 2 yards away from signing Carlos Correa and could have a deal by midnight. The amount of fake news that's coming out too on Twitter is crazy. Just from like random people acting like sources, as you would expect. They waited all lockout for this. Where am I going to 7 line in August with Philly? Yeah, almost guaranteed. Yep, I did that with them in late last summer, last year too. Yeah, I'll be at Philly plenty this year. And guys, my apologies for having my head down. I'm finding out information as we speak. I'm just trying to find out. I can't say certain things, but there are plenty of things going on at the moment. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I gotta say, guys, there's been numerous things that have been popping up today that I was not expecting. So I'm very interested. And more than anything, it's led by the Mets' aggressiveness in the trade market. They're more aggressive in the trade market than I thought that they would be this early. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. And the way that they're being aggressive too is like different than what you would initially expect. Very interesting. You need to put your rabbit on camera. Yeah, I'll bring one of my rabbits in a little bit. If you guys want to see Gigi or Stormy, I'll make it happen. Probably Stormy because she's easier to just grab quick versus Gigi because of how their cages are set up. But we'll see. And no, I can't drop certain things because obviously I don't know exactly how factual it is. So that the last thing I'm going to do is drop something that I don't have like, I don't have like multiple people to back it up. So no, I'm just saying if certain things actually do like come to fruition, it'll be interesting. And then I can talk more about it when it happens. Just saying that like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen or not. It's pretty much a soft trade deadline the next few days. Moves have to be, yeah, I wouldn't say if it's a soft trade deadline. It's just that there's a clear urgency sense because teams have had all these months on end to evaluate players. And also because of the fact that it's unprecedented that you normally see big name players available on the free agent or trade market that are actually available when we're in spring training already. So yeah, I think regardless, moves will continue to happen fast for sure. Over the next week is going to be crazy. We're just about at 500 likes, so thank you guys so much for that as well. Really, really appreciate that. No, you can't say hint hater when we know that it's been made public that the Mets have been pursuing Hater. That isn't something that we don't know. The guy's literally on the thumbnail for a reason, right? What's up, Guardians of Chaos? All you guys. Some Mets fans in here are so unrealistic. Everyone has an unrealistic side of them as a fan. It's always going to happen. Heyman tweet. All right, let's check Heyman. Appreciate everyone keeping me up to date in the live stream as well. Really, really appreciate that. Oh, just Kershaw gets 17 mil on his deal. With incentives for the Dodgers. Okay. Passon didn't tweet anything. Fern, appreciate the love. Even being a Phillies fan, that takes guts. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm happy to have you in here. Again, it doesn't matter who you're a fan of. If you guys enjoy the content, then I'm happy. And I'm happy that you guys are in here. You guys make all this happen. So thank you all so much for that. And again, folks, if you're just chiming in right now, we're focusing on everything regarding the free agent and trade front. We're talking about, obviously, the Mets. This is Mets-centric channel, but we're talking about everything as a whole, too, of course. Jake Diekman's baseball savant really looks good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the biggest thing for him is obviously has been control. You know, you're right. I don't have an insider info. You're absolutely right. I have people that share me info. Does it turn into things? At times it does, yes. But yeah, no, I'm not going to come out here and say that, you know, I have a leg up on others, because I don't. I don't have sources. Let's put it that way. I do not have sources. Nor should I. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah, Passon didn't tweet anything new. Yeah, I think Pujols is going to go to St. Louis. I know that there's been multiple teams interested in him. Every single time I'm trying to answer questions or talk about a certain topic in the live stream, people are telling me to check tweets. So that's what I'm doing. Do the Mets get a deal done? I think the Mets do at least one deal today. I feel the Mets do at least one deal today. And as I say that, watch they not do anything today. And they don't watch they not do anything until like Sunday. They're in heavy negotiations with players, though, and trades and the free agent front right now. And these things take time. Let's keep that in mind. We're going to get 600 likes before we know it, too. So thank you guys so much for that in advance. Really, really appreciate everyone that's been chiming in to the hot stove tonight. Guys, background song is Lakey Inspired Chill Day. Love Lakey Inspired. It's non-copyrighted music. He hasn't made any music in like 2 years, at least that I've seen on YouTube. Maybe he's made stuff on, you know, Spotify or others. I love all his beats. Love all of them. Do I have permission to use this music? Yes, it's non-copyrighted. I'll be happy the Mets at least sign a pen arm tonight. They're definitely involved with the pen. That's for certain. Absolutely. I expect action overnight. Yeah. I just hope that I get something to freak out about today. That'd be fun. I really do. Everybody in the live stream. And again, if you say no, it's fine. I'm not going to be offended. Should I bring in one of my bunnies for a sec? Do you guys want to see one of my bunnies quick? I'll show you guys one of my bunnies as we're basically stuck in this limbo for like a couple minutes. I know we got so much to talk about. Okay. All right, we're gonna use her as Lucky Rabbit. Yeah, don't mind if you see like if you end up seeing like stuff in her hair. It's just because she was just messing around in her bin. Yeah, I gotta brush her though, because her hair gets matted, not matted, but her hair is so fluffy because she's a lion head. And this is Stormy. In case you guys don't look, she has a little piece of hair on her head. She's like a 2.5 month old lion head. I have 2 lion heads. This is the newest one though. Whoop, see? Now she's just sitting on my lap. But yeah, she'll be in plenty of live streams throughout the season. Her and my other bunny, Gigi, of course, because she's a rally rabbit. We have to figure out how we're going to go about her. But yes, this is Stormy. We're going to put her away now. Okay. And we back. Okay. And yeah, Gigi was very much so jealous. She wanted to be in the stream, but she's just pain in the ass to get out of the cage sometimes. Do I think Chapman and Mania deal is realistic? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. At least a pitcher. Maybe Chapman might not be as realistic, but one of their pitchers absolutely. 100% believe that. Heard from a friend's friend and that works for an agent, something may happen with the Twins. Interesting. I wish it was Byron Buxton, but it's not going to be him, unfortunately. Will Mets still go after Brian considering the new 4th tier of the CBT? I think that they will consider him, but I don't think they're going to land him as of now, based on the term and the market he's dealing with right now. Donaldson and Taylor, again, I would be surprised if that happened, but I wouldn't mind it. Peter, thank you so much for the membership. Hype in the chat for Peter for becoming a new member on the channel. Really appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you so much for that. You think Steve Cohen may not go? So I don't think Cohen's going to go absurd either. We just know that you can never count the Mets out with Cohen, with really anyone. But yes, I will say, yeah, and leave Jeff in the chat alone. I'm being nice. Normally in the past it would be like a quick ban or something, but if he's going to be like chill, okay, now then it's fine. I know that people just like to troll and stuff. It's just I think it's when they spam and stuff constantly is when it gets the problem where it's like, all right, if you're just going to become a problem in the chat, then that's when I kick you. When do I think where do I think Freeman ends up? I would say the Yankees, but if the Yankees land Correa, then I don't see them landing Freddie. So it's going to be the Dodgers if it's not going to be the Yankees. That's what I think, at least. Josh Hader trade deal with Padres getting confirmed. I don't know about that one. And I do not want to see Hader go to the Padres. That will not be fun, especially after the Mets showing interest in Hader that we're aware of. I'm going to keep checking reports as we speak right now, folks, so bear with me. So yeah, if I have my head down, that's the reason why, obviously. Checks where the Mets sign your rabbit. Which one or both? That's the real question. Yeah, nothing has been reported over the past, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe. Do I think it's worth exploring bringing Colin McHugh back to Queens? Absolutely. Let's talk about Colin McHugh for a minute because we haven't got a chance to talk about much. Now, as many of you guys know by now, I've talked about literally every single player that has been connected to the Mets or could be connected to the Mets. Everyone that you see for the most part on the graphic, I've discussed in deep detail on the channel throughout the months. Martino just tweeted. I'll check Martino's tweet. But I want to go into McHugh for for a second because he would be a fantastic acquisition. There's been no new tweet from Andy. So that was from 25 minutes ago. Him just basically denouncing that, he said that the Mets have been getting plenty of calls, but that they aren't actively shopping any of the 3 players, which I think is cap. At least, maybe not for all 3, but I don't see a world where they're not actively shopping Dom and JD. McNeil, I think that he's in those works too. That's why it's been reported, but he's always just going to come out with the contradicting reports. Martino came out with a new tweet? Did he? Oh. The market for free agent starting pitcher Yusei Kikuchi is gaining momentum. Mets, not the most aggressive team there right now. I gotta say, a little surprising, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it, because what does that tell me? If the Mets are not the most aggressive in the Kikuchi market, that tells me that they are going to be more aggressive in the trade market, which is what we're already seeing. And when you look at the options potentially available starting pitching wise, I like them more in the trade market than I do the free agent market. I got to be honest with you. Red Sox negotiating with Trevor Story. Where did you see that? Or are you just saying that in general? Red Sox negotiating with Story. Why do I feel like that's fake news? Can someone please enlighten me? I think that's fake news. I know that the Kershaw got 17 mil. I'll upgrade the graphic in a minute. Oh, it was iTalk Studios that reported it. Isaac doesn't have... I mean, Isaac could have sources, but I think Isaac's in a very similar boat as I am. He's a Red Sox fan, though. He is a Red Sox fan. I will say that. I don't think he would just randomly say this. But again, we'll see. We'll see. He may very well be right. Red Sox would be a great get for Trevor Story. And it's actually funny because I was talking to Robbie Hyde earlier today. You guys probably know Robbie from his baseball channel. And he said he's really enticed by going after Trevor Story. And who knows? Maybe that's what's going to happen. William, thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Did I see Buster Only's tweet? Yeah, I've seen all of his tweets as of late. We talked about them. Isaac does have legit Red Sox sources. All right, in fairness, I wouldn't know. I haven't followed his Twitter much. So that would be new news to me. Story would look nice with the Red Sox. It would. And it would give you more flexibility, especially with Bogarts in his future. Martino. One potential starting pitcher trade target Mets have done some background work on is Luke Weaver of the Diamondbacks. Oh, shit. Okay. Luke Weaver, for guys that don't know, had a 4.25 ERA last year, the right-hander, and 65.2 innings pitched, a 1.19 whip, Weaver, of course, started his year. I remember him when he was with St. Louis. He's been with Arizona the past couple years. I wouldn't mind Weaver as a depth option. I find it hard to believe the Mets would land Weaver with the assumption that it'll be more than a depth option, obviously. He had a solid year last year, nothing crazy. Let me look at his advanced numbers. Hold on. 2020 was atrocious. It was a short season. No one cares about that. Luke Weaver won't move the needle for the Mets. That's correct. But keep in mind, Mets are going to make more moves than just blockbuster moves. They're going to make depth moves, okay? If they trade for a depth starter, it's not the end of the world. We'll take all the pitching help we can get. And no, Sandy's not running the show again. Stop with that nonsense. Okay, I will say this. Weaver's advanced numbers are actually pretty consistent with what we've been getting out of him ERA-wise. Joseph, my day's been going great. 4.63 ERA for times ERA, 4.42 whip, 4.26 times FIP. So nothing crazy. Yeah, no, the Mets are not going to add a Luke Weaver as a middle of the rotation starter. I promise you this. It would be strictly depth move. I'm going to update the graphic in a second, folks. Bear with me. Luke Weaver, 28-year-old, again, right-hander. He has a career right around, need a 4.5, 4.6 ERA. Nothing crazy. I do wonder, though, if the Mets will talk with Arizona at all. I'm thinking Ketel Marte right away. But I also don't think that's happening. I always think of packages when I think of trades, when you show interest in a player. But I'm going to update the graphic right now, so bear with me one sec. I would love Zach Allen. I would. The Mets landed Zach Allen, I would lose my mind. Absolutely, I would lose my mind if the Mets landed Zach Allen. That'd be the best number three you could one of the best number threes you can land, but he will cost you an arm and a leg, I think. No, Zach Allen's a stud. Still very up and coming too. Hold on, folks. I'm updating the graphic again. Again, continue smashing that like and subscribe button if you guys have been enjoying the live stream. Been having a lot of fun here. We've been live right around 2.5 hours now. So again, thank you guys all so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Just updating the graphic. So if it lags at all, it's because I'm updating the graphic for people that don't know. Hold on, folks. Just updating the graphic real quick. Going to put in about Weaver. And I'm going to also put about Kikuchi. Hold on, folks. Just updating everything. Almost done with the graphic, folks. Again, appreciate everyone being awesome, just waiting for me. Hold on, guys. Almost done. And again, if there's any news that's coming out, please make sure to let me know. Tag me on Twitter or anything like that as I'm editing the graphic. All right, graphic is done. Hopefully, news didn't happen just as I made the graphic, but we'll see. Lagging a lot. My apologies to you guys. Just about done. What's going to happen is once we start getting more news, I'm going to have to take some like bullet points down. So I'll probably just take down the ones that like the majority of the people know about already. Perfect. Cool. All right, graphics all set. All right, we're good. Think the Mets will make any trades? Yes. I just don't know when. They're clearly active in trade talks as we speak. I do think I may have missed a donation. Let me see. Ricardo, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Hype in the chat for Ricardo. Love the name, too. Thank you so much for the donut. I really appreciate that. Dominic, great member on the channel. How's it going, my friend? Just got home from golfing here in Florida. I hear you got some snow coming. Yeah, tomorrow I do. It sucks. Yeah, I do. Enjoy your time in Florida. I know that you're probably enjoying that a lot more than being I know you're originally from NY, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I'm sure you're living it up, rightfully so. Still lagging? Shouldn't be lagging that much, if at all now. Should be better. Okay. Schwarber? What about Schwarbo? Any new reports that I missed, guys? Let me know in the chat. See, now this pisses me off. Buster only. Guys, remember when Buster tweeted earlier that, the Mets were, active with trades with like three veteran position players? Well, Buster deleted his tweet. So Buster doing the same exact bullshit he always does, because he's literally always wrong and he always doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I take that back. I'm Cap. I'm taking that back. That wasn't Buster's tweet. My mistake. Buster still pisses me off, but that wasn't Buster. So scratch that. Scratch what I just said. I think he might have had a typo, because the a delete that I quote tweeted got deleted. I don't know which one it was, though. I think it was that one. McNeil is not trash, Jason. Jesus. My goodness gracious. If you're the Mets, who are you trading for and who? If I'm the Mets, I'm interested in what they're doing right now. I'm very interested in Josh Hader, that aspect. Very interested in going after the A's pitchers, or of course going after one of the Reds pitchers. There's many guys I would be in favor of. Saw me at a national game last year. It's a doubleheader. Oh, Brandon, you should have said hi. Hopefully you can catch me at a game this year. Appreciate that. The Mets offense is going to be very different this year. And it's one, hopefully guys staying healthy. And two, a completely different offensive philosophy. Everything that could have went wrong literally went wrong for the team last year. There's no denying that. The only one that stayed consistent all year round, like fully consistent for the most part, what you would expect from him was Pete Alonso. Jeff Passan tweet. Stop with the fake Jeff Passan tweets, guys, please. Hey, everybody be nice now. I don't have an issue with Jason. Okay. Yeah, nothing happened with Passan. Nothing with Passan. Again, guys, I just had my head down because I'm just looking at tweets this entire time. That's how, if you guys have been following the stream for a little bit, you understand how this works. When breaking news is happening, when all these rumors are going on. Fuzzy says KB is going to Phillies. Well, yeah, he's willing it into existence. Fuzzy, Las Vegas native, wants Bryce Harper and Chris Bryant and Stott, their prospect, who he's friends with, all from Las Vegas, to be on the same team. Yes, he's been wanting KB the Phillies for like a year now. Do you think the Cubs will get Correa? No, I do not. I don't. I think Correa goes to the Yankees, or I don't know where else he goes. If he doesn't go to the Yankees, where else does he go? Is Correa worth 300 million? Absolutely. He's 100% worth that type of deal. But what is his market, though? Is it going to benefit him? How many teams are willing to pony up dough like that? I don't know. Well, I'm trying to find what someone said here. Shop on. So a random account that's a Braves fan tweeted the Atlanta Braves and Freddie Freeman like an hour ago are finalizing a 6-year, $185 million, someone close to the front office tells me. That very well could happen, but again, you guys cannot trust sources like that. People that have not spoken at all ever now are starting to speak out, acting like they know these things. Correa to the Red Sox, maybe? Nah, I think it'll be Story between the two, if any. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be. I don't see them spending on Correa at all. Do I think before 3 a.m. we hear something? Hopefully. I mean, hopefully. I don't see anything going past 3 a.m. I don't see anything going past. Hopefully, nothing past midnight either. I know that it happens. I know the Mets signed Marte past midnight. Replica jerseys are 60% off on the stores for the website for the Mets. Did not know that. Good to know. Yeah, whoever tagged me in that on Twitter, yeah, I think if the Red Sox are going to get any infielder, like between all those big names, Story is the most realistic. And we've seen rumblings about Story, so we'll see if that ends up being true or not. Breaking news, the Mets suck. Oh, wow, Madden. Where do you come up with that one? Not going to bother asking who you're a fan of because I quite frankly don't care if I'm being a little honest here. Let's see. Any chance at us getting Correa, Story, or Freeman? Very little chance at any of them. I think the most realistic out of those three for the Mets would be Story, only if the Mets trade Jeff McNeil. Then you need it replace that infield. So that's the only one that I think could happen, but it have to be on a short-term deal. So yeah, I don't see the Mets landing any of those three. Mike, possibly Mike, but again, it's still very up in the air. All right, folks, let me check on the poll real quick because I said I would check on it earlier, but I never actually looked at it. All right, and we're close to 600 likes, guys. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. Thank you all so much for the support. I really appreciate it. What do the Mets do first? Out of over 1,000 votes in the live stream, 38% of you guys think the Mets sign or trade for a reliever first. 29% of you think the Mets sign or trade for a starter first. 9% of you guys think the Mets sign or trade for a position player first. And a whopping 25% of you guys think the Mets do a blockbuster trade first before anything else. That's interesting. That sounds like some very optimistic people there. Morosi? Oh, Morosi's going live is what he's saying. Okay, I understand. Yeah, excited to join Watch Marquee in a moment to talk latest Cubs and MLB news. Taylor McGregor is up next with a live report from Mesa. Okay. Good to know. If anything comes out of Morosi when he's going live, any info, let me know, because I'm obviously not going to be watching that while I am in here in the live stream. Is Matt Chapman an option? Yes, but I don't think he's an option if the Mets don't land a pitcher along with him. The only way I see Matt Chapman as a true option is if they land a pitcher with him. You know, we've already checked on Martino. The latest tweet he has was that one potential starting pitcher trade target. Mets have done some background work on his Luke Weaver of the D-backs, and we already put him in the graphic and everything. That came out over 20 minutes ago. Suzuki's an option, not a likely one. And it's not because of the Mets not being interested in someone like him, but rather his interest where he lies. Okay, guys, this just came out, which is interesting. And again, I trust Michael for sure. Michael Marino on Twitter tweets, for those who saw the Buster-only quote pertaining them and Hader, I'm hearing they are currently not engaged, are not currently engaged in trade conversations regarding him. Okay, interesting. So it seems like as if anything, the Mets checked in on Hader, and that's been as far as it's gone right now. Wouldn't surprise me. Again, knowing what Hader's ask is going to be from the Brewers, not a surprise. I think far more realistic is obviously free agent options when landing relievers for the Mets. But yeah, we'll see exactly if that stays true by Michael or if any reports change. Because again, this stuff is so fluent, it changes all the time. And thank you to everybody that's tagging me in the tweets and stuff. I appreciate it. All right, folks. So as of now, we have at least one source that is a credible source saying that there's no current talks between the Mets and the Brewers about Hader. So again, my assumption out of that is that what we would figure is that the Mets checked in on Hader and it's been left as is. Again, that of course can change, but I would not be surprised in the slightest if the Mets don't land Hader. Again, I love Hader? Absolutely, but he's going to cost you a lot. We were talking, I was proposing Yelich earlier too, because it would make sense from the Brewers' standpoint to part ways with that long-term contract for someone that's been underperforming the past couple years and then would have more financial flexibility. That's why I brought up the Yelich aspect. Never said it was going to happen, but I did say that it wouldn't surprise me if a trade did happen that Yelich was a part of it because of that contract. The Mets would be willing to eat it with the assumption it happened. But again, if it doesn't happen, obviously there's reasons as to why. Mets, I'm sure, have little to no interest in Eugenio Suarez. He wouldn't fit anywhere on the team besides DH. Castillo, I'm sure Castillo absolutely fits, but not Suarez. Do I expect a sign tonight? I expect at least one thing from the Mets tonight. But again, if it doesn't happen, then Mets will make plenty of moves. We'll see when they happen, but the Mets are ongoing, as we've been speaking for 3 hours now. They've been in negotiations this entire time with players. So it'll happen. We just don't know when. Castillo and Amir Garrett, I don't think that they would take on Amir Garrett. I think if you're landing Castillo, you're just landing Castillo. Or at most, maybe you consider taking on Moustakas' contract if it's going to make it easier for the Reds. But again, Moose has really no fit on the team other than if the Mets would bury that deal. And the Mets already have one bad contract that they're dealing with and would like to bury, but they probably can't, that being a Robinson Cano. Do I think Correa comes to the Mets? No, I do not. Do you think there's any chance the O's get Correa? The Orioles? No. I don't think there's any chance in hell that happens. Do I think Thor comes back to us next year? No. Orioles could get VR. They could. I think VR is going to go to a contending team, though. Actually, I could be wrong because VR might get a starting role somewhere else. Anyone thinking the Mets grab Hader through trade? Again, we've been talking about it. It's possible. The Mets have chimed in on him. But as Michael Marino just reported, and I trust Michael, as of now, there aren't active talks going on between the two for Hader, which, again, no one should be surprised about. Just the fact that the Mets have been linked to Hader at all outside of speculation is more than I would have ever imagined, to be quite honest with you. When do I think everyone reports? What do you mean by that? Who do I think signs next and where? I thought Freeman would be the first big fish to sign. I think Freeman's going to sign soon. I'm staying with that. Correa, though, might sign soon. I think I've been under the impression that Correa would drag this out for a bit, but he might wait. It might happen sooner because there have been reports that the Yankees are close. Through CBS Sports, at least. I know VR was working out in Mets gear. He's been doing that all offseason. But why wouldn't he, though? He doesn't have any ill will with the Mets. He'll wear Mets gear until he's not a Met anymore. What is the chance Freddie Freeman goes to LA? I think there's a very solid chance he goes to LA. I think the Yankees land Freeman if they don't land Correa. If the Yankees land Correa, I will be surprised if they land Freeman too. I haven't seen reports of what teams are in on Pujols, but I have to imagine that the Cardinals would like him back on a 1-year deal. It only makes sense. 10 likes away from 600. Thank you guys all so much for that. Again, continue smashing that like and subscribe button. If you guys have been enjoying the live stream, again, really, really appreciate it. This has been a fun one. We've seen multiple moves already, none regarding our Mets, but the main one that got the live stream started was regarding a player that the Mets were in on, but clearly not to a degree that would have the Mets going all in on him. And that, of course, is Carlos Rodon, the southpaw that signed a 2-year, $44 million deal, but they opt out after the first year with the San Francisco Giants. Where do I think Story lands? I don't know. I think Story's the best replacement for Houston losing Correa, but we're hearing rumblings about the Red Sox now. So who knows, right? Cards, Rockies apparently checked in on Pujols. Okay. Makes sense. The Yankees land Freeman and Correa, then I'm done watching. Yeah, I know. NBC Sports Edge says Mets are in on Weaver. Yeah, that was because Andy Martino Array reported that a half hour ago. And Weaver would be nothing more than a depth option. So Luke Weaver would mean one of two things. Weaver means, again, Weaver's fine. How they add depth doesn't faze me. Weaver's fine. But the question is, would they just add Weaver as just strictly a depth star, so that way they're continuing to bolster the rotation? You can't go wrong. Maybe they can use him as a long arm too. That's perfectly fine. Or are they looking at Weaver along with potentially someone else from the D-backs? You always have to keep that in consideration when you're talking about trades, as is. Again, I would assume that would probably just be Weaver, because I don't see the Mets being able to land a Ketel Marte. It's too expensive. Pitching-wise, I would love Zach Gallen if we're talking about any pitcher from the Diamondbacks. But Gallen will cost you a pretty penny still. Schwarber to the Mets is definitely possible. But whether the Mets prioritize him or not, it will come down to term more than anything. I think with all position players, it's going to come down to contract length. I don't think it's going to be about the money. I think it's really going to be contract length. Now the Mets, where will Conforto land? Deal-wise, I don't know. I don't know what kind of contract Conforto is going to get. I really don't. His market's interesting, but where he's going to land, I'm concerned he's going to land with the Phillies, but I hope he lands with a team like the Mariners or a team potentially like the Rockies that have shown interest in him. I genuinely don't know exactly how his contract is going to look, though. And I like Nelson Cruz. I don't think he's a great likelihood as of now for the Mets, just because they need to figure out what their internal DH options are, like if they're going to trade them or not, which I believe that they will, but they need to get that figured out. And they also, I think, might have more interest in a lefty bat versus a righty bat, which is obviously what makes someone like Kyle Schwarber more appealing. So again, I would love Boomstick on the Mets. I think that he would be a very good fit, but assuming that you already did other deals too. And yeah, that would be really fun, Peter. Don't get me wrong. You'd rather have Conforto than any other batter available this year? I wouldn't mind Michael coming back at all. It doesn't look great. The odds do not look great right now. Have any Boris clients been signed today? You'd have to imagine. Well, yeah, Rodon's a Boris client, and I'm assuming Kershaw's a Boris client. He has to be. Simmons, I don't know if he's a Boris client, but Rodon and Kershaw, I'm almost certain they're both Boris clients. Jock Pearson is a very interesting pick, too. That's why I have him on the list, because he's a lefty outfield bat, something that the Mets could definitely benefit from. Rangers made another signing. Is this new, or did this happen earlier? Eric, thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Eric. Great supporter on the channel. What's up, Eric? Roll the dice and give me your one ideal perfect choice for the rest of the season. Bat, starter, reliever, bench. Oh, okay. Bat, starter, reliever, bench. Bryant, Story, Castillo, Hader, Bam. So out of those, is that what I'm working with, is what you're saying? Eric, I think I may be reading your thing wrong. I apologize. Why am I not understanding this properly? No, one for each. So I'm picking... Oh, okay. So a bat... Wait. Eric, why don't you tweet at me? Because I know you just tweeted at me a couple minutes ago. Tweet at me. Explain it a little bit better, because I'm thrown off. Because did you give your options, like what your picks would be? Is that what you did here? Because if so, okay, and then you're asking for mine that are separate? Yeah, just tweet at me, Eric. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. We're 3 hours in the live stream. It's really hard to comprehend things. Oh, Brandon Workman went to the Rangers. That's a good pickup for them. Didn't Workman have a good year last year with the Red Sox? I'm almost certain he did. Yes, correct. Okay, so these were your picks. Now I'm going to give mine. Okay, roll the dice and give me your one ideal perfect choice for the rest of the offseason. I think ideal, bat-wise, I think ideal. I think Schwarber's up there. I really do. I think Schwarber is up there. And yeah, I think a Schwarber type, Jock Pearson type. Yeah, I'm just sticking with lefties right now. Reliever-wise, Andrew Chafin. Bench, if you don't get Pearson, say you get Schwarber, I really like Tommy Pham. I think that he actually is realistic. And starter, Starter, I still feel one of Shamanaya or Chris Bassett, personally. Thank you for the dono. I appreciate that, Eric. I'm sorry that I'm an idiot. It takes so damn long to just comprehend simple wording. What do I think the Mets passed on Rodon? Again, I don't know how much it has to do with the Mets passing on them versus how much Rodon wanted to prioritize the Giants going on the best team of the regular season last year and having an opt-out after the 1 year so he can ball out, have a great season potentially, and then hit the market again. But I think the Mets want more security. I think they want more stability pitching-wise. And that's why it seems like they're prioritizing things in the trade market right now over the free agent market, which I completely understand if that's what they're doing. You know what? It was a very good move by the Giants. It's a little to no risk move there, in my opinion. Landing Rodon, a great move for them. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just checking tweets. Mets, thank you so much for the dono. Appreciate that, Mets. Hype in the chat for Mets. Thank you so much for that donation. I'm in with the Mets game of Q, and even though he's older, McCutchen, I think, would be... McCutchen is fantastic off the bench. I love the idea of McCutchen coming off the bench. I really do. He has plenty pop in his bat. Not a stud defensively anymore, but perfectly fine in the corner for what the Mets would want. Yeah, I'm not against McCutchen at all. And him reuniting with Starling Marte would be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind that at all. I really wouldn't. Let me put it this way. McCutchen is what Kevin Pillar would have been for the Mets last year. Like, that's the role McCutchen would have. So who would you want more, McCutchen or Pillar? Nothing against Kevin, but I'm taking Andrew McCutchen every single day of the week. What do I think the Steven Matz reception is going to be at? Like at Seafield this year, I think he's going to get a rain of boos, if I'm being honest. I think there's going to be a mix. I really do. Will Lindor bounce back this year and redeem himself? Great videos. Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate that. I think Lindor's going to have a stellar season. Lindor was very much normal Lindor, even with everything that he was facing last year. Once we got into like mid-May and beyond, Lindor, if you look at his numbers from that point on, was great. He was the best hitter with runners in scoring position for the Mets last year, and he was an absolute stud defensively, 99th percentile outs above average, the best at the position. So yeah, I think Lindor's going to have a fantastic season for the Mets. I really do. Buster only tweet, I'll check it out. Oh, the Buster only tweet was just a retweet. Yeah, it was about Brandon Workman signing with the Rangers. He had a 5.46 ERA last year. Why do I feel like when Workman went back to the Red Sox, he had good numbers? Or maybe I think I'm thinking of someone else. Hold on. I'm double checking right now because I'm curious. Joe Kelly? I would love Joe Kelly on the Mets, but I don't think they're going to land him. What was Workman's? Work had a 1.88 ERA in the Shorin. I mean, not Shorin. No, in the 2019 season. What was his splits with Boston last year? I think I'm thinking of someone else. So I'm curious. Yeah, it's a minors deal for Workman. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, he didn't have a good year. Okay, my mistake. I'm thinking of a different reliever for Boston. I'm just forgetting his name. Completely blanking on his name. Tough to have Kelly and Correa on the Mets. Yeah, the Mets aren't going to land either of them. Feeling decently confident saying that. Gonna go meet up with Lindor? Okay. Deuces. Do you agree that the owners decided in advance to delay the season in order to save money on free agents' rush jobs? No. I think the delay of the season felt inevitable. I don't think it's solely for a reason like that. But thankfully, we still have a 162. I'm not ready to see Conforto go. I want Chafin too. I agree with you, Nicholas. I'm not ready. I'm a biased Conforto fan. I'm still a heavy advocate for his. I believe in him. I know that we got people that hate Conforto in the chat. Everyone's going to share their opinions. That's perfectly fine. I just pray that Conforto doesn't go to a team that I dislike. As long as he doesn't go to the Phillies or the Yankees, literally like anywhere else, even the Padres, I can live with. Yeah. So if Conforto's going to go anywhere, I just hope he goes somewhere that I can continue to root for him. Appreciate that donation a lot. And I want Chafin too. And I'm happy that the Mets have chimed in, have been showing interest in Andrew Chafin today, along with Colin McHugh, and of course, the big name, the big fish, Josh Hader. Garrett Whitlock did do great last year, but he's not the one I was thinking of. He's still not the pitcher I was thinking of. The one I'm thinking of was out for a good portion last season with injury. And I remember him because when he came back, he was doing good because he came back from his injury in the series against the Mets in Boston. I was there for one of those games with the 7 line. And he pitched an easy inning or an inning or two against the Mets. I'm just forgetting what his name is. Ryan Brazier might be. I think it's Brazier. Yep. I think it's Brazier. That sounds about right. Yep. I'm pretty sure it's him. Really hoping Mets sign Brian. Don't get your hopes up just because I think term will be the biggest issue. But I don't think they're completely out on him right now. I agree on that sense. I just don't think they are like the favorite. Andy, thank you so much again for the donation. Really appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Andy. But yeah, it was Brazier. Yep. No, not Matt Barnes. No. Barnes was like good for the majority of the year. He had an all-star year as closer for the Red Sox. It was Brazier. What about Johnny Cueto? No, I'm okay. Are the Mets close on signing or trading for anyone? Close? I can't answer that. I can tell you that they've been heavily active this entire day. So I can tell you that much. Why the hell didn't Gosman sign with us? I think he wanted Toronto. I really do. And I don't blame him. Toronto's a damn good team. And I don't blame him. I don't. He clearly sees more in Toronto than the Mets to want to take a pay cut to go to Toronto. So Trevor Story, Red Sox 3-year deal going around, true or false? I would say false because nothing's official right now. They're just rumblings. There's nothing to confirm that. Is Freeman a Boris guy? Yeah. Pretty sure he is. All the big name guys are Boris guys. Winner. Thank you for the $5 dono. Can we see Beatty have his day on the Mets this year? Huge fan of the idea. I can see Beatty potentially getting his debut this year, but I would still say it's a little unlikely. Beatty still has his ways to go, and Mark Vientos is ahead of him in regards to who's going to make their debut first, more than likely. So I would not get your hopes up on Beatty this year. Next year, though, I definitely view that as a reality as long as he's healthy. as long as he's healthy and had, continued to progress. Appreciate the donation, my friend. Thank you. We passed 600 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. And we're getting a lot closer to 14K subs on the channel rate too. So if you guys have been enjoying the live stream, continue smashing those buttons. Always appreciate it. And thank you guys all so much for the support. Yeah, this has been a fun stream. I'm glad that we're getting news out with the Mets. And again, I know that the lockout lifted, guys, but let's not forget how this works, all right? Just because the lockout lifts doesn't mean that the Mets are going to go and land every player. The Mets will be connected every player, but as we know, they're going to be smart. They're going to do their due diligence everywhere, but it doesn't mean they're going to land everyone. And that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly, I'm sure I'm going to be more than satisfied with basically every move that they do. Hopefully really excited. But again, we'll see. Prediction: Mets trade for Castillo for Ryan Mauricio and JD Davis. Ryan Mauricio and JD Davis is not going to get it done. Land Castillo, I promise you that. Going to need to add more. David Stearns is a hater. I like what you did there. Will Keith Hernandez ever get into the Hall? I hope so. I really do hope. But knowing how garbage the Hall of Fame voting structure is, I wouldn't get your hopes up anytime soon. I mean, we're not going to go on that tangent. But yeah, the Hall of Fame voting is just like any other voting system. Politically or non-politically. It's always a joke. It is 1,000% always a joke. Who's sexier, Chris Bryant or David Wright? Obviously, I'm going to pick David. Maldonado's tweet? I'm assuming for the Astros. Let me check that. I'm doing great, gamer. How's it going? Are we about to get Chafin and Hader? If the Mets land them, I imagine the Mets would land one of the three. Not more than one. I could, of course, be wrong, but that's just, if you're asking for my opinion, that's what it is. Dude, oh my God. If Correa doesn't stay in Houston, this is so funny. Martin Maldonado just tweeted this. Talking business with his buddy Carlos. That's hilarious. There's no way. I mean, could he go back to the Astros on a one-year deal potentially and reevaluate his market next year? I don't know. That's interesting, though. That's funny. Astros fans are not going to take a liking to this, assuming he doesn't come back. Where do I see Suzuki landing? The Giants or the Red Sox? Nicholas, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Hype in the chat for Nicholas. Been with you for over a year now. Still remember the Lindor stream, as do I. Really appreciate your support, my friend. You've been here for literally a year. That's crazy. Really, really appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Nicholas, an absolute OG on the channel. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. What up, Rory? Did you hear the Mets are interested in Luke Weaver? Yes. If you look at the graphic, we got it there. Yes, Luke Weaver, 28-year-old right-hand starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, has a 4.5 career ERA. Wouldn't be nothing more than a depth acquisition. You think there's any interest reuniting with Matt Harvey? No, I don't think there is even 1% interest. And rightfully so. Who's my sleeper team for 2022? Sleeper. I'm not going to pick the Mariners because I don't feel like they're that much of a sleeper. I really don't. I feel like people should expect the Mariners to be good this year. So I'm going to go with an interesting pick. I'm going to go with the Texas Rangers. Because of the offseason acquisitions they'll be doing, I don't expect them. They may make playoffs, actually, because of the expanded format. I don't expect them to get there, but I'm going to pick the Rangers. They're definitely a far greater team than what they were going into the offseason. Shout out to my girl Nina for the $2 donation. Really appreciate that, guys. If you don't know, that's my girlfriend. So $2, beyond generous of her. Thank you so much. Hype in the chat for Nina. 1% is too high of a chance Harvey comes back here. That's why I said not even a 1%. You know, Simeon and Seager infield is disgusting. They're going to do awesome stuff together. Guys, this was just reported by Bob Klapisch? I can't speak out all day. I'm sorry. Mets hierarchy impressed with Max Scherzer's willingness to defer to Jacob deGrom. First day in camp today, Scherzer told coaches, "I'm here to help Jake. He should get the ball whenever he wants. He comes before me." I love to hear that because we all know how Max's personality is. Max is normally the guy that's saying, you know, I am the number one. I should always be getting the ball. Max is clearly aware on who is number one here. And that's great to see because obviously that was a massive factor into why Max came here outside of course, getting a record-breaking contract. But I love to see that. The Mets did not sign anyone yet. No, they did not. Alexis, thank you so much for the $5 dono. I'm almost 100% sure any team the Mets I can't even read. I'm almost 100% sure any team the Mets want to make a trade with is asking for McNeil. I tend to agree with you. I would imagine that Jeff McNeil will be at the forefront of trade talk as long as obviously they're talking to significant, like trying to get significant players. I tend to agree with you on that one. But if it's just a depth player, though, then obviously that isn't the case. Thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Mets are so boring right now. Trust me, Mets won't be boring once they start making moves, guys. Let's stop acting spoiled, I should say. Okay? They've done so much already this offseason. I know we had the lockout and everything. Mets will make more moves. They're not going to rush their moves just because you want them to make moves at a certain time. They'll make them when they're right, and hopefully they're awesome. Kevin, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Glad to have baseball back. Hope we extend Jake ASAP. I tend to agree with you. I do. And thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate that. And I hope more than anything, I'm just praying that we get a full, healthy season of Jacob deGrom. New subscriber, but been watching you for over a year and a half. Really appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you so much for being here. Winner, yes. Jake and Max, let's effing go. Top two in MLB. Pumped. I'm pumped too. I can't wait. It doesn't even feel like a reality that we actually have those two together. And thank you so much for the donation, Winner. I appreciate that. Morosi. What did Morosi drop? Thank you so much for the dono, Perku. Will Miami make any more moves? Yes, but I don't think there'll be anything significant because they're not willing to spend. And that's exactly why Derek Jeter left. Thank you so much for the donation, my friend. I appreciate that. Oh, shit. Dodgers making a strong push for Freddie Freeman and have offered him a multi-year contract. Color me surprised. Look, it's still going to suck if he goes to LA, but it'll be better than him in the division. I think we could agree on that one, right? Considering the fact that Freddie was the man that was kicking the Dodgers' ass in the playoffs these past couple years. Now they want him on their side. I'm fine with Freddie leaving the division. It would have been nice if he's going to leave that he leaves to go to the AL. But if he goes to the Dodgers, it is what it is. if the Yankees don't land Freddie, then you'd have to imagine they're landing Correa, right? But yeah, breaking news to everybody. Again, no one should be surprised by this at all. It does look like the Dodgers have offered a multi-year contract to Freddie Freeman. And Freddie is a California native, and I'm sure him and his wife would love to be there. So would not surprise me in the slightest. Damn, though. The Dodgers, though, really gonna get Freddie, bro? Of course. It wouldn't surprise me. Just how stacked you need to get. And on top of that, is that going to be the X factor for you, you know? Just because you're spending doesn't mean you're going to win. We all know that. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Hype in the chat for Daniel. Really appreciate that donation as well. Hype in the chat to all you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Paku, thank you so much for another donation. Too kind. My only and favorite Mets fan. Much love from Miami. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm wishing your Miami Marlins good luck this year. Not against the Mets because you guys would normally kick our ass. It doesn't matter what the status of your club is. You always do it. I feel for Miami fans too. They deserve better. And I hope that the fan base can actually grow. It's unfortunate. But, you know, shout out to you. There aren't many Marlins fans out there. So especially you watching the streams, being a supporter, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hector Gomez just reported the following. Hearing that the Yankees are willing to pay him that amount or above, meaning at least $300 million for Carlos Correa. As John Morosi reported, the expectation for Correa is that he'll get something like a Lindor deal or better. Correa is going to want more than Lindor. Question is, will he get it? It's all going to go in hand with his market. I don't think that this market favors Correa. I really don't. I really don't. There aren't enough teams out there that are willing to go there for Correa, in my opinion. Confirmed Olsen to Atlanta. If the Braves lose Freddie, I'm praying to God that Olsen even goes to the Yankees or just goes somewhere else. But I know that he probably will be destined for Atlanta then, being a Georgia native. It all just makes too much damn sense. Olsen is not an upgrade over Freeman. I would agree. I don't think he's an upgrade, but he's the best replacement possible. He's 1,000% the best replacement possible. And he's younger and has control in his contract. That would be the best possible outcome for the Braves if they let Freddie walk. That is what I will say. But guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to grab a slice of pizza too, and I'm going to eat on stream so that way I can have some energy because I know that we're not going to end the stream anytime soon. So be right back. Give me 1 second, folks. Stay beautiful, stay classy. And of course, if any news happens, make sure to keep letting me know in the chat. I'll be looking. Be back in 1 second, folks. All right, we back. I know 100 of you guys left. That's okay. I know you'll come back. Yeah, John Morosi again. Same thing about. Stop with the passing nonsense. It's just the same thing. You guys thought I wouldn't look in the chat. I watched the chat as I was grabbing everything. I saw you guys saying, look at passing. Like, just spam passing. Talks with Freddie Freeman are intensifying with the Dodgers. The sides remain in contact tonight on a deal that will bring the reigning World Series champ home to his native California. It's good to have him out of the division, but I don't know how much of a positive it is. You know what I mean? It's still negative. Just not as bad of a negative, but it makes a team that's already a powerhouse more of a powerhouse. So it's like, Pat Mets, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. In 2023, that the Mets play every AL team unless their own division. I'd rather see the Dodgers twice than Guardians. I remember no interleague and All-Star game and World Series were more special. While I understand that, I'm someone that's in favor of more interleague play because I love the idea of actually playing every team at least once. I think that's how you grow the game better. I know that there's obvious issues that come with it. However, interleague play is just a pain in the ass to begin with, especially with time zones and everything. So I understand that. Trust me, I do. But still, I'm personally not against it. That's just me, though. I know that you're obviously an older fan, Pat Mets, so you've understood when the game obviously was more of a different way that you preferred it, and I respect your opinion. Just for me personally, I'm excited about the thought of the Mets playing every team at least once every year because it's something I haven't seen. So I'm open for it. And if it ends up being a detriment to the Mets, then obviously I'll be against it. It won't take me that long to flip. Perku, thank you so much for the $2 donation. When does free agency end? It doesn't. Like, it doesn't. That's the thing. Players can keep getting signed. Puma? What did Puma say? Very small, Wardy? Yeah, I know I'm small. You guys know me. I'm 5'5" on a good day. When you meet me in person, you'll be looking down on me probably. I'm well aware. I'm well aware of my size. Been in this bayou for 21 years. I think I figured it out by now. Nope, no tweet by Puma. So that's cap. Don't appreciate that. If the Yankees don't get Freeman or Correa, though, that'll be beautiful. That'd be beautiful. Guys, I got a cold slice of pizza I gotta eat on live. I apologize. If it sounds too ASMR, let me know. I will mute my mic, okay? Just let me know. Be honest, because I'm not trying to bother anyone. I know you're not all going to be satisfied, but if I can satisfy the majority, then that's A-okay with me. Why don't I eat more? I don't like eating on stream. It feels weird. You guys don't come to watch me eat, right? You're coming to actually get content. I appreciate the support though. Thank you. It's a good pizza. It's all right. I live in Pennsylvania. Nothing's great. Nothing's great. I definitely wish it was New York pizza. Then goodbye to Judge. In a dream world, the Yankees don't do anything significant this offseason, and they lose Aaron Judge next offseason. But again, I know I'm getting my hopes up a little bit. Can I get a slice? Yeah, I'll ship it to you. Raul, thank you so much for the $2 dono. Appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Raul. And guys, help us get a 700 likes in the chat too, and also help us get a 14K subs. If you like these kind of live streams, we're literally doing them. We're going to be doing them daily, all while this is clearly a free agent frenzy, not just for the Mets, but for everyone across the sport that is baseball. So we'll be covering all of that, of course. And again, when the Mets season starts, we'll be doing in-game live streams and post-game live streams daily, week by week throughout the entire season, covering every single thing that you need to know about our beloved New York Mets. And when certain baseball things happen overall that I feel that we should cover too, then we, of course, will do that. Does it mean Carlos Correa, the Yanks? You would think it does. You would think it means Carlos Correa, the Yankees. Appreciate the donation, but who knows? Who knows? We saw reports earlier by CBS Sports saying that, Correa basically was going to happen by midnight. But who knows? Jason, thank you so much for the dono. Not the dono, the comment saying you subscribe. Appreciate that. I stream my streams are indicative on what is happening with the Mets and the baseball world. Like for right now, I'm going to be basically streaming every day until all the free agent frenzy stuff is done. Like until like all the big pieces are done. And then whenever the Mets make any move for the most part, I'm either live streaming right away reacting to it if I wasn't already, or I make a video on it. More often than not, I'm streaming about it though. We do a complete breakdown and player analysis, what transpired, and a lot of times we get other people in the live streams to collab and stuff like that to share fellow reactions. And then in season, I'll be streaming more than anything else. You'll have individual video content, but I obviously am going to be doing in-game live streams multiple times a week, sharing in-game commentary myself while we follow on as fans as like a watch party basically. And then, but most games, more so than in-game live streams, I'll be doing post-game live streams and coverage myself, and then also doing it with a panel of multiple co-hosts varying on the night and what transpires in the game. So in a nutshell, a lot of live streams, and they are pretty frequent. All right, let's check on Morosi. Nothing new on Morosi. It's what we knew from 6 minutes ago, that, you know, Dodgers and Freeman talks are intensifying. Like I said, I think Freeman's going to go. I think he's going to sign soon. Yeah, I saw the Hector Gomez report to you guys. Okay. All right, guys. Everybody in the live stream right now, I asked this yesterday, and I'll ask it again. And I'll probably ask it again in 2 hours once it's 10 p.m. Eastern time. Do you guys think the New York Mets will make a move tonight? Now, they have been unbelievably active. We know that. We just don't know when moves are going to actually start to happen, when they get deals done. Do you think they're going to make a move today? Just give me a simple yes or no. That's all I want. I'm seeing a little bit more no's than yeses. Actually, I don't know. It's actually a pretty good mix. Heat up the pizza. I usually do, but I can live with eating cold pizza. Kenneth, it's okay. I literally asked them to spam. It's okay. I literally just asked for everyone to say yes or no. So I don't warrant the spam every time in the stream, but like when I'm asking questions, people are naturally going to spam because I'm asking 800 viewers now to answer a question. Okay, I'm starting to see more yeses than nos from you guys. Okay. All right. I hope so. Again, I obviously hope so. I promise you this, though. Whenever it happens, whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow morning, whether it's the following day and the next day and the next day, no matter when it happens, I will be right here, right away. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'm not going to be going anywhere anytime soon because of this. So I really think that I do think that trades are going to happen, though. I'm curious if trades will be trades are going to happen more than free agent signings, because we've seen the reporting today. Guys, we are only 600 subs away from 14K on the channel, Ray. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. Continue to smash that like and subscribe on as always, folks. But thank you so much. Seriously, really, really does mean a lot. We're growing at a great pace, and it's all because of you guys. Michael, appreciate you. You're the stud. Already transition as a woman. I'm okay. I'm okay. If that's something that you have going on, if that's a confliction that you got, and that's perfectly okay if you do, by all means, go for it. I see a rat. I see a raccoon, says Larry. WTF would the Mets be looking into Luke Weaver? Depth, Mike. Depth. I know Mets fans are going to do the same exact shit that you guys did before we signed all those big moves. Before we got Scherzer. All Mets fans are going to overreact when the Mets do not make a big name signing or trade first. Like if the Mets do a depth move first, you guys are going to think, oh, the world's collapsing. When in reality, the Mets have already had one of the best off seasons, if not the best off season in their history already, and they're not even done. So I would like to say this, and I like to reiterate again, everyone watching. I know you're not all Mets fans, but we're Mets centric, so that's why I'm amplifying this. It's okay that the Mets make moves that aren't anything crazy. It's okay if they make depth moves. It's okay if they sign players that aren't looking fantastic in the stat sheet. There are reasons behind what they're doing, okay? Same reason why every team does the exact same thing. There's no reason to overreact. PTSD, Wilpon phobia, I get it. I do. Trust me, I understand it. But I think we've seen. I don't know how much more Cohen has to prove to you by strictly spending to show that. Like, if you think the Mets haven't had a slam dunk offseason, I don't know who you're talking. The fact that the Mets have been able to do the amount of things that they have, not even signing players, but front office wise, coaching wise, they've managed to do basically everything in an offseason, and they're still not done yet. I've never seen a team do the amount of things that they have done in one singular offseason. It's unprecedented. I understand if you're impatient, Jason. That's not the point. I'm just saying don't freak out if the Mets do depth moves because it's going to happen. Every single team does depth moves. So don't think that the sky's falling because the Mets are going to add depth. Because those depth players may very well be the X factor in the Mets having a great season. The same way that the Braves doing those depth trades that no one paid attention to, and Eddie Rosario, Jorge Soler, Rich Rod, even though I know he didn't make much of an impact in playoffs, and Jock Pearson. Those guys were the biggest X factors for the Moina World Series. And all of them at the time were viewed strictly as depth moves, as kind of placeholders based on injuries. And all of them are free agents now, coincidentally. So keep that in mind too. Greinke, I would love Greinke in the back half of this rotation, but I think if Greinke's going to go in the NL East, it's 1,000% the Braves. I think he has Braves written all over him. He feels like a Braves pitcher. Morosi tweeted? All right, I'll check. Mets were 17th in attendance last year. Where did all this money come from? The richest owner in baseball. That's where. Mason. I'm not even being like sarcastic or anything. It's true. The Mets have the richest owner in baseball. That's why that's where the money has come from. They bought them. Steve Cohen bought the Mets last year, in case you're not aware. And also keep in mind that Mets attendance was finicky because of all the COVID restrictions. On top of collapsing in the second half. So that should be said too. Morosi. Context on Dodgers and Freddie Freeman. Just tweet out by Morosi. He is represented by the same agency as Clayton Kershaw, who just agreed to a new contract with the team. As first reported by Ken Rosenthal, Universal DH also provides flexibility to have Freeman, Muncy, JT in same lineup. That's just disgusting. I mean, granted, it would be the same type of spoilness us Mets fans would have if we landed Freeman, because it would be Freeman and Alonso as your 1-2 between DH and balancing that and first base. Oh my God. Just Muncy and Freeman, though, that's disgusting. I completely forgot about Muncy. I'm not going to lie. I completely forgot about him for a minute. Winner, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Hader, Schwarber, Weaver, and possibly Story. Offseason complete. Best offseason ever. Don't get your hopes up on that, but I love the idea. Don't get me wrong. Story ain't happening unless Oh, I can't even talk. Story's not happening unless McNeil's traded. Jason, you weren't being rude. You're good. And I also apologize too, guys. It is very easy when I'm sure we can all relate to this. When you're reading a chat or just text in general, it's hard to understand the way that people say things. This isn't in direction to you, Jason. You didn't say anything wrong. I'm saying in general, because I feel that I have overreacted to people in the past or whatever, when in reality, they could have been typing and feeling it was sarcastic and I just didn't understand it. It's tough. When you're not face to face with people, it really is difficult, especially if you don't use emojis. As stupid as that sounds, this, especially because I'm a youngster, I'm used to people talking a certain way. So let's see. Yeah, I would love Hader. I don't think Hader's a great possibility, but the Mets are clearly in on him, which is awesome to hear. Weaver, again, depth move, that's fine. You just got to make sure you do more than that. And I'm fully confident. I don't even think they're going to land Weaver, to be honest with you. I just think that they checked in on him. But if they do land Weaver, is it going to be just him or is it going to be more? You'll be mad if Freeman goes to the Dodgers. It sounds like you're going to be mad very soon, Michael. Guys, when I eat, does it sound overwhelming on the mic? Be honest with me. Does it sound like I'm engulfing this thing? Or does it just sound like, okay. Eating sounds weird. No. All right, I guess it just depends on the person. What's up, Edgar? How's it going? Edgar Soriano. How are you? Sounds like a hurricane. What is this nonsense? Do I think we get Trout and Tatis in a three-way trade? Totally not sarcastic or anything. I'm going to go on a limb and say no. Let me double check on reports quick, guys. Then I want to talk more about depth, if you don't mind. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. What's up, Marco? It has been a minute. Give me Chafin. I would love Chafin. I agree. Yeah, I'm beyond happy that the Mets are interested in him. And interesting enough, correct me if I'm wrong, the Mets are the only team that's reportedly been after relievers today. Right? Outside of the teams that actually signed relievers today, the Mets are the only reported team that's been going after relievers, specifically Chafin, McHugh, and obviously Hader. Yeah, nothing new. I'm not seeing any new reporting. You're awesome, Mama Worm. Thank you so much. If I'm trading a top prospect, it won't be for a relief pitcher. Well, I tend to agree with you. And you're awesome, Procrastination. Appreciate that. You really want to go for Hader? I feel like the Brewers would ask for too much. And that's probably the reason why the Mets won't land Hader. If they don't land Hader, it's definitely because of asking price. I agree. But guys, I want to talk about depth for a second. Because, again, the talk of the town, the focus by the Mets today, reportedly what we've seen, and again, what we shouldn't be surprised by, is the fact that they have been all in on pitching, starting, and relief. The latest reports we've seen is that the Mets are not the front runners for Yusei Kikuchi. Kikuchi, I don't know where he's going to land. The Mets seem like that they were going to go hard after him, but clearly they're not prioritizing him as much as maybe we initially thought they would. Or maybe they've had a change of heart based on maybe the trade market, because they are prioritizing the trade market right now. So pitching-wise, the Mets are engulfed on that front. But looking at hitters, I'm really, really curious to see what they're going to do. Because it's, again, all it takes is one report to change the entire mindset this entire time. Like, literally, that's how this works. We all know this by now. But top hitters, the Mets will even go after. Like Kyle Schwarber, I really think it's it. It's hard to think that the Mets would go after any hitter more significant than Kyle Schwarber right now. And I think that he's the top of the list in the sense of like, you're not going to go any farther than him. But the guys that we have listed here, like I said, Tommy Pham, Andrew McCutchen, Jock Pearson, Corey Dickerson, Brad Miller, Josh Harrison, all are fantastic depth pieces for the Mets. That I'm curious if they're going to land one of them at least. I'm really in favor of Josh Harrison. I feel like this is like 4 years too late. You know, we got Starling Marte. Now let's get his former teammate with both the Pirates and the A's and Harrison. Do I watch Jolly-Ov? I'm friends with Jack. Yes, he's been on the channel multiple times. Check out the collabs on the channel if you haven't seen them. Yes, no, love Jolly. Brad Miller, big guy that obviously can play anywhere too. Both him and Harrison played all over the diamond last year, and that's the type of versatility that I know that Billy Epper would appreciate. And obviously Wayne teams, I think the San Francisco Giants too, they were so great with their pinch hitting and their ability to be versatile. I like those type of guys. So depth-wise, Jock Pearson too, lefty bat, going to play in the corner outfield, not going to be a stud defensively per se, but offensively, you're getting a nice pop in his bat, upwards 20 home runs this season. Guy that can play at DH/corner outfield. And then again, Andrew McCutchen, Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham's more of an on-base guy, similar to Mark Canha. Really, really strong at bats. Tommy Pham, for over half the season last year, was a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the hardest outs to get. I mean, Andrew McCutchen had a lot of pop in his bat last year. Not as much high on base anymore as he is more swing and miss, but definitely a guy that would be effective off the bench for the Mets for sure, just depth outfield wise. So I guess kind of my question, I'm going to answer, I think I see a donation, but after I answer the donation, I'm going to ask you guys a question here. So give me 1 second. Dean, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Hype in the chat for Dean. Guys, continue smashing that like and subscribe button. We are almost approaching 4 hours in the live stream. I'm feeling okay. I'm actually feeling pretty content right now, which is awesome to see. So continue smashing those buttons. Help us get to trying to get a 1,000 likes by the end of the stream. I know that's a tall task, but I know that we'll get close to it. So thank you so much in advance, and help us get a 14K subs as well. Dean says, happy to see your audience growing, the hardest working Mets focused channel on YouTube. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Dean. God bless. Really appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Dean. Very, very kind words for him. You guys have no idea how much all of that means to me. This is not beer. This is just can of dry ginger ale. I'm not drinking any beer right now. Morosi tweet. All right, let's check Morosi's tweet. Then I'm going to ask what I was going to ask. Sports. No, I know you didn't say anything wrong. It wasn't fun. You're good. Let me guess. This Morosi tweet has to do with Freddie Freeman. Yep. Freddie Freeman negotiations expected to reach a conclusion in the next 48 hours. Color me surprised. And possibly by the end of tonight. Dodgers have made a strong offer, but it's unclear if the Braves will match it. So Dodgers are the headliner. They are the front runner for Freddie Freeman is what I'm seeing. Mariners, Giants, Dodgers, Cubs, Red Sox among the hottest pursuers of outfielder, talented all-around outfielder, Seiya Suzuki, 5-time MPB. Yes, I'm aware of him. Okay, Seiya Suzuki, this is exactly, no one should be surprised by this either. Not that the Mets won't have interest in Seiya Suzuki, but the belief is that he'll be either going West Coast or the Red Sox. Those are really the only places that it feels like he'll land. And so we have the Mariners. Mariners make so much sense too. Dodgers they're going to be intertwined on everyone. And Dodgers do have somebody to work with after losing both Seager and they didn't lose Kershaw, pardon me. But after losing Seager especially, and Scherzer, Mariners, Giants, Dodgers, Cubs, Red Sox. Cubs could be an interesting fit. I don't think he'll go there, but Cubs could be an interesting fit just because of the fact that they could easily guarantee him like a full starting spot right away. Like they're in a position right now where they can just let Suzuki do his thing and give him probably, if not the most ability, then some. Because the Mariners would be a great fit, but Mariners have so much outfield depth. Literally, Mariners have a huge rotation of outfielders that they're working with. The Dodgers, obviously, they would make room for Suzuki, but if you land Suzuki, you don't have a guaranteed spot. And the Red Sox, I think Red Sox are probably, if not the Giants would be a really good fit, I think, because the Giants are willing to really be versatile with their players, and I think that they would give him a lot of time. But the Red Sox as well, I think Red Sox just make most sense. You trade away a really good bat in Hunter Renfroe for Jackie Bradley Jr. JBJ ain't offensively gifted anymore. He's just defensive. Still Gold Glove. But JBJ, I don't think the Red Sox want being in their starting outfield every day this season. I think they made that trade because they knew that they are very much in on Seiya Suzuki. So that's I think it's going to be Giants or Red Sox for Seiya. I hope for Red Sox fans' case, say Lancea, because it feels the best there. But Giants wouldn't surprise me either. Mets are way too quiet right now. Wait, oh, it's a great thing. Yeah, no. The fact that we're not seeing any reporting by the Mets is not a bad thing. I promise you it is because of the fact they're doing all their work right now. Let's also keep in mind, other than Max Scherzer, because it's really hard to keep a Max Scherzer signing under the rug. It's really hard to hide that kind of thing for, the most record-breaking contract in MLB's history per year. But all the other signings, Marte, Escobar, Canna, there was very little reporting on all of them until they signed them, until the Mets signed them. There was a little bit on Marte just because the market was really hot. But for the most part, especially Canna and Escobar, there was literally nothing. Couldn't even hear it. There was literally nothing until the Mets signed them. So not that you should necessarily take that as, okay, that's how all things are going to go for the Mets. But the point being is that Mets are negotiating, okay? Just because we're not going to see every single thing leaked out there. The Mets are more than likely going to make at least one or multiple moves that we may have not been expecting. A player that we weren't expecting. That was never leaked. I wasn't expecting Luke Weaver to be as a consideration as a depth pitcher today, but he still was reported. So again, just because things aren't leaked doesn't mean that the Mets aren't being busy. Trust me, they are busy as all hell right now, as is every other team that is trying to make moves this offseason. I never expected Scherzer and Escobar. Neither did I. And I honestly thought Marte was. I was hoping for him, but I wasn't feeling immensely confident that the Mets were for certain getting him. We're not going to do anything today. Is that what you're saying, Landon? You're welcome, Chalk. John Heyman? I think I just... If it's Suzuki, I just talked about that. Yeah, Suzuki. Yeah, I just talked about that. Yep. How did I decide on this background music? I really like the creator, Lakey Inspired, and I wanted something that I just felt would be like a simple beat that is just on a complete repeat for a very long period of time. There isn't anything drastic with the song. It's simple. You know what you're getting. That's the point. I just want simplicity with it. Nothing that's going to make it stick out to the point where you're thinking more about the song than you are about the content. How long do I plan on streaming for? I mean, probably until at least midnight as of now, because it's clear that moves are being had. Unfortunately, anything can happen, of course, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if this is another live stream where at least we're talking about moves that are happening, but might not be with the Mets today. So we'll see. Andrew Vasquez to Jays on a big league deal. Okay. Is Andrew Vasquez, that's the one from the Yankees, right? That went to the Angels then? Or am I thinking of someone else? Exactly, Thova. I'm glad we're on the same page. Is Brad Hand a free agent? Yes. And I don't want the Mets to bring him back. Got to be honest. Yeah, I've been wanting to add little sounds like that, Kenneth. I probably will. I don't know if I'll do that in time for moves that happen in the coming days, but definitely something I will consider going forward. Do you think we get a side armor from the Twins? Taylor is not a side armor. He's just a southpaw. The side armor you're thinking of is actually his twin brother, Tyler, that is a right-handed relief pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. He's absolutely disgusting. I would love him on the Mets, but it's not going to happen. Taylor has a possibility of happening. Tyler does not. How much left on the Yelich deal? Yelich's contract goes till 2028. So there's still 6 years on his deal. And he's 30. Yes, Cishek is a side armor. That is correct. Thank you so much, Blindbeard. Appreciate that. Here's $5. I want you to buy a beer. You're an awesome dude. As a blind guy, I appreciate all that you've been doing. So descriptive. Cheers. Oh, thank you so much. I apologize, obviously, that for your impairment. It's not stopping you from being a great human being, though. So seriously, thank you so much for the kind words and the support. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a great night, my friend. Hype in the chat for the Blindbeard. I like that name. Simple, to the point. You're a straight shooter. I like that. Thank you so much for the kind words. And I will definitely buy a beer with that $5. I promise you. Do I think we can get Hader and trade Diaz for bat? Mets aren't trading Diaz. Highly doubtful. Do I think we can get Hader? I think there's definitely potential, but high asking price. So it'll be difficult. I don't think it would be a cakewalk if the Mets land a Hader at all. Yeah, Olsen and the Braves might happen. I'm not going to be happy about it because that you lose Freddie and you bring in, another stud first baseman. It doesn't change too much. When do I think the Mets will make a splash? I am hopeful that they will make moves today, but I can promise that they will make moves over the weekend. I can't tell you when. I can't tell you what time. You just asking for my opinion. That's what I can give you. Best scenario for us Mets fans, Freeman at LA and Olsen the Yankees. I would say so just for the sake of having neither of them in the division. I agree with you on that. It would still suck to see Olsen with the Yanks, though. It's like, it's still picking your poison. I do live game podcasts. We're going to be doing that plenty throughout the season on the channel. And I do scream. If you go watch them, you're going to see me in states, that you haven't seen me before. And my reactions, at least. And we're really close to a 700 likes. Wow, you guys are crazy. Thank you so much for that. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button, folks. Thank you all so much for the support throughout the live stream. It's really meant the world to me. Really, really appreciate that. Continue smashing those buttons. As always, we're going to stay up to date, obviously, on all the reports, everything that is happening. I'm going to take off the jacket. We've been 4 hours in this thing. All right, if I'm going to stay live for a bit longer, I'm not keeping this thing on anymore. It's too much. It's too much. Hold on, folks. Just give me 1 second. I'm looking at reports as we speak. And thank you for the kind words, everyone. I really appreciate that. Okay, folks. Can we get more than just Freddie Freeman talk right now? That'd be nice. Again, I'm excited. I'm excited about the reliever front. Let's look now. Let's do something quick. Just for those that aren't aware on the numbers of Andrew Chafin and Colin McHugh, let's deep dive it for a second. I'm sure most of you are because I've covered them all on the channel, but I know that we got new viewers in here too. Andrew Chafin had a career. We'll talk about Chris Bryant in a minute. We can do that for sure. Yeah, Chafin, though, had a career year last year. Tremendous season. Splitting time with both the Cubs and the A's. I said this earlier, but I did really want Andrew Chafin to come to the Mets at the trade deadline. It didn't happen, unfortunately, and he killed it with the A's, too. Known for his mustache, but even more known with his pitching. Chafin had a career year, just like Aaron Loop in that sense, and that's why he'd be a great Loop replacement. But still a little bit of risk. I don't expect him to have the same number of the same type of success next season. I think he'll be a good reliever, but I don't think he'll be sub 2 ERA good. Chafin is 31-year age season and 68.2 innings pitched. He pitched actually a lot out of the pen. Had himself a 1.83 ERA, a times ERA of 3.001, and a FIP of 2.98, and a expected FIP of 4 even. And if we look at his SI ERA, give me 1 second. 3.68. That's actually pretty solid. But yeah, definitely got lucky. Andrew Chafin for sure with the defense behind him. That was a factor into his success for sure. But still someone that, again, I would have loved the Mets to sign on, like, a 2-year deal. I think that'd be awesome. Definitely, probably, if not the best Aaron Loop replacement out of there, then definitely one of them for sure. And Ian, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. I would definitely say, no one's better than Josh Hader, but free agency wise, Andrew Chafin's right at the top of the list. And then talking about Colin McHugh, Colin McHugh is such a fascinating story to me, especially him being a former New York Met. McHugh actually wanted to retire a couple years ago, but then he came to the Tampa Bay Rays, reinvented himself as this salon reliever, and now here he is as one of the most desirable free agents out there. He will be 35 years of age in a couple months. But McHugh, who again started his career with the Mets back in 2012, last season in his first year and only year with Tampa, really reinvented himself. His best season since 2018, where he had a stellar year in 2018 as well. And he's had some good years overall, but just nothing topped 2021 for him. And 64 innings pitched. He had himself a 1.55 ERA, the right-hander, with the devastating slider, which is his really disgusting off-speed pitch. The 2.26 times ERA, 2.12 FIP, 3.06 expected FIP. So, yeah, fantastic numbers there from Colin McHugh. I would love him back on the Mets. I really would. And I really, really hope the Mets can do their best to land him, because I know that they're showing interest in him right now. Do I think there's a chance Yasiel will come back to the MLB? No, I do not. I think his time in the league's done. And I did get 700 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Always appreciate everyone's support. All right, guys, if you had a pick between Colin McHugh and Andrew Chafin, let's take the Josh Hader talk. Just let's put it aside for a second. Because, again, Hader is a tough thing to happen. It's not easy to try to land Josh Hader. Guys that are easy to land are just free agents. So between Chafin and McHugh, who would you want more personally as a fan? Let me know in the chat, guys. McHugh or Chafin? Assuming that the Mets won't be able to land both. Don't say both. Stop it. I'm talking about one or the other. I just want to know what you prefer personally. Let me know in the chat. Chafin or McHugh? Which one do you like more? Wow. So overwhelming favorite for Chafin. And I'm assuming it's not just because of his mustache, but because he's a southpaw. I'd imagine that's the main reason why. Wow. Clear favorite in Chafin here in the chat. Like, not even close. I thought there would at least be a little bit of, divide going on. Nothing. Okay. I get it. I mean, when you're talking about priorities, what do the Mets need in the pen? They need a southpaw. At least one. At least a good one, right? If you're losing Aaron Loop, you might as well try to get the best replacement on the free agent market. And you can definitely make that argument that is Andrew McChafen. Andrew McChafen. What am I? I keep getting him and McCutcheon mixed up. It's been a long day. Andrew Chafin. I like Diekman a lot. Yeah. I like Jake Diekman a lot. I think you can get him on it. Obviously, he'll be cheaper. I like Jake Diekman quite a bit. Have a good one, Anxious. Thank you so much for chiming in. I think that's actually a very respectable deal for Rodon, given the fact that if he was fully healthy, he probably would have won the Cy Young last year. 2 years, 44 mil. You can't go wrong with short-term high AAV contracts because you don't have the long-term commitment to worry about. If you're gonna win now stage, you do it, baby. And I love it. I love when the Mets do it. I much rather the Mets continue to do short-term high AAV deals than long-term high AAV deals. You know, there's obviously more risk in a long-term contract than a short-term, you know. Sorry, folks, just checking on reports right now. Looks like Freeman negotiations will end by tomorrow. Yeah, I think he's going to be the next, like, the first big fish to go. That's not a pitcher. What happened to Kikuchi? The Mets are still in on him. They're just not a favorite. It doesn't look like they're prioritizing him like we initially thought they were, which, again, from everything we're seeing, tells me that they are prioritizing the trade market more, which I don't mind. Not against it. Not against it at all. Conforto to Padres, there's definitely a possibility Conforto lands in San Diego, which would be dope. You know, if San Diego wasn't a problem like for the Mets, like in the NL, I would be a lot more like satisfied with the idea. I don't hate it though. My bunny is doing great. I have 2 bunnies. I had my other bunny in the live stream earlier today. Chris Bryant talk. Yes, let's talk about KB for a minute. Okay, so to everybody first chiming in and stuff, if you're wondering again about Chris Bryant, most of you guys understand this by now. Stevie, thank you so much for the new membership. Appreciate that. Hi in the chat for Stevie for becoming a new member on the channel. I really appreciate that. To answer though, Chris Bryant has always made sense for the Mets since the beginning. There's a reason why the Mets have been trying to get this guy for literally what's felt like, 2 years now? Like, not a year and a half at least. And it's that versatility more than anything. That is what's so appealing about him. If Chris Bryant wasn't versatile, there's no reason to really be having these discussions, in my opinion, with Brett Beatty set to be the Mets' third baseman within the next couple years. But the issue with KB again, and this is what we started to learn a little bit, the Mets did not want to go to even, past 4 years for Javi Baez on a contract offer. Now, would the Mets be willing to do a longer-term deal for Chris Bryant? Anything's possible, but all indications is that the Mets are not willing to do that. And because of that, that is why KB may very well not land in Queens. And again, it's not because he doesn't profile well for the Mets, but it really feels like it's going to be because of the term and the market he's working with. A boatload of teams like Chris Bryant And you'd have to imagine the Seattle Mariners, the Philadelphia Phillies, and potentially some other clubs out there may be more willing to go past 5 years than what the Mets will. Maybe the Mets don't even want to go 4. Like, we don't know. But everything that we've learned to this point would tell you that the Mets are not interested in committing to long-term contracts to guys that are, for KB's sake, already 30. So, yeah, I completely understand it. Don't get me wrong. And I understand why they're trying to focus on the future, too, to make sure that they're not having a hindrance with things. But KB, again, past 5, I don't see happening with the Mets. Less than 5, I think. If KB signs a 3-year deal somewhere, I'm really going to want to know why the Mets didn't do it. That's what I will say. And yes, we did blow by 700 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. We're trying to get to 1K likes by the end of the live stream. Thank you guys so much in advance for all the support. And of course, helping us get a 16K subs. We're just around 600 subs or less away. So again, appreciate that support as well. But yeah, I think KB most likely spots right now. Feels there's 3 teams in my opinion that is led by the Seattle Mariners, Philadelphia Phillies, and Toronto Blue Jays. Dominic, thank you so much for the kind words. I know you're the GOAT, my friend. Hope you're having a great day. I do think that KB would help take them to the next level. I agree with you. I do think he is very much an impact player because of that versatility, especially. But again, if they don't land him, I think we all understand why they don't, right? But again, if he signs a 3-year deal, I'm going to be asking questions just as much as everybody else, assuming that the Mets didn't do any other moves. But again, I would be very, very surprised if that happens. I was on Trevor May's Twitch yesterday. He was not happy at all with the CBA, felt players gave too much. There were multiple people that, that weren't happy with it. I'm not, look, I can understand why Trev isn't happy, but you're not going to get everything that you want. It is what it is now. He's going to have to just bite the bullet, unfortunately, for his sake, and just deal with it. And hopefully for his sake, more things go players' way 5 years from now. Imagine how Gigi and Stormy feel. They're chilling right now. Stormy's eating, and Gigi's laying down, like fully laying down. Any new reports coming out, guys? Let me know. And again, if you guys are wondering why my head's down, I'm just checking tweets and stuff. Boring, says Daniel. I know. I wish Mets were making moves right now, but again, obviously they're not making moves because they're working on making moves right now. It's not for a lack of effort. Don't be. Why are you worried? No one should be worried on the Mets front. New tweet from John Heyman. Dodgers and Braves have been most consistent pursuers and most likely landing spots for superstar Freddie Freeman. John Morosi says Dodgers are making push now. It's a surprise Braves didn't lock him long ago. Belief is they have been offering about 140 mil over 5 years, but he should get 6 years. If the Dodgers lock him up to a 6+ year deal, that'll surprise me. Think about everything they're locked up with. Seriously. Like, is he really gonna get the longest term deal with the Dodgers of all teams? It's gonna be nuts if that happens. Let's get Greinke. I would like Greinke, but I don't think he wants to come to New York. He's not the type of personality. Mets and A's trade tomorrow. Marco's calling it. Is tomorrow mandatory reporting day? All Mets players will be reporting to spring training tomorrow and Sunday. So just the weekend overall is when everyone will have reported by. Yeah, we know Correa sold his house. I don't know if you guys knew. I knew that, though. Hey, Mets updates in Sandy? Not in a little bit, no. Last Mets update was that the Mets showed interest in a depth starter from the D-backs and Luke Weaver. And the biggest news that we found from them today is that they are in on Josh Hader, Colin McHugh, and yes, Andrew Chafin. Jonathan VR deserves to be back. I wouldn't mind VR coming back, but I just think the Mets aren't going to bring him back. Let's be honest with you. Where does Suzuki land? I said this earlier. I think Suzuki is going to go to the Giants or the Red Sox. Those are the two main teams, I think. At this point, if we don't get someone, it's because we don't want them or that person don't want to come to NY. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Agreed. 100%. We're getting close to 800 likes in the stream, folks. Thank you guys so much for that. And again, continue smashing those likes and subscribe buttons as always, folks. We're still just waiting to see if we'll get any more updates. Again, I feel like this is going to be another 5+ hour long stream today where we don't get anything Mets. Not that I wish it. I just think that negotiations are going to, I think, from what we're seeing right now, and again, anything can change at any moment. It just feels like something where just a waiting game. It's really just a waiting game. They've been on the phone all day. There's no denying that. Castellanos DH not happening because he has a draft pick tied to him. Okay. No top names have been signed. Well, no, that's not true. Look at the graphic. Rodon, Kershaw, Simmons. I mean, not Simmons. Get me out. Kershaw and Rodon. Those are the top names that have been signed so far today. The two biggest pitching names on the free agent market. And I know I was muted. Yeah, thanks. I'm refreshing Twitter as we speak, folks, seeing if we get anything here. And how has the feed been by the way, guys, in the live stream? Is that the same slice? Yes, I've been eating the same slice of pizza for like the past hour and a half. Yep. Yeah, let me know how the feed is too for the stream. Like, does the quality look okay and everything? Let me know. Yeah, still not seeing anything a little bit now. Other than Freddie Freeman, of course. Looks good? Okay, awesome. What's my Twitter setup? What do you mean? I just have Twitter to the right of me right now. I have two monitors. I have my PC, and then I have a monitor connected to it to my right. On my right is where I'm looking at Twitter and fan graphs and stuff, and then to my left is where I have the stream and have everything going on. Thoughts on Chris Bryant possibly going to the Jays? I would not mind KB going to the Jays. I don't think it's going to happen though. What's up, Brian? Any thoughts on pieces and a hater deal? I talked about this earlier, but I think, you got to think of Jeff McNeil. You got to think JD Davis, Tom Smith. Those are the first guys that are come up. And prospect-wise, I would imagine that would be, one of the top ones, honestly, Vientos or Mauricio. But I would hope that if that happens, that the Mets potentially get more than Hader. Because, again, Hader's price is so high. Are you really willing to give up all these assets for just a reliever? Like, don't get me wrong, he's a game changer, but still, he's still a reliever at the end of the day. Might be the best in baseball, but he's still a reliever. And even though I know that people argue that, he should be considered for Cy Young votes and stuff because he easily pitches, 70-plus innings a season, like, without a problem. You're the man, Michael. Appreciate that. It's funny. Even though nothing happening, I'm enjoying this. Yeah, I enjoy it too. Trust me, Tony. I do. Again, that's all that streamed all day yesterday. Literally all day yesterday. Just for nothing to happen. I mean, the lockout ended yesterday, so that did happen. But then in my stream for agency-wise, nothing. Nothing. And there's a very good chance that that'll be the same case again tonight. But the thing is it worth ending the stream? Is it really worth ending the stream when we have so many viewers and everyone's enjoying themselves? We're just talking baseball and everything that's happening. I don't think it's worth ending the stream to then potentially come back in a couple hours. I took a break in mine yesterday because I was so exhausted. But that was about it. Like, I left the live stream, but I didn't turn off the stream. I just said that I'll come back in an hour. Winner, you're gonna see my eyes droop. That's what happens when you live stream for as much as I do. That's normal. Did Heyman tweet something new? Let's check out. Oh, here we go. Braves made $100 million profit last year. Freddie is not the guy to squeeze. I agree. The Braves letting Freeman go is the most dick move by that incompetent, cheap franchise. I do not give a rat's ass that they won the World Series last year. They are the same cheap mofos that had the two best bargain contracts in all of baseball. And yes, Ronald Acuna Jr. and Ozzie Albies. It doesn't get any better contract-wise than those two in the league for the most part. And you're going to tell me you cannot pay up to your captain, the man that has been your X factor every single year through hell and back with your team? No. F out of here. Especially because of the fact that we have a universal DH now. That should give you further incentive as to why you should make sure you do not lose your captain in Freddie Freeman. Absolute joke on them if they let him walk. Absolute joke. Mets have had trade talks with Reds about starting pitcher Tyler Mahle. Oh, I like that. That's good. I like that. That's good shit. Oh, that's awesome. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's go. That's good. That pumped me up. That got me pumped. He's expensive, though. He's going to cost a lot. I like this. I like this. This is good. This got me pumped. Shout out Mike's awesome with sources. Dope. All right, folks. Yeah, it's just reported by Michael Mayer. Mets have had trade talks with Reds about starting pitcher Tyler Mahle. I don't know if they had trade talks with Mahle last year. I know that they tried with Castillo and even Sonny Gray for a little bit. Awesome. Let's talk about it. Got to update the graphic in a second. But before I do, let's pull up Mahle's stats from last year because he had a good season for the Reds. What I saw Mayer is one of the most reliable reporters you will see covering the Mets by far. He's spot on. Always. He even broke the news for the Mariners pre-lockout for them signing Robbie Ray. He was the first to report it. And we were live when it happened. I remember that. Yeah, I am enticed by this. This is enticing. The fact, because when I haven't talked about Sonny Gray or Mahle much just because they haven't felt like much of a possibility. The Reds are so stubborn trading their guys, their pitchers specifically, and Mahle's on a good contract too. So like he's not going to come cheap. He still has 2 years left on his deal. He's 27 years of age. Not verified though, but he doesn't need to be verified. He's literally I don't know what else if you've been following the channel, you know how much I've referenced Michael Mayer. You don't need to be verified to be a credible source. I'm sorry. If you're trusting the check more than anything on Twitter, then you have a problem because the amount of schmucks that are simple fan blog writers that have a check or even aren't credible at all of a check is more than I could even begin to tell you. Okay. Mahle had a 3.75 ERA this past season, but a 3.76 times ERA. Why is that important, you may ask? Well, the importance of that is it tells you that this is not when Mahle's play is just as good. His ERA is as good as his advanced numbers, which means that you're not seeing him coming off with a great ERA and that his advanced numbers are terrible. No, he's consistent. So what you're getting here is someone that pitching-wise, he really is controlling everything, and that's awesome to see. And think about the defense that he dealt with last year. He had Eugenio Suarez and Kyle Farmer as his shortstops last year for the Reds. A 3.8 FIP and a times FIP, expected FIP of 3.74 and a roughly 4 WAR. I really like this. This is the exact type of middle of the rotation starter the Mets should be going after. A young, controllable guy that has yet to hit the peak in his career still. This was his breakout year this past season. He finally pitched 180 innings. Prior to that, the most he pitched was 129 back in 2019. In 2020, he obviously had 47 innings pitched in the shortened season. But yeah, he hasn't pitched much in his young career yet. And he had a very strong year with the Reds. They've had some good pitching for a couple years now. But I'm unbelievably enticed by him. I'm going to look at his baseball savant in a second because I've never done a full breakdown of Mahle on the channel, actually. He's one of those few that I haven't. But I'm really intrigued by this. Even if it doesn't happen, I'm just glad that the Mets are at least kicking tires at this. Oh, Solomon, you're good. You're good. I just want to clarify because I didn't want you to think that he wasn't credible because he is. All right, folks, I'm going to update the graphic. But again, what happened to Josh Hader? The Mets have shown interest in Hader today. That's what's happened. He doesn't need to be a left-handed pitcher, guys. Don't get me wrong. Would I prefer a lefty in the middle of the rotation? Yes. But is that enough? But here's the thing. If the Mets can get Mahle, I'm okay with that. There's more upside with him than there is with Shamania. So I'm telling you that right now. Especially because you got 2 years of control on him. Yeah, no, this is a really, really good move if the Mets actually make this happen. This is what I mean. I was talking about with you guys earlier today. We did not talk about this man once all offseason. I talked about Sonny Gray a little bit. I talked about Luis Castillo a boatload because obviously he's the big fish out of them all. But similar to the A's, this is that guy kind of in the middle of things. And yeah, the reason why I didn't talk about him much again is because I saw reports pre-lockout that they weren't interested. So yeah, we're going to update the graphic right now. I'm excited. This is the exact type of middle of the rotation starter that I've been hoping that the Mets at least show interest in, that they pursue. This is a good sign. Very, very intrigued by this. I'm really, really happy that this came out. Okay, guys, let me update everything. Give me 1 second. I'm going to probably lag for a minute or two. I do apologize. But yeah, this got me pumped. Very, very pumped about this. Very, very pumped about this. All right, folks. Yeah, just give me a minute or two. I'm going to update the graphic, but continue to let me know your thoughts in the chat, how you feel about the Mets reportedly being interested. And yes, Reds starting pitcher Tyler Mahle. Again, he's 27 years of age. 7th round pick back in 2013. Hasn't had too much pro experience. He's only been in the league for a couple years. Had his breakout season this past year. And 2 years of control left on his contract. Very, very enticed by him. We're gonna get into his baseball savant numbers in a second. I want to break down his pitches. I want to see what's been working for him, what hasn't. We're gonna do a complete breakdown and analysis on Tyler Mahle here in a minute. Hold on, folks. Like I said, just give me a minute or two. This is sick. This is sick. I'm not trying to get my hopes up, but if they're going to do a trade starting pitcher-wise, like I said, it's going to be the A's or the Reds more than likely. Mahle checks off the box. He gives the Mets what they need in a reliable, young, promising starting pitcher that can be with the Mets for potentially long term. This is what you see with someone like him. But again, he's going to be expensive. That's the thing. He will not be cheap. He won't be Luis Castillo expensive, but he'll still be expensive. So I'm very curious how they're going to go about this. I'm going to take Suzuki off of the reportedly connected because he's not coming to the Mets. I'm hot. I'm hyped. This is awesome. Perfect timing too. I'm very excited to break this down with you guys. So yeah, like I said, just give me 1 sec. Almost just about done. The graphic. Just got to put it in the software now. Just a sec. Should be good to go now. All right, folks, we're set. Okay, so everybody first chiming in again for the people in the back. Tyler Mahle is being sought after by the New York Mets. They've had trade talks. Let's get in Mahle. Let's break down his numbers, folks. So we just talked about him on Fangraphs. Let's go over his baseball savant. They will improve pitching outside of Great America Bandbox. I agree with you. Great American Band. No, you're absolutely right. But let's check out his savant numbers. I haven't looked at his savant numbers in the longest time. Heyman, 11 minutes ago. What did Heyman say? Whoo! These are good numbers by Mahle. Almost everything's in the red. The only thing that is not a positive in his baseball savant numbers based on his percentiles is chase rate. He struggled to get batters to chase last season. But everything else, again, I know it's going to be hard to see because I'm not pulling it up on screen. I'm doing it through my phone. Give it a minute to focus. Wait, hold on. Maybe it'll work this way. Damn, why is it got to be stupid? Come on. You're probably not going to be able to see it. Either way, average exit velo, 72 percentile. Hard hit percentage, 82 percentile. XWOBA, 67 percentile. Times ERA, 67 percentile. Times batting average, 63 percentile. Times slugging, 69 percentile. Barrel percentage, 68 percentile. K percentage, 79 percentile. Walk percentage, 47 percentile. So just below average on the starters. Whiff percentage, 68 percentile. Chase rate, 29 percentile that we just went over. Fastball velocity, 64 percentile. And fastball spin, 71 percentile. He's way above average pitcher. And do not put stock into his career ERA, because if you look at what he's done so far in his career, he has not had much playing time. He finally had his first breakout year this year, pitching well over 100 innings. He almost pitched 200 innings this year, and he had himself a just over 3.5 ERA. I will gladly take that. Okay, well, let's look at his pitches. So he has multiple pitches in his arsenal, has the four seam, the slider, and the split finger. So he's a 3-pitch arsenal, guys. This is fun. Similar pitches to Tyler Mahle based on velocity and movement in 2021. Please, come on. I want to show you guys what this is. Look at that, guys. Damn it. Why is it getting so stupid? I'm sorry. It's funny. The pitcher that he was most comparable to based on velo and movement last season was Max Scherzer and Tyler McGill for the New York Mets. Very interesting. It seems like he's meant to be. And Taijuan Walker. What? And Matt Harvey? What? Oh my, what? This is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. He's 27 years of age. It is literally meant to be. Give me 1 second, folks. We have a complete breakdown that we got in a second. That's crazy. Again, this is fate. I don't know what else to say. This is literally fate. Similar pitchers to Tyler Mahle based on velocity and movement. Max Scherzer, Tyler McGill, Taijuan Walker, Matt Harvey, all from 2021. Harvey obviously is not the most enticing factor in there. And then Andrew Cashner from 2018. Okay, guys. Now let's go into I want to look at the pitches further. Four-seam fastball for Mahle in 2021 sat on average 94 miles per hour. And obviously you can touch upwards, in the high 90s. That's great to see. Average velo 94. Love to see that. Slider is sitting right around, let's see here, 87 miles per hour. He sits on the slider on the average. Split finger, 87. Plenty of movement. Plenty of movement. And how did he look with those pitches? Opponent batting average, all looks solid. Four-seam fastball, the opponents last season hit 236 on him, but at times batting average, 215. That's fantastic. 262 on the slider and 266 on the times batting average. So the slider obviously could use a little bit. It seems it's nasty, but he got hit the most out of those three pitches. And the split finger, not a lot of people were able to hit that. 197 batting average and 214 times batting average. And let's see what pitch he had the most strikeouts with. I'm going to assume, let's see. Yeah, he had 134 strikeouts with the four seam, so that's clearly where he's getting those strikeouts. So he's painting you. He's not afraid to be aggressive to the batter in the zone. Slider 38 strikeouts and split finger 38 strikeouts. I'm liking that. I'm really liking that. I genuinely hope this happens. I do. This is exactly the type of pitcher that the Mets need in the middle of this rotation. This gives them stability. Sign me the hell up. Give me Tyler Mahle right now. And he's 6'3", 210. Big boy. Just checking tweets, folks. All right, guys, everybody in the chat, how do we feel? Mets checked in, have had trade talks with the Red starting pitcher Tyler Mahle. Are you for that or against that? Just tell me, are you for or against in the chat? Would you like the New York Mets to land him as a starting pitcher? Because if the Mets land him as a starter, that's slam dunk. That is how you round out this rotation. In my opinion. I'm very much on board with this. Just wasn't expecting it. And that's okay, though. I like being caught off guard. I want Castillo, too, but Castillo ain't going to be the same cost level as Mahle. He's going to be a lot more expensive. Seems like the majority of you guys are for Mahle. I like that. Really, really enticed by this. Very, very enticed by this. Really hope this happens, if I'm being completely frank with you guys. Lindor revenge season. Yes, I do like your name. Who the Mets next target? Maybe we'll do another poll if you guys want. Tolerant Llama, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Tolerant Llama for becoming a member on WardyNYM. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. Bieber's going to cost you way too much. Trust me. Guys, we're 30 likes away from 800. Help us get there, folks. We're trying to get a 1K by the end of the stream. I think we're going to get there because you guys are amazing. Thank you so much in advance. And 14K subs, of course. That's the next short-term goal. Mahle would be awesome. I mean, I'm pumped. I'm very excited for this. I think I'm just a little calm about it because I'm tired. I'll be honest with you. But obviously, if a trade happens, if a signing happens, all the adrenaline's just going to come coursing through my veins again. Third, thank you so much for the $2 donation. You say, do you high taxes and Mets brand scares off? Do high taxes and Mets brand scares off players? What do you mean by Mets brand? I'm not sure what you mean by that. High taxation, I'm sure it can be a factor. I wouldn't say it scares players, but definitely, obviously, when you deal with the taxing that you have in New York, I'm sure that's definitely a factor. At least a little bit, I would say. Any news on Correa? The last that we've heard is at the Yankees. Any news on Josh Hader? Not since earlier. But when it did, but the fact that they are connected to Hader's awesome. We'll see if anything comes from it or not. Can they expand trade to include Amir Garrett? They could. I'd be surprised if we landed Amir Garrett. I think that's the type of personality the Mets don't want. If I'm being honest with you, nothing personal against Amir, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the type of guy they want. You know, they had his nemesis in Javi Baez too, so I don't know. I don't think we're gonna bring Garrett on board. Any news on Kikuchi? The latest news we've seen on Kikuchi is that his market's picking up steam, but the Mets are not the front runner for him. And that's good because that seems to be the case that they're not the front runner because they're involved in trade talks with better pitchers. Any news on Conforto? Yes. Over at least half a dozen teams have shown interest in Michael Conforto. Oh, no need to apologize. No one should be upset that I'm tired. I'm having a blast. I'm loving every second. So thank you guys all for the support. Jesse Winker? Nah, I don't see the Mets getting Winker. That would blow my mind if the Mets got Winker. But Winker's not. Winker, I would see more so as DH. I don't, Winker isn't known for his defensive ability either. Wait. Pretty sure he's not. Let me double check Winker's numbers. But yeah, no, Winker's known for his bat. I would love Winker. If the Mets got Jesse Winker and Tyler Mahle, that would be the blockbuster of the century for this team. Literally. And he does hate the Mets, but you know what? He won't hate the Mets if he's on the Mets. The Mets could, oh my God, just the thought of Winker would crazy. He's a free agent after this season, too. So he's a rent. Oh, pardon me. No, I'm wrong. My mistake. He's a free agent in 2024. So he has a lot of value. A lot of value. Let's look. Yeah, he's not known for his defensive ability. Winker would be corner outfield / DH. But that would be exactly the type of lefty bat that the Mets could absolutely use in this lineup for sure. I mean, if the Mets got Winker, I would lose my mind. I would absolutely lose my mind. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would lose my mind if it did. 100%. Winker, for the guys, for everyone that is not aware, had a tremendous season for the Reds this past year. And if injuries didn't get in the way for a little bit in the season, he really was doing wonders for a while. And 110 games and just under 500 player appearances this past season. Winker had 24 home runs, 77 runs scored, 71 RBIs, a 305 average, a 394 on base, a 556 slugging, a 148 WRC plus. Beautiful numbers. Absolutely tremendous. And 3.2 WAR. Yeah, I would love Winker. Winker's, yeah, I would take Winker any day of the week. No denying that. If the Mets get Winker and Mahle, they are the team to beat in the division. That's how confident I feel. If they would land that bat and that arm, Mets, in my opinion, are the front runner based on talent in the division, as long as Freddie Freeman leaves. It's very close with the Braves, though. I will say that. It is actually still very close because the Braves have Ronald Acuna Jr., who's one of the best players in all baseball, and Ozzie Albies, who's so underrated. Winker, I hardly know her. You guys crack me up. It's interesting what an appropriate package would be for someone like Melee, because it'll be cheaper than Castillo, obviously. But to what extent, I don't know. I haven't thought about his market too much because he hasn't really been available. I remember that, Lindor. Castellanos, no. He's going to want a big contract, and he has a draft pick connected to him. The Mets are going to get any former Red or current Red corner outfielder / DH. It should be Jesse Winker. Apparently, the Reds are looking for a major league of help. Yeah, no, they're looking for guys that are controllable. I could absolutely see a world where the Mets do a trade and let's say hypothetically speaking, it was Melee and Winker, right? I'm not saying that this is going to happen. We know that they're connected to Melee. Winker is we're just having fun talking right now. What we do know is that asset-wise, they can benefit from Jeff McNeil because McNeil can play in the corner outfields for them. They would love McNeil's contract because he's not a free agent for 3 years still. He would do wonders in that hitter's park. Then they can, of course, have, Adam Smith potentially to have as DH, or if they want to move Votto to DH, I'm going to get him off first. JD Davis could be of consideration, even though I don't think that they would be too enticed with JD because they already have guys that aren't defensively strong in the infield, especially around short and third base. But more than anything, I think Ronnie Mauricio, especially, he would have to go in that deal. They need a shortstop desperately. They don't have it. Ronnie Mauricio would automatically get, the green light to become their shortstop in the future. So all those things would make sense to me. I would love it. I would love it. I would love it if they just get Melee. I would love if they got Melee and Winker. I'd lose my mind if that happened. But if they just get Melee and himself, I will really, really freak out. I will be very happy. Chaos, I appreciate that. Do I think I could strike out Jesus Christ himself? No, not at all. My man's would hit a Daner so far off me, you wouldn't even be able to see how far we're dropped. It would go so far. Do you see any chance the Mets look to reunion with Pilar or VR for depth bats? No, I think that they're actually done with both of them. What would be more of a blockbuster, Winker Melee or Manaea and Chapman? Winker and Melee. As much as I'm completely on board with Manaea and Chapman, you get plenty more upside and potential to impact you right now with Winker and Melee than Manaea and Chapman, because Manaea isn't as good as Melee. Melee has far more potential, younger on a favorable contract. Melee's a free agent after the season. Manaea is. Chapman, best third base glove out there, but the Mets have a third baseman in a couple years. Versus Winker, Mets can 1000% use a lefty bat like him in the lineup right now. There's more upside to Winker and Melee, in my opinion, than there is Manaea and Chapman. I would love either of them. Don't get me wrong. I would love Mondesi has insane speed. Yep. No, he absolutely does. What would a trade for Montas look like realistically? Montas is tough. He's going to cost you more than what Manaea and Bassett would. I don't see how you don't give up a top prospect in a trade for Montas on top of, MLB ready assets. I agree. Mets would look better with a lefty, but the left-handed aspect doesn't matter as much when you can get an overall better pitcher than what the lefty is. And I really like Sean Manaea. I would if they go out and get him, I would be very happy. But Melee's the better pitcher. He's younger and has all the ability to be a long-term Huge help in the middle of this rotation for the Mets. He's in the peak. He's in the prime of his career, having yet to hit his peak. Manaea has already hit his peak. We already have seen the best of Sean Manaea. We have yet to see the best of Tyler Mahle, 27 years of age, two years left on his contract. If I can take that, I will. Zach Plesac, I don't see the Mets doing a trade with Cleveland. I don't. I really don't. Plesac, they still have plenty. They have plenty of good pitching options. Don't get me wrong. I personally don't see it happening. I think that they've learned their lesson from the Lindor trade. Are you surprised there's not been more signs today? Not too surprised, no, because everyone's been busy nonstop in these negotiations. Tommy, thank you so much for chiming in. Any possible deals that come through the pipeline? Yeah. Wait, glad to be hanging with you, awaiting any possible. Yes, absolutely. Happy to have you in here, Tommy. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all you guys. Let's hope the Mets get those two guys. Yeah. Again, I did hear that Joe Buck is stepping away from Fox. I'm not a Joe Buck fan. Doesn't faze me. He's going to ESPN now. Doesn't faze me. You Darvish tweet. Let's check it out. Let's see what Darvish said. Here we go. Darvish just tweeted a photo of himself and Seiya Suzuki say new Padre ? This is collusion. This needs to stop. Yeah, he literally just tweeted a photo of himself and Seiya Suzuki saying new Padre. That would be a little surprising. I could see him going out west, but Padres weren't the first on my mind. Remember, they did sign Ha-Seong Kim last season. Kim had an underwhelming first year, obviously, at the MLB level. I expect Suzuki to have a better season at the MLB level for his first year. But, yeah, even if he doesn't go there, it's just funny that you tweeted that now. If you're the Mets and get offered McNeil for Mahle, do you do it? Yes, absolutely. I think you do. As long as you know that you have a replacement for McNeil. As long as you have that, then yes. What about no, we're not going to get Jonathan India. He's a stud, rookie of the year, value at all-time high. He's a diehard Mets fan, grew up a diehard Mets fan. I would love India at second base for the Mets, but it's not going to happen. Tim, thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate that. Mahle's numbers overall are very good. Don't get it twisted. Trust me, he's very early in his career. And he had his first breakout season, and it won't be his last. Again, difference between Mahle and some others is the fact that this is someone who is yet to hit his peak in his career. He's just entering his prime, 27 years of age, and can absolutely throw gas, has a devastating slider. Yeah, I'm in favor of Mahle, and you should be too. You absolutely for what the Mets need in the middle of this rotation, there aren't many better options than him. It's the Oakland A's, and it's the Cincinnati Reds. And he is among that group of pitchers that would surely be more than feasible for the Mets to acquire. Gonzalez, thank you so much for the $10 dono. Appreciate that. Let's go Mets. LGM indeed hyping the chat to Gonzalez for the $10 donation. Really, really appreciate that. Check NBC Chicago. I will in 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. Just have to go grab something quick. Let's focus. There we go. India is a fantastic player, but yeah, no chance in hell the Mets can get him. Who thinks the Mets will win the National League East? I hope so. But again, Braves are still the team to beat until proven otherwise. Yeah, India smacked us last year because he's a Mets fan more than anything. The guy gets extra juice playing the Mets because he's literally a Mets fan. So what do you guys say? CBS Chicago or NBC Chicago? One of those? Oh, Cubs among the hottest pursuers of Seiya Suzuki is what NBC Chicago tweeted. Again, this is the exact type of player I could see the Cubs going hard after because he's not going to cost you too much and you can guarantee him a spot to play every day in that outfield right now. Makes sense. Castellanos to the Mets? No, not happening. Nelson, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Shout out everybody in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate the support, the likes, the subscriptions. Everything really does mean a lot to me. So seriously, thank you guys. I know I've said it like 100 times in the stream, but it always holds true. Is it true Conforto to Philly breaking news? There hasn't been breaking news that he's going to the Phillies, but I do know that the Phillies have interest in him. That is true. I really hope he doesn't go to Philly. It's going to drive me nuts if he goes to Philly. Just like Wheeler. We passed 800 likes. Thank you guys so much. We may just get to 1K by the end of the stream. That's the goal, and we are very much en route to get there. And we are just around 500 subs now from 6K on, probably not 6K, over double that. 14K on the channel. So continue smashing those buttons, guys. And thank you all so much again for the continued support. It really does mean everything. We're going to stay up to date, though. Finally, the Mets, they've been active on the pitching front today, baby. And they've been going after all the right pieces, I would say. Man, oh man. Maley, Hader, even Weaver, just as a depth piece. Perfectly fine. Chafin, McHugh. I like that. I like that a lot. I really, really like that. Why has nothing been happening? Because they're working. They're working. That's why. Free agency isn't slow. Every team has been going nonstop. I promise you. The only thing that's been slow is the fact that you guys haven't seen too much reporting. But just because we're not seeing stuff doesn't mean that things aren't happening. They are. I really want to keep McNeil. I really think Buck will be a great calming influence for him. That's completely fair. And I think that Buck will be a great thing for McNeil should the Mets keep him. Will they? That's a question that I don't have an answer to right now. Okay, let's see. It's hilarious watching Mets fans get their hopes up every summer, then watch them cry every fall. Hey, if that's what makes you if that's the peak for you, if that's what makes you most satisfied, then Clearly someone has bigger issues than us because I'm chilling. I'm more than chilling. Don't get all Mets fans, we know false hope all too well. But it's not going to faze me. Or most of us, I would say. Conforto would be a good fit in Philly. He would. That's why I pray he doesn't go there. Because I don't need to see my favorite player on my least favorite team. I already got Zach Wheeler there, and I love Wheeler. So it still pisses me off to see him in that Phillies jersey. Should have never happened. McHugh and Lugo in the same bullpen would be nasty. It would. That's a great point. The curveball and the disgusting slider. Whew. This hot stove is lukewarm. It's hot. You're just not seeing a lot reported right now. Michael Duarte tweet. I'll check it out. We've already hit 15K views today. Thank you guys so much for that. That really does mean a lot. Michael Duarte. I don't want to spell his name wrong. Okay. This was a half hour ago. Michael Duarte says, sources told me before the lockout that Freddie Freeman's decision would come down to what's best for his family. He has his family in SoCal and lives here in the offseason. His wife Chelsea's from Florida and ideally would like to remain in the South, where they live in Atlanta during the season. Again, that was over a half hour ago, though. Of course, his family's going to be the biggest decision maker. He won his championship. Not surprised. What did my boy Pat tweet? Pat just tweeted exactly like what I was telling you guys, but Pat just tweeted the following. Maile, 27, has 2 years of arbitration left and is projected to make $5.5 million this season. Last season, the righty posted a 3.7 ERA, 127 ERA plus, a 3.8 FIP, and 210 strikeouts in 33 starts. Yep, very strong. Oh my goodness. Guys, we all know that the Reds park is a hitter's park. Maile's road ERA last season, 2.3. If you can't tell, I'm satisfied by that. Very satisfied. I'm very satisfied by that. My man's had a 3.7 ERA overall and a 2.3 on the road. Woo! I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Get this man. Get this man. Get this man. That's nuts. That's nuts. That's actually tremendous. I saw David Ross was extended. Yep. Maile's stats, he has a 3.7 plus ERA overall last season. But on the road, again, the Reds are very much a hitter's park. On the road, had a 2.3 ERA in 2021. Yeah. And what is Citi Field? Citi Field is undoubtedly more of a pitcher's park than it is a hitter's park. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I know I'm going to get my hopes up. I know I'm going to get my hopes up. Because obviously the Mets are pursuing him doesn't mean they're going to land him. Wild Take says, Brian, but if the Angels don't send Ohtani, the Mets will 1,000% be heavily in on Ohtani if he hits the market. The Mets will be in on every type of big name generational talent like that. I promise you. Freeman, DH, or first base if he comes to the Mets? Both. But it's not going to happen. I want Maile really bad now. I really want him bad. Hold on, folks. I'm just looking up further numbers here. Maile had a 2.3 ERA in more starts, too. Because he was Maile in 101 innings pitched had a 2.3 ERA away, but he had a 5.6 ERA at home. Again, Reds are very much known for a hitter's park. Holy shit, I really want Maile now. Is DeGrom untouchable? Absolutely. Hold on, folks. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. More reports on Maile. What do you see? Hold on, folks. Okay, folks. Any new reports? Felix, thank you so much for the donation. Let's get some good relievers. I think the Mets are going to. I think the Mets are really showing that they're going heavy and thin. Stop putting stock in his career ERA. Can we put stock into him actually breaking out last year and doing fantastic when it mattered most outside of a hitter's park? 2.3 ERA and 100 innings pitched last season away from home. At home, he had a 5.6 ERA in a Reds park that's known for being a hitter's park. Felix, thank you so much for the donation. I do think the Mets are going to get some damn good relievers. Correa is trending, by the way. Oh, yeah, of course he is. Yeah, because there's plenty of talks going on with Correa right now. I'm curious what's going to happen with Carlos. I really am. We had Martin Maldonado tweeting a photo with him earlier today, making Astros fans think that he isn't going anywhere. Then there was a report of the Yankees that they are, in fact, Going to potentially get a deal done by midnight for him. Bunch of reports going on. And the Cubs still being in on him, but not willing to go with the 300 plus million. Is Maile for McNeil worth it? As long as the Mets can properly replace McNeil, then yes, I would say he absolutely is. I think that's actually a pretty damn fair trade. I just, for the Reds' sake, I feel that they would potentially still want like one more asset or something because of the fact that the Reds are like in a limbo. They're not committing in a rebuild, and they're not, really in a full win now either because they're just willing to let guys walk like no tomorrow because they don't spend. And they already have a second baseman, so McNeil would have to play like corner outfield for them. Players want to come to the Mets third. Don't worry. They're in negotiations right now. These things don't just happen like that all the time. Yeah, I think JD's going to get traded. And I think he knows it too, obviously. Yankees close to Rizzo. Is that a report or is that just an assumption? I didn't see anything regarding Rizzo right now. Just finishing dinner. Awesome, Michael. Hopefully your dinner was good. Yeah, again, for the people in the back that have been chiming in, biggest news today has been that the Mets have shown interest in Josh Hader, the stud reliever, Andrew Chafin, the stud reliever, and Colin McHugh, the stud reliever. And yes, they have been in trade talks today with stud pitcher Tyler Mahle. Very, very excited. Players want to come to the Mets. Get out of here. My goodness. I will say it's a little interesting on Sal. I appreciate you chiming in because it is a little interesting having what seems to be a 60-plus-year-old in here that just wants to shit on the Mets, but insists on staying and watching the Mets stream. Hey, if this is how you like to spend your Friday nights, then by all means, keep having at it. Let's see. Would you rather them play at Shea or City? I unfortunately haven't been able to experience Shea enough. I only went to Shea once when I was younger. I'm 21 years of age. I never got to really fully experience it. From everything that I've seen with Shea, I know I would have loved it. But it's still something where like it's hard. I'm not in a position where I can properly compare the two because there would be a clear bias towards one way to what I know, like physically being present in. I like the look of Shea more. I can say that. But I think overall ballpark construction, Citi Field has a beat. You thought I was way older than you? No, I'm 21. There's no rumors going on. Is that good? I mean, there is rumors going on. I was just telling you that. You guys see, this is all that's happening on the graphic right now. This is all that's for the Mets at least. What ink do I have on my arm? I have one I need to get more. My goal is to have 2 full sleeves. I know that might not be satisfying to everyone, but especially as long as I stay a content creator, I want things a certain way. I'm very much in love with the idea of getting sleeves. But I got this back when I was 17. It's my first tat. If I looking back, I probably wouldn't have gone it, at least not here, just because it is a good portion of my arm. But I'm gonna add more to it. It's a coral snake, like kind of like traditional / like what a certain term of traditional with the roses. Yeah, that's how it's going. Yeah, Grinky's not coming to Queens. I don't expect Grinky. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is Nina okay with sleeves? Yeah, absolutely. Of course she is. We already signed an ace and the best center fielder on the market. I'm very happy and have realistic expectations for how we finish. I agree, Bays. I do. Think we're going to see a lot of deals tomorrow? I do too. I think the whole weekend's going to be flooded with deals. I'd like to keep Davis as DH. Trust me, Davis has always had good offensive numbers for the most part. That's not the issue. The issue is that there really isn't a spot for him on this team. That's the problem. Favorite non-Met baseball player as a kid? As a kid, favorite non-Met. Ooh, good question. I'm going to need a minute to think about that. As a kid? Damn. I really don't know. I'm going to need a little bit to think about that. Get a tat on my face? Nah, I'm okay. Dustin Pedroia is definitely up there for me. I didn't watch him enough, but I always admired him, especially being a smaller statured player. I'm short myself, so I've always looked up to smaller statured athletes that, overcome the odds, especially not so much in baseball, but especially in sports where like size really is a factor. 1,000 likes for a Pete tattoo on your face? No, because there's a very good chance we're going to get 1,000 likes tonight. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. My favorite player from when I was a kid that isn't a Met. That's tough. That is tough. Also have to keep in mind, I did not watch baseball constantly when I was a kid. So we're talking about more so just memories of like, in and out kind of thing. Like I did not get fully into baseball until like to watch games daily until 2015. Like I'm not seasoned like a lot of you guys. I was heavily a football head, and also I've always been a huge hockey buff as well. That's why I'm a big Rangers fan. I have a Rangers podcast. But yeah, I did not get heavily into baseball until 2015. So it's hard. I'd have to think about it for a little bit. I've watched plenty of highlights of Strawberry. I wish I could have been around when the 86 Mets were a thing. Because I've gotten emotional just watching everything about them. Just that ride, all the highs and the lows, everything about them personally. It's just crazy. They were just such an unprecedented team. And they would never work in today's society too. So there's a sense of admiration for that just because of how separate they are from really what reality is now. But also, obviously, there's a lot of realities, a lot of bad things about it too, clearly. But it's quite the unprecedented team, that's for sure. Let's see. Would Kenley Jansen be a good fit? He definitely wouldn't be a problem for the pen. But why would the Mets get Kenley Jansen if they have Edwin Diaz, right? Could they do it? They can. I'd be surprised. I don't expect the Mets to sign a closer. When we went to the World Series, I can't believe we lost to the Royals. Don't get me started. I'm not getting into that. Did I watch 30 for 30 Mets? Yes, I did. Freeman negotiations expected to be settled over the next 24 hours. Yep, I'm aware of that. And that just reminded me, I'm going to just check some updates on my phone quick, see if there's anything new on Twitter. All right, folks. Let's see. Chances the Mets get Hader. I'd say there is at least a 50% chance they get Hader. Probably more so on the under over versus the over. But there's definitely a possibility they can get Hader. There is real interest there from what I've seen. We'll just see exactly, how heavy of interest do they have in him? How willing are they to go for Hader because of what the asking price will be by the Brewers, which will not be cheap. We all know that. And that's a big sacrifice again for a reliever at the end of the day. Do you have a favorite basketball team? Yes, the New York Knicks. How are the Knicks playing tonight? Let's check that real quick. Sorry. Or did they finish the game already? I don't even know. Oh, wow. They're up on Memphis with 10 minutes left, but we'll see if that holds true or not. RJ and Randall balling out. Love to see that. Mitch, too. I'm glad that's a close game. I hope they win, obviously. Lester, I do remember you. Specifically because of your name. I have not seen many Lesters in here. We pass. I'm not trading for a relief pitcher. Okay. Well, I'm saying if it does happen, though, then try to embrace it. Because there's nothing you can do about it then, right? Why did it... Okay. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because it wanted its feathers because it had none. Okay. Sign Bryant. I would love it if they get KB. It doesn't look likely right now. I would love Chafin too. Yep. Chafin, I think, is a lot more realistic. So no big bat. I wouldn't say that. I definitely think that there's potential of getting a big bat. It just might not be the player that we initially thought. Could be a Kyle Schwarber type. It could be a KB type. I don't think it's as likely, though. It depends. It really does. It really does. One thing is certain. Mets' priority right now is not offense. And I don't blame them. Because they can do still plenty offensively that they may not need to rush the way that they're trying to rush pitching-wise. Because at the end of the day, Mets will not get anywhere if they don't have a healthy, competent, not just pitching staff, but bullpen. Okay? There are a lot of different routes that they can still go offensively. But pitching-wise, there are some really key targets out there that they need to jump on. So I don't blame them for doing that. Nothing about Freeman for a hot minute. I mean, Freeman's been the talk of the town over the past couple hours. So I wouldn't say that. Do I have concerns for our offense? Yeah, I definitely still have concerns for the Mets offense if they don't do anything else. But they will. They will definitely add more. We just don't know to what extent yet. That's all. That's literally the only thing we don't know. Freeman talks have not gone cold, guys. Trust me, negotiations are hot on the Freeman front. You just haven't seen reporting. That's all. Hot take, David Pearson will have a breakout year. That's a very hot take because I don't even think he's going to get much time in the rotation. I genuinely hope not because of the fact that if he does get time in the rotation, it's probably because of injuries. And that's the last thing I need. That's the last thing any of us fans need. Yeah, Maley would fit very well. Yeah, when you're looking at what he's going to be due for arbitration. Agreed. Blacklist Outdoors, my friend. I mean, you're 5.5 hours late. I'm messing with you. Don't worry. Trust me. Everything that you need to know is on the graphic, my friend. So the Mets have been heavily involved on the pitching front, both starting and relief pitching. They've been targeting some very good players. So, yeah, just get yourself caught up real quick. We got everything on the graphic for you. And I don't think the Mets are going to do anything tonight. I think I've come to terms. I don't think they're going to do anything tonight. But when I say do, I mean in the sense of signing or landing a player. But they will continue to be heavy in their negotiations. I will just be a little surprised at this point if they actually land anyone today. But over the weekend, they are 1,000% going to land players. And whenever that happens, we'll cover it. Hopefully, we'll be covering it prior to it actually happening so we can share reactions like initially. And if it has to wait a couple minutes, then that's okay too. But yeah, I'll definitely be live tomorrow. I'll definitely be live Sunday. Very solid chance I'll be live Monday as well. Just don't know exactly the times yet. Because yeah, like I said, we're going late today. Going probably until at least midnight today, if I had to guess. So that's gonna be like a 7-hour stream. So we'll figure out how late we go tomorrow. Thankfully, though, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling a lot better than I did yesterday. Yesterday was too much for me. I streamed like eight and a half hours because of the lockout, and then because of free agency. But it was different. You know, it was from like 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Today, I started at 5, so it's a completely different feel. Good offseason, but let's not up on the pedal while other teams get better. Oh, let up on the pedal. That's what I mean. My apologies. Gotcha. No, Nav, you're the hero we deserve. I appreciate that. Do I want a hug? I kind of do, Jason, now that you're asking. Appreciate the kind words, Mike. Thank you. Okay. Eating is cool on the stream. Thank you. I will do that more often because I know that'll dictate so much. Who would have thought that when you don't eat for hours on end, you're probably not going to feel good, you know? So I don't know why I just had this insecurity for a while that I shouldn't eat on stream because I feel like it's going to bother people. But if it doesn't bother the majority of you, then we're chilling. And don't mind me, I'm just checking updates on my phone right now. Where do I think Story goes? I think he goes to the Astros, or I think he goes to the I think he's going to go to the Astros or potentially the Red Sox. If we get Story, I'm streaking, as you should. Oh, Francisco Lindor is at the Orlando Magic game tonight. Not surprised, considering the fact that he will be at spring training this weekend. Yeah, still nothing. No updates in a little bit now. Last report we got was from Michael Mayer on Melee. It doesn't feel real that the lockout's over. You're right. Yeah, my bunnies, I have 2 line heads. The one bunny's name is Gigi. She's the OG. She's a year and a half old. And the new one that I got a couple weeks ago, that's Stormy. That's the other one. She's two and a half months old. What do you think the Jays can do to really assert themselves as one of the better teams in the AL and possibly the MLB? You know, I'm going to be honest. I don't think the Jays need to do a lot. I really don't. The Jays should have been in the playoffs last year, first of all. And the crazy thing is the Jays lost the reigning AL MVP, AL Cy Young Award winner and MVP candidate, that being in Robbie Ray and Marcus Semien. And I really think they're going to kick ass this year. And I really think all they need to do is bolster that bullpen. That bullpen was the exact reason why they did not get farther than what they should have. And Brad Hand was actually a big part of it down the stretch last season when they traded for him from the Nationals. He had like a 7-year array with them. It wasn't fun for Blue Jays fans. But yeah, Blue Jays need to bolster their bullpen. I think that they should go heavily after a strong closer like Kenley Jansen. I think that they should go after Joe Kelly too. I really think that they just need to load up on that pen. Starter-wise, I think that they should definitely try to get another starter if possible. At least just more depth, I would say. Offensively, there really isn't much that they need to do. You think that losing Marcus Semien, who had over 40 home runs and over 100 RBIs last year, would phase them, but I really don't think it's going to change much because of just how deep their offense is. I wish Simeon stayed just because of how entertaining they were together with him specifically. But yeah, I mean, there's a very solid chance that they will be in the Chris Bryant sweepstakes. I mean, if they just land any solid bat, I really, really think that offense ain't the problem with them. Let me tell you that much. But I will say this: bullpen. Missy, no spam, please. Morosi supposedly has Correa to Yanks 10 at 3:30. Was that just reported? You're Astros fan, Derek, but watch most of my content. Wow, really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna buy some realistic with your expectations. I appreciate your content, Derek. Thank you. The fact like I would have never known that I have like an OG Astros fan watching me daily. So that means a lot. Really, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the support. I wish your Astros good luck. I'm the cheating scandal's over and done with. That type of thing in regards to Maine. I know the Astros weren't the only team doing it either. I know the Yankees were very much so. And I know that the Astros were very easy to be a scapegoat. So I know that a lot of people aren't going to like that opinion, but that's a fact. But yeah, overall, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Not condoning what the Astros did. I'm just saying, let's not act stupid as if the Astros were the only one doing it. Blindbird, I can't even tell if you're eating. As long as I don't hear you showing, I'm good. I can't see much of what you're doing. Just listening. That's fine. Again, appreciate you chiming in. Martin Maldonado cryptic tweet. Was it the photo of him and Correa earlier? Is that what you're alluding to? I've noticed the news happens when we're not looking for it. I need something to do this weekend. Yeah, right? Yeah, you need to go out. See, I can't. I literally can't. I will have a heart attack if I go out and something happens. Tyler, thank you for the kind words, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you, Insanity, for the bless you. We get Luis Castillo and Sessa for McNeil, Mauricio Davis, and Smith. Source my pipe dream. Matthew sounds very similar to the proposal that I came up with a couple months ago on the channel. Check Cameron Maben. The New York Met legend, Cameron Maben. Let's check his tweet, shall we? Cameron Maben just tweeted hug season is back. But I don't think it's cryptic or anything. I just think it means that the fact that baseball's back. Padres were a good run until after they collapsed just like the Mets last year. But they were also in outside of the AL East, they were in the toughest division in baseball. Breaking, Mets make a big splash. Source, my future excitement. That checks out. Let's get Kikuchi now and Castillo at the deadline. I don't think the Mets are going to get Kikuchi now, to be honest with you. Mets aren't a front runner for him anymore. And that's okay. I'm perfectly content if the Mets don't land him. If they do land him, I'm perfectly fine with that too. All I will say is that if the Mets do land Kikuchi, he better not be the only starting pitcher they land, because I will personally not be satisfied with that. And I don't think it's going to happen though. They're showing interest in clearly better, younger, controllable talent, that being in Tyler Mahle today that we're seeing. I'm excited to talk more about Mahle. I hope that we get a chance. I hope I get to talk more about him and more reports tomorrow, assuming that nothing happens tonight. Normally for something like this, I would do individual videos. I may do an individual video on some of the rumors, but when it's such a frenzy like this, it's so hard to cover it all in individual videos. So it might be best if I just continue doing it in strictly live streams. Either way, very, very excited to talk more on him. And I really, really hope the Mets actually get significant stuff going in regards to negotiations. Mets signed Tyler Ward to a 10-year, $270 million contract, no opt-out, pre-ESPN. I mean, I would have liked to at least get past Lindor's contract, but I won't be greedy. I'll take it. That sounds about right, Ryan. Trade Yamamoto? No. Last thing the Mets should be doing is trading pitching depth if they don't need to. Excited to see Buck. Yes, that's an understatement. We're all excited about these moves, but we haven't. We got to see this new front office. We got to see the new coaching staff. I agree with you. Mike, don't even say that. Regardless, don't say that. Next big trade for Angels. Big trade for Angels? I don't think the Angels are going to do a big trade. If I'm being completely frank, I don't see any significant trade for the Angels in their near future. I really don't. And if you do, please enlighten me, because I just don't see one right now. I don't miss Thor. I mean, I'll always have a soft spot for Syndergaard, but especially if the Mets land Tyler Mahle, no, I'm not gonna miss Thor. Yeah, that's it. I don't have complete ill will against Noah Syndergaard. I'm just kind of stuck in that limbo with him. It's different than Matt Harvey for me. It's very different. John Hammond. Do I think we make a big move tomorrow? I think the Mets definitely make moves this weekend. Absolutely. Knicks about to lose, not surprised, but still sad. Is Mahle even nice? Yes. He's a stud. 2.3 ERA and 100 innings pitched on the road last season. So when he's not pitching in a hitter's friendly park, which is the Reds, he's literally a stud. And he's 27. 2 years of control in his contract. 95 plus heater, wipeout slider, nice split finger. He's got it. I see a lot of free agents sign tomorrow. Yeah, I'm constantly checking too, Tommy. Hader will deflate our farm system. There's risk, but at the same time, I don't see the Mets trading for Hader unless they can figure out how to not give up the farm, which obviously would mean assets on the roster. Frankie Montas and Matt Chapman to the Mets for whoever except Francisco Alvarez. Kind of fair, but I wouldn't even consider. I would not even consider trading, a Brett Beatty in there. I wouldn't do it. I saw what Scherzer said about DeGrom today, and I love that. Yep. Watching in Puerto Rico, love that. I love my Puerto Rican viewers. I know I got plenty of you guys. Question is, what is the most likely trade you think will happen if you had to guess? Most likely trade will be a starting pitcher It's been abundantly obvious right about now. If I'm lagging too, my Wi-Fi looks like it's down. If I'm like not good quality right now, I apologize. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be trade for a starting pitcher. It doesn't look like there's much left for the Mets on the free agent market starting pitcher wise. So yes, it looks like the Reds may very well happen with Tyler Mahle. The Reds or Oakland. It's going to be the Reds or the A's. And the Mets are going to trade for a pitcher from what we're seeing right now. Any Mets moves yet? No, but they're definitely in the right direction on the players they're pursuing. Yeah, Red Sox want Story. Interesting. I mean, Bogarts, doesn't he have... I think Bogarts can opt out of his deal after this year, and I think he's going to. I'm almost certain he's going to. I'm going to double check on his contract right now, but I'm pretty sure he has an opt-out. Mahle is a perfect fit. Other than him not being a lefty, he's perfect. He really is. Yeah, he can opt out after the season. Yep. That being in Xander. Such a dope name, too. Xander Bogarts. I can only imagine what it's like being an A's fan. I feel so bad for them. And I mean that with everything that I am. Bogarts is 29. He'll be 30 when he's a free agent. And he'll probably sign, if I had to guess, he'll probably sign a 7-year deal. Probably sign a 7-year deal. That's my guess. He'll get a Simeon. I could see him getting a Simeon deal. I could see him getting over $200 million easily though, because he's a little younger than Simeon too. Yeah, I know 29 Xander, but when he's a free agent, he'll be 30. Have the Mets done anything? Not yet, no, but they've been pursuing a lot of really, really talented players, as you see here on the graphic, and that's a great sign. Do we think anything's happening tonight? At this rate, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I mean, anything can happen. I know it might be laggy and blurry. My Wi-Fi connection is pretty low. I don't know why. Hopefully it gets resolved in the next couple minutes. My apologies for the blurry. I don't know why it's blurry. It's just telling me in the stream that my Wi-Fi is down. Probably just because I've been streaming so much today. Just write it out with me, guys. Just give it a couple minutes. Can't see the graphs here. Just give it a couple minutes. Bear with me. Oh, yeah. I'm watching through my phone. It looks so pixelated. Using up the... Yeah. Gigi chewed the wires. Thank God. No, she did not. Or I would not even have her anymore. She can't be doing that nonsense. She's chewed my wires once. She bit right through my ring light. Like, shortly after I first got her. Yeah, why am I so pixelated? What's up with that? That's stupid. Why is my Wi-Fi like this? All right, folks, this is what we're going to do. If I can get this resolved, then great. If I can't, then we'll probably end the stream early tonight. just because of where we're at right now in reporting. And then obviously if something happens, we'll come back. We'll start a live stream again. I hope that I don't have to do that, but obviously it's not a negative because that means something good would happen. But yeah, I don't know why my Wi-Fi is being stupid. I apologize, everybody. Looks like Roblox. It literally does look like Roblox. You're not wrong. Cameron Maben said, okay, one more hot take. Rizzo to the Tigers. I could see him considering that Baez went to the Tigers. That could make sense. Hold on, folks. I don't even have many windows open. I think my Wi-Fi is just telling me, bro, you've been streaming way too much. I think that's the unfortunate reality I'm dealing with at the moment. So we'll see. Huh. Danny, thank you so much for the kind words, my friend. Much love to you as well. Damn. Hold on, folks. I don't know what's going on. We'll give it a couple more minutes, folks. If it doesn't get... Oh! Is it fixed? I just disconnected something. But it's weird because I disconnected something that gives me better connection. So I don't know why it would be better now. That's weird. That makes no... That's so stupid. I don't understand why that happened. I know you're the best, Gary. Thank you. All right, I think stream is fine now. Oh, kinda. I don't understand. That was stupid. I don't know why that... I don't know why that happened. I'm sorry, guys. See, it's... The Wi-Fi is still a little finicky. It's being stupid. We'll play by ear. We'll see. Okay, if we're good, I'll leave it like this then. All right. We're still chugging along. We're still going. While I was waiting for the Wi-Fi to get resolved, I have been scrolling Twitter. And alas, I have not found much. And the Wi-Fi is looking like shit again, isn't it? Yep, it's going bad again. Why? I'm watching it go bad again. So weird. Hold on, guys. Gotta be honest, I don't appreciate this. Just when it looked like it was getting better again. Come on. Let me know how we're looking. I know we literally lost 100 viewers. I don't blame you guys. I think we'll continue to lose viewers over like the next however long we go, just because there's nothing going on right now. We're in a stalemate. I get it. I do. Might be the weather's fine. It's supposed to snow starting 6 a.m. where I am. It's going to be snow tomorrow, which is so stupid. Just came back from South Carolina with my wife. See, we have baseball now. Yes, absolutely. Hope you had a good time in South Carolina. Did you go to Myrtle Beach? If you did, I hope you had a good time, regardless. Next loss, that's a bummer. Stream seems like it's better now, right? I did a little tweak to it. Where's dead on a Friday night the day after the lockout ends? Yeah, of course it is. Where do I live? I live in Pennsylvania. Like, on the turnpike, you know, just without traffic, just over an hour away from Philly. And I'm, you know, over 2 hours away from Citi Field without traffic. I'm like 2 hours away. 220. It's glitchy and slow now. What? We're close to 900 likes too, so thank you guys all so much for that. Appreciate it. What's good, NYR BSN? How's it going, my friend? A lot of time no see. Okay, we're good now. Okay, all right. So to recap, let's do a big recap to everybody. Okay, and some of you guys have been in the live stream all day. You're crazy, but you're liking something that's going on, so I appreciate that. But to reiterate again, we started the live stream because Mets starting pitching target Carlos Rodon signed a 2-year, $44 million deal with the Giants as an opt-out after 1 year. Dodgers signed potential Mets target, even though it never felt likely, that being Clayton Kershaw. They brought him back for a year, $17 million. The Cubs signed Simmons to a 1-year, $14 million deal. And I'm curious why the Dodgers signed Kershaw, I think, for less than what the qualifying offer was that he rejected. Could be wrong. Ron, you're in Bethlehem. I'm not far away from you at all. Not far away from you at all. Cubs signed Simmons to, oh yeah, in Bethlehem. If you go to trying to think of a place I like in Bethlehem, because I go to restaurants fairly often in Bethlehem. Trying to think. You're in Briningsville? You're not far from me at all either. You guys are very close to me, actually. Very, very close. I don't know where Newton, PA is, so I don't think I'm close to you. Sands Casino, yeah, I'm like 25 minutes away. 20 to 25 minutes away from Sands. Yeah, I'm not far. You know, the stream's fine now, thankfully. It's not called Sands Casino anymore, though. It's called, what's it called now? It's not called the Sands. I'm forgetting. Schnecksville, PA, yep. You know, I went to college in Schnecksville. Does Atlantic City have sports betting? I believe they do, right? Why wouldn't they? I don't think the Mets make any moves tonight. Yeah, again, it's not looking likely right now. East Stroudsburg's like 45, 50 minutes away from me. Wind Creek. Yep. Not far from that at all. Shoot, where is I was gonna say something. Yeah, it doesn't look likely that the Mets are gonna make a move tonight, just based on how what's being reported. What we do know, however, is that the Mets are going to make moves, and the people that they are involved with are very, very good players. That is the plus of this all. You know, to see them, they're in talks for trade talks for Red starting pitcher Tyler Mahle. Sailorsburg, I don't know where that is. Kalahari, that's in like Pocono area, right? Yeah, that's like an hour away. Yep, near Camel Beach. I've been to Camel Beach before. Ron, you went there too? Awesome. Love to hear that. Parents used to live in Easton. Yep, I'm like 40 minutes away, 35, 40 minutes away from Easton. That's awesome. A lot of you guys are closer than I thought. What was I going to say? Okay. So, yeah, they've been in talks, as we know, with Maley. Hader, Chafin, McHugh, love all of that. There's been multiple teams showing interest in JD, Donovan McNeil. I'm going to sneeze soon. I apologize in advance. Allergies going crazy again today. They've been going crazy every day lately. Yeah, I honestly feel that at least 2 of the 3, if not all 3, are going to be traded. And Mets have shown a certain level of interest in starting pitcher Luke Weaver. Would just be a depth option for the Mets. Back half of the rotation. And Brian and Conforto are currently not on the radar, according to, of course, Andy Martino. Again, anything can change, but still. No, I don't. I'm far away from Pittsburgh. I actually went to Pittsburgh for the first time last year. I went to the Pirates-Mets game, front row. Literally front row right behind the Mets dugout. That's when the Mets lost in the walk-off effing grand slam. Thank you for the bless you. Yeah, no, I'm like 5 hours away from Pittsburgh. I'm not close at all. Awesome, Chris. I know Stallings. A times batting average of .030, and he was somehow able to get a grand slam out of that. No, I don't. My allergy issues are from the weather. Yeah, Stallings is with the Marlins now. He's definitely going to kill us, 100%. The tickets for the Pirates were very cheap. Very cheap. I'm a Mets fan because my dad's from Queens. Grew up right by Shea. I'm originally from Long Island. I've lived in Pennsylvania for the majority of my life. But obviously, he grew up a diehard Mets fan, so naturally he's passed down to me. Of course, the Knicks lost by 4 tonight. Ugh. It was the beginning of the end of the season last year. Yep, and I of course had a front row seat to it. Hader's a free agent, no, but he's in trade talks with the Mets. But you got to understand that this is still free agent frenzy because it's free agency focused, but obviously trades happen during it too. KB to Queens, that was funny. What mic do I use? It's a Fifin or Fifine, whatever it's called. I'm gonna upgrade my mic soon though. Hopefully sometime this year, because the ones I want are the expensive, nice podcast ones. What are they called? Shoot, I'm blanking on the name, but every like major podcast uses them. Should you get into Korean and Japanese baseball? I would if the time zones weren't a factor. Have a good night, Blindbeard. Thank you so much for chiming in throughout the live stream. Trey Vientos, I hope not. But if you're going to, you got to make sure it's for the right price. Pop's ever going to make an appearance on the live stream at some point or during the vlog. One of the two. Appreciate that, Larry. Thank you. When is this going to pick up? It's going to probably be all weekend long. That's what I think. Make a wild guess. Do Mets win 89 or more? I could say it's fair they win at least 90 this year. I would say a safe number is at least 85. But I could definitely see them winning 90 plus. Today's been brutal. Today hasn't been brutal for me, and the reason being is the fact that one, I love interacting with you guys. It has been so much fun. You guys are the reason why we're doing this. But two, reports have happened today. Significant stuff has come out today. It's just the fact that we haven't seen a move yet for the Mets. That's the only thing that's been. So I by no means would I say today's been brutal for me. I've been loving every second of following along. It's been anticlimactic in the sense that we haven't seen moves yet, but I'm just happy that we actually got reports going now. Like, that's important. The players that the Mets are connected to are significant. This ain't this isn't BS. I love basically every single player the Mets have been connected to today. I'm very, very excited about it. What role do I see Cano this year? Hopefully just off the bench, if at all. And / DH. Savage, I appreciate you, my man. Where in Queens did he live? He lived in Corona. My dad lived in Corona. I don't know if you guys know the Lemon Ice King in Corona. But my dad used to work there back in the day. Years and years and years ago. And he's still friends with the owner because he grew up with them. They were friends. Yeah, their ice is so good. Even when I go to Mets games, I try to make sure that I catch them before I leave. Yeah, nothing else compares to Lemon Ice King. Literally every single time I have Ritas, I'm like, what is this garbage? Everything at Lemon Ice King is like fresh. It's like you get the lemon pits in it when you get lemon. It's just so good, and I only get it a couple times a year because I don't live by it. Obviously, it's so good though. Thanks for the content. We all appreciate. Oh, thank you so much, Alex. God bless, my friend. Appreciate that. Thank you so much on Slap. Yeah, we'll 1000% be live tomorrow. I don't know when. I will say this though, folks. But with how quiet everything has been, I am going to get off an hour earlier than I anticipated. I'm going to get off at 11 p.m. So in less than 10 minutes, because of just the fact, again, it's very quiet, and that can change, of course. But I'm going to get off in a couple minutes, and then, of course, if something does happen, I will be right here and we'll talk about it. But for the sake of trying to have myself prepped for tomorrow too, if I can cut things early, figuring that something will happen, then I'm going to do that to make sure that I can continue to be like as ready to go for you guys as I possibly can. Slowed down hours ago. It did. It did. 2 hours. Over the past 2 hours, I'd really say is where it really started to slow down. Yeah, I know weather's gonna be crap tomorrow, but it gives me further incentive to just be here streaming. I don't plan to go anywhere. And guys, I'm just gonna be checking Twitter all night long, so don't worry. I'll be just like you guys still. Excited for the Mets to come to Houston. Every time they've came, it's been in the middle of a disaster. First Harvey, then COVID. Oh, are you from Houston, ladies, man? Is that why you're excited for them to go to Houston, I'd imagine? $10 minutes out. Yeah, 100%. Once I get off live, the Mets will sign someone or trade for someone. So, there you go. Have a good night, Ron. Appreciate you chiming in, my friend. Have a good night, Jason. All right, guys, we're 40 likes away from 900. Can we get there by the end of the live stream in a couple minutes? If we can, that would be awesome. And again, appreciate that in advance if we do. So thank you guys in advance if that happens. Thank you guys for all the support today. It's been awesome. Popovich about to break the wins record? Oh, I'm not surprised. Stream tomorrow. Yep. I know. Yeah, it's only 9 a.m. It's only 9 where you are. Okay. I know it's earlier, obviously, if you're on the West Coast. Where do I live? I live in PA. I live in the Lehigh Valley. Going to the Knicks Nets game in 2 days. Awesome. Have a great night, Matt. Mike Parmy. I know you've been a great supporter. Fave seats. I'm a sucker. I like to sit really close. I like the bougie seats. I do. I like staying up top too, but I really like sitting down low. It's a vibe. It really is. You live in West Canada. Awesome. Have a good night, Jonathan. Thank you for chiming in. Shout out everybody for chiming in for all the support tonight, guys. Again, to wrap things up, Mets have not made a move to this point, obviously, but I would fully expect them to make a move this weekend, multiple moves this weekend. And it's beyond encouraging to not only see them being rumored, but who exactly they're being rumored with. Again, you got Josh Hader, Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh. Awesome. Then, of course, you got the big man, that being Tyler Mahle, who I really want the Mets to land. Night, man. Therese, thank you so much. Have a good night, my friend. Appreciate the support. Mets not making a move tonight. At this rate, I would say that they aren't either. Absolutely. Mets fan North Dakota, love to see that. It's hoping for Kikuchi sign, but still could happen. Keep McNeil. Yeah, Kikuchi can definitely still happen. I just don't think it's as likely as it used to be because the Mets aren't the front runner for him as of now. Not even a fan, but I like that they have an owner that wants to spend. Who are you a fan of, Noah? Noah, pardon me. Good night on Slap. Have a good one. Good night, everybody that's been chiming. I appreciate you guys. Wait, who said anything about J-Ram? I don't know. I didn't say anything about J-Ram. J-Ram's a pipe dream. Nothing more than that, though. Hello from Phoenix, Arizona. How's it going? I've always wanted to go to Arizona. And I intend to, hopefully within the next couple years. Yoshima, my man, thank you so much. Have a good night. How close are you to Phillies AAA stadium? Oh, the Iron Pigs. Oh, yeah, I'm 20 minutes away. Yeah, I'm not far from the Iron Pigs at all. Hello from New York. I'd imagine there's a good amount of people in here from NY. How's it going? Hi, Daniel. Shout out everybody. And again, guys, if you're just chiming in, I do apologize. Idaho gang. Love to see that. Love to see that. Met for life, absolutely. We are going to be getting out of the stream here in just 2 minutes. But again, appreciate everyone's support that has been chiming in the live stream. Consistent viewership, off the charts per usual, because you guys are amazing. Again, thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Ansel, I appreciate the fact that you've chimed in the live stream so long. I do. I'm glad that the Mets are living so rent-free in your head. Appreciate that. Gourmet 40 home runs. Who says no? Who says no, Isaac? Being a Mets fan in Nebraska is brutal. I can only imagine, Nico. I can only imagine. Met friend in Las Vegas. Love to see that. It's always cool to see where everyone's coming from. Have a good night, Ethan. Kevin, thank you. Appreciate that. And appreciate you too, Josh. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Really, really do appreciate it. Have a good night, Liam. Yep. All right, folks. That's going to wrap it up. Have a good night, Ansel. Let's see. Take care, Julio. Have a good night, guys. Appreciate every single one of you. We'll be back sometime tomorrow. Probably another long-ass live stream. All I ask is that we get at least one Met move. I will be beyond satisfied if we have that tomorrow. Either way, Mets are bound to make moves. I think the league is going to be crazy this weekend, as it should be. That's usually how things go on the weekends, too, to begin with. So very, very excited for tomorrow and the coming days and what's going to have in store for us, not just Mets fans, but baseball fans overall. Very, very pumped for it. Very, very pumped for spring training as a whole, as it is officially underway. Blacklist Outdoors, everybody, RP, Marte, all you guys have a fantastic night. I'm definitely going to go eat some more pizza. hopefully next time we talk, we get some more moves going. Peace out, folks. Have a good night.